gentlemen, thanks for being here before I was. Just a few things I had to do, and it took longer than, it should have. But thank you very much, and we'll reconvene as we worked all day yesterday, and we'll hear delegations this morning, and we'll start out with public input.
Mr. Mayor, just before, Can we just get a motion to reconvene the meeting, please?
Yes, get a motion to reconvene. Councillor Quinte, Councillor O'Neill, all in favor? Thank you very much. Okay, public input. Who wants to start? Come on up. We're good?
Good morning. My name is Roger Lichty. I'm a resident of Quinte West and a business owner. And my family and I consider ourselves very fortunate to have a loving pet dog residing with us. And my dog is also very fortunate because she lives in great conditions, and not all animals have that luxury.
Hey, you're not the only one. I have a white dog too, and when I left, he was about 10 feet away from my wife. So that's and listen, I appreciate you looking after, because that's going to be part of our delegations today. So thank you.
And then that's why I'm here. I'm here to invite council to support the upcoming deputation of the Humane Society, Hastings, Prince Edward. For over 50 years, this organization has been taking care of our animals in need, and until a year ago, in very deplorable conditions. Now, thanks to a very generous community, and with the help of this council, they are now in a forever home, a really fitting facility for what they do. It has become abundantly clear, in light of the overwhelming increase in animal intake, coupled with the skyrocketing animal care costs, that this council, we hope, will take a closer look at how we as a community continue to sustain this crucial service for the institution of Quinte West and for its citizens. As a major supporter of the Humane Society, I know firsthand the incredible and devoted work they do, how financially responsible and prudent they are, and how well they are managed and governed by a very dedicated volunteer board of directors. I urge council, this council here, to take the time and the efforts necessary to make sure that these good folks have the resources and the tools to continue to do what they do best for the benefit of this community and for our poor animals in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else for public input? Otherwise, I'll go on to delegations. Okay, Brenda Snyder, you're on next. Executive Director, Volunteer and Information, Quinte, Prince Edward, and Tracy Legault Davis, Manager of Community Programs and Communications, Volunteer and Information, Hastings, Prince Edward, will give us an update. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting us here to speak. My name is Brenda Snyder. I'm the Executive Director for Volunteer and Information, Quinte. I've been with the agency over 18 years.
And my name is Tracy Legault Davis. I'm the Manager of Community Programs and Communications, and I've been with the agency working for the agency over 8 years, volunteering with the agency well over 10. So for our next, do I do that?
Yeah.
Sorry. How do I do that there? I'm just going to give a quick recap about our agency. Our agency was established by Ruth Burroughs in 1966 as the Central Volunteer Bureau of Belleville. We have since evolved into the multi-purpose agency you see today, covering all of Hastings and Prince Edward, focusing primarily on volunteer recruitment, training, advocacy, and management. We are also the local information center for 211 and we used to do the Social and Human Services Community Key, and we are a key in event management and event support within the region.
So about 5 years ago, we looked at our mission, and our board got together, and we recreated the mission to really focus on what the agency was, and that's volunteer and information connects community volunteers and information. It's as simple as that. Our vision, of course, is to create an environment where volunteerism is a core community, where all people have access to essential information and community services. And part of that was the expansion of bringing satellite offices into the areas, including Quinte West. So, COVID versus post-COVID. Prior to the pandemic, we had 4.5 staff working. Our desktop we worked on a desktop computer, which limited to what we were doing. Operation budgets, we had no sustainable funding. Funding came from grants, fundraising, memberships, donations. Fundraising represented about 40% of our operating cost. Post-pandemic, we are down to 2.5 staff. We did upgrade our technology to Microsoft 365, and that has been a game changer for us. We now can work anywhere. So we do all kinds of interviews, we do meetings. It doesn't matter where we are, we have access to our clients, to our agencies. So it has really changed the way that we do business. That was possible through a Parrot grant and through a Trillium grant. Our funding still is grants, of course, fundraising, donations. We did waive membership fees to all organizations that were struggling in order for them to be able to maintain their ability. We did secure grants to be able to do that. We are currently at 20% of our operating costs through fundraising. So what does our agency do? We do volunteer recruitment and referral. Just to give you an idea, our searches this year on our volunteer database were over 40,000. 20% of that was Quinte West residents searching. Out of that, the ages 16 to 18, we had 420 individuals. 19 to 54, we had 480, and over 55, we had 420 individuals. Represents 21,000 hours at $21 an hour. That saves this economy, the Quinte West economy, over $400,000. We're heavily into our school areas. Tracy has completed presentations to 9 classes in the Quinte West area, as well as we've held 2 youth focus groups and volunteer fairs. What have we been involved in? Guinness World Book Records, Ribfest, ECC, Dudley Hewitt, Christmas Market, VON Meals on Wheels, Transportation Program. We do articles, recognition programs, youth fairs, on-site boards promoting partnership, in-person presentations to our youth and social clubs, connections between organizations to improve services. We sit at numerous tables, and assisting community bids and executing of event planning.
So on the information side, or the 211 side, I'll make this really quite short. I'm hoping you all know what 211 is. But we are the local data providers for 211. We are one of only 3 that remain in Ontario that is a localized one. And what I mean by that, the Kingston 211 information is actually managed through an Ottawa service. So we have a local connection. It allows me to be a little bit better at our connection to the agencies and the updates. 211, as you know, is available 24/7, 365. It's live, it's confidential, it's not automated. Just a quick sort of recap of how the calls work so that you understand. Again, it is not automated. It's a live person that answers the calls. My partnering agency out of Ottawa answers this region primarily. If there's no agent in Ottawa, then it's answered through Toronto or Thunder Bay. And how they work is they are trained for about 4 months on information and referrals. And they are amazing at the data that we need locally to be able to provide human and social services. And I don't think as an area we use it enough. They collect data on met needs, unmet needs, volumes of human and social services. So we can actually drill down to the different sectors on specific needs required in the area. But again, we're the local providers, and if we weren't here, then they would be managed out of Ottawa. And I'll tell you right now, I'm doing some research. I'm working with 211 on the shelter bed inventory, and I'm actually the only one that got 100% information from the local regions. None of the other data centers got 100% because when the local agency calls a local agency and says, can I get the information, you get an answer. When Ottawa calls Kingston, they'll get to them when they get to them. So it was a really good coup for us. So that's kind of where we are. And then.
So what does this mean? We have been the recipient of the granting stream for a number of years, the City of Quinte West, to support us in our operations here and the work that we do within our community. We have the satellite office in the community service building, but we also need support funding-wise. We have been, over the years, we approached the City of Belleville a number of years ago because sustainable funding is something that is not heard of in our sector, in the volunteer sector. But yet we support the hundreds of agencies throughout Hastings and Prince Edward County. The time that it takes to be chasing grants, writing grants, is astronomical. So we have come to you to hope to become on the bottom line at the amount of $7,500. What that does is that assures that we have a staff member that is in the Quinte West area, working with Quinte West agencies and groups, supporting our schools, supporting our students, supporting our individuals. We sent you a copy of the strategic plan, and one of the most piece that says the most about who we are. If you look at the back of your strategic plan, they are all the agencies that we represent and the area that we represent. It is imperative that we receive no funding, sustainable funding from federal, provincial, or municipal at this time. We have a 5-year, like I said, we have a 5-year commitment from the City of Belleville. We're hoping that the City of Quinte West will join us and put us on the bottom line for $7,500 to support the programming and services that we provide throughout the city and help us remain stable and this agency keep going. Because at the end of the day, guys, no volunteers if you lose us. There is a tremendous amount that the city and the agencies themselves would have to pick up and find those volunteers. The information piece is through 211, but this is critical. Your local food bank, Craig came to us, they did not have enough volunteers, they were struggling. Within about a 2.5-month span, we got an email, stop sending, we're done, we're full. That's the impact of VIQ. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we appreciate the work you do, and you are vital to this city in so many ways. Thank you. Any comments, questions? No. Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for your presentation, Brenda and Tracy. With regard to your volunteer base, because we call on you, often through our events, and the many agencies in Quinte West also call upon you, is there a base of volunteers that you recruit that are just ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I think it was like 600 or something that you draw upon, and I thought, when a special event comes or Rib Fest or whatever, you can call them. Or if there's something, I guess if there was like some kind of niche event or program, you could say, okay, these are the individuals who have the skill set to assist in that regard.
We
like
maintain
food bank.
we maintain a database that we have their emails, their phone numbers. We also have special event listings. So yes, and we send those out to support agencies and groups.
We've been increasing our youth involvement, though. Because I've been at the schools so much lately, I have a very great list of
youth that can come out
and I think that's
get some
one of
hours
the key
in
areas
or
that we
whatnot.
need to really look at is how to sustain that 40 hours into their adulthood. I mean, if we sustain what they do now, it could really change things, because the not-for-profit sector is getting very burnt out. And if they don't have the volunteers, they will be gone.
Youth and newcomers, people that are moving into the area.
Right. So we got to get that
Are our
message out.
focus.
We need the newcomers to get on board and volunteer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Card?
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I thank you for all the work that you do, Brenda and Tracy, and all the volunteers. It's certainly an integral, fundamental part of the community. The amount of support to other organizations that you do is tremendous, and there would be a lot that would be certainly suffering if you were to not continue to exist. And I just wanted to say, on a side note, I certainly appreciate the strategic plan, business plan, and all of the financials and everything. That's transparency is always appreciated and certainly helps in the decision making for these things. So I want to thank you for that.
Councillor Armstrong?
When a student graduates in grade 8, can they start their community hours that summer?
July 1st.
July 1st.
They can, because that wasn't the way it used to be. So,
I'm in the process of working on a secondary youth. So my primary youth presentations are to the careers classes, and I bring in sort of that tie-in to volunteerism to the careers class curriculum. I'm working with a couple of grade 8 teachers. I happen to know one very well. And we're working on a grade 8 program so that we can go in just sort of that May area and start them off in the summer.
okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor,
No, I'm
I just
sorry.
wanted to say that I've watched your organization blossom and grow over the years, and very much appreciate all of the efforts that your organization has done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Counselor Sharp?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of process today, are we going to look through them all and then come back, or make a decision as we go through? I just wasn't sure. The end. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
I hope
you.
your day doesn't go
Thank
too
you.
long.
Thank you. Dave Fleeler, Trenton Curling Club, will address us as well. Thanks very much, Dave. No rocks thrown in here, but that's okay.
Before I start, I want to recognize a few supporters of Trenton Curling Club. If you'd like to stand up
Sure.
and maybe give a good curling roar for the ones online. I want to shake it up a little bit here.
They're all young looking too. aren't they?
Okay, so yeah, we had to cancel senior curling this morning. So thank you for having me. If you don't know me, my name's Dave Fleeler. I'm past president of the Trenton Curling Club. I've been on the executive for well over 20 years. So what do I do here? Just hit this button. Next slide, or... There we go. So this is just a shot of our entranceway after the King Street improvement. You can see
Just let me
the,
interrupt. There are lots of chairs here at the front, and there are no extra charge. Come on up. Come
that's
on
our
up.
president, Bill Russell.
Oh, okay.
So again, this is our entranceway, and you can see the work that was done by the staff, and the construction group did a nice job on the retaining wall and the new railing.
Looks great.
So a bit of history of the curling club. The original charter dates back to 1927, and it was under the Trenton Golf Club. And back in 1927, I just recently downloaded the letters patent, and it has mentioned curling in there. It mentions curling and it mentions tennis. So that means in 2027, there'll be 100 years of curling in Quinte West. And the ice facility wasn't built till 1958. So back in 1927, we suspect they curled out in the bay. So some of the original facility dates back to 1927. We're a not-for-profit registered organization. We're open to everyone. We're not a private club. In fact, Phil and I just spent the day at the marina yesterday with the Ontario Not-for-Profit Corporation Act, and we're actually a public benefit not-for-profit club. We amalgamated with 8 Wing in 1992 when they closed the club on the base. I can't talk about curling in Trenton without talking about Shorty Jenkins. Shorty Jenkins is a home club, internationally acclaimed ice technician. It's actually Clarence Shorty Jenkins. So some 50 years ago, a young Shorty Jenkins, frustrated with the ice at a provincial playdowns, got so frustrated they learned how to make ice. He learned so well that his techniques have changed the sport of curling for everyone worldwide. And he helped promote Trenton Curling Club as a leading curling club facility. He helped bring the Ontario provincial playdowns to Trenton, and Trenton Curling Club has hosted many competitive bonspiels in the past and produced many provincial and national champions. We currently have 12 provincial banners on our wall, and we're running out of room for a couple more that are supposed to go up there. That's our ice colors for this year, and that's what our club looks like. And that was built in 1958. This team, they dropped by a couple weeks ago. When I talk about the good ice that we have at Curling Club, this is Team Galusha that represents Northwest Territories in the Scotties Tournament Heart. They stopped by 2 weeks ago to practice on our ice. They were traveling between Toronto and I think Quebec. And the one girl on the team standing by that banner is a niece of Shorty Jenkins, and that's a banner won by Shorty's girls. And he coached that team, and his daughter is was one of the members of that team back in the day. So there's a shot of our Little Rocks curling. It's a kind of an old picture. And here's a shot of our junior curling. I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible because I know you folks have a long day. So Trenton Curling Club in the community, like I said, we're well known for our excellent ice, great food, and warm welcome. We have a banquet and catering facility, which is pivotal for use in all the community and licensed to accommodate up to 300 people upstairs and downstairs. We have a fully upgraded commercial kitchen now, thanks to a lot of work by our president, Bill Russell, and Mike Milliken did a lot of work. We're presently used by the military community for their intersection curling, meetings, and bonspiels. And the Department of Natural Defense Firefighters Bonspiel is one of the longest running military bonspiels, and they just completed their 56th year at our club. So Trenton Curling Club in the community. So we have the Quinte referral group that meets every Wednesday morning for a breakfast meeting. Pathways had to rent our facility this summer at a reduced rate because the room at the Y was not available. We have many celebrations of life, birthday parties, weddings, anniversaries, Christmas parties, and a number of church groups. We're discussing starting up wheelchair curling, and we would need an accessibility grant for that. I know I talked to Jacqueline a bit about that, and she was going to get me some information on some other possible grants that we could get to build a ramp and upgrade our door and upgrade the washroom. So curling starts in October, ends around at April. We have both competitive and casual curling for all ages and ability. As you can see, we run leagues every day and sometimes twice a day. Now, you might recognize some of these folks up here. This was at our last Curl for Cancer fundraiser.
Those brooms are actually holding us up.
I noticed that. This is another shot of the original Curl for Cancer fundraiser. We've had a couple of them, so there's just a couple shots from that. This is Trenton High School. Quite often they come up and part of their physical education program is curling at the club. We just had the St. Paul's kids there last week, and I think there are more coming just before Christmas. And Quinte Christian, okay. And this is just a shot of one of our ladies' bonspiels. This is, in January, we have a very popular ladies' bonspiels, and there's always some kind of theme that goes with it. And it's something to see 100 ladies dancing upstairs in our curling room. It's a sight to behold. Now, you might recognize this guy. This is the late John Williams, and this is, again, at one of our Curl for Cancer fundraisers, ironically. So the importance of Trenton Curling Club. We're the central point for numerous community events far and above curling. The TCC bonspiels attract many people from outside the area to participate, importing significant dollars into this community. And we recently hosted curlers from Scotland for the Strathcona Cup, one of the longest running internationally bonspiels, and to raise our profile internationally. So the cost to build a new curling club is estimated between $2 and $2.5 million a sheet. I'm going to repeat that. The cost to build a new curling facility is estimated between $2 and $2.5 million a sheet. So if you lose this curling club, it's $10 million to get another one back. So any industry looking to locate in Quinte West also consider the recreational facilities in that community. Therefore, a loss of a curling facility, or any facility for that matter, is detrimental to Quinte West. So then again, the importance of curling in Quinte West, we've hosted many fundraising events. Our policy is no charge for rental if you're a charity to raise money. We've had at least two Curl for Cancer events that I'm aware of. The Salvation Army and the Kiwanis have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars at their luncheon. Now, they don't rent our facility right now, but there's a possibility they may be coming back. And mark your calendar for this year. We're doing the fundraising January 27th for the United Way, $240 a team, 2 6-cent games. Please donate, sponsor a team, come out and curl. We don't care if you know how to curl, we'll set you up. We employ 5 part-time staff, and it's used by about 4,000 people on a yearly basis. Curling is one of the few low-cost sports that is open to anyone, regardless of their age, ability, culture, or race. All that is needed is a clean pair of shoes, and it's available to anyone, regardless of their economic situation. So, and there's also aids for those less mobile that want to learn how to curl. We could even get the mayor, I'm sure, out there curling. So what we need is support. We're the only facility not owned by the municipality in this area, which has saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars if you compare that to what you lose at your hockey arenas. And this is, and we've been there since 1958. Many of the other curling facilities outside Quinte West get significant more to operate from their municipality. So we cannot continue unless we get 100% support from the mayor and council. We're the only group from the annual grants last year that got cut 50%. And it would have been much nicer if you cut everybody maybe 2 or 3%, and it wouldn't hurt us quite so bad. So what we need a new plant. Our plant runs an R22 Freon. It's the bad Freon. It isn't produced anymore. We had a leak last year, so we probably put an ozone hole right over city council here. And it cost us 10 grand to buy new Freon to fix that and get the plant up and running again. So I have a quote for a new plant, $580,000 from Simcoe. So I'm here today asking council to partner with us or to either take over the facility to give us $500,000 so we can get a new plant. I'm also asking for the community grant to be increased to $15,000 on a yearly basis going forward to keep curling alive in Trenton. It was cut back to $4,000 last year. So this shot is my granddaughter raising money for cancer. This is the future of our club. This is what I'm fighting so damn hard for, is to keep our curling alive in this city and for the future of Quinte West. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
We'll take questions. I'm just trying to figure out, you've got Dan Crate over here on the front row. All I ever thought he ever did was blow a whistle.
No, he's a very avid curler now.
Well, that's good.
This year, and don't get me wrong, our membership's doing well. We're up about 30% this year. Our Learn to Curl program, where we get 15 to 20 normally, we're over 40 this year. So curling's alive and well in Trenton. We just need a new plant. If that means the city takes over our club, so I know the city of Medicine Hat gave $1 million to the city of Medicine Hat Curling Club for the same idea, to help them upgrade their facility so they could curl. And I know the Park and Rec are looking for the next year, studying what's needed in the area. If you're thinking about a new hockey arena, probably the Harrison Hockey Curling Center. That sounds pretty good to me. This is something that we would be very interested in. A new plant it's built on a skid. We can take it from there and move it somewhere else if we need to. But this is what we need.
When you, I guess, can you explain that a little more for me?
The ice plant, so it's what our ice plant is, probably dates back to 1958, some of the parts of it. We've replaced some of the compressors, condensers over the years. They don't recommend we upgrade to a different Freon because our plant's too old to handle it. We'll just get leaks and it just won't work. If our plant dies, curling's done. We're done. We cannot come up with that kind of money to replace it. We can put some more Band-Aids on it. It's working right now. Keep your fingers crossed, but it needs to be replaced now. We don't have to do it this year, I don't think, as long as everything keeps going, but we really want council to consider what they can do to help us get a new plant. And also, we need to increase the community grant to help us cover our taxes. If you take over, we don't have to worry about the taxes anymore. This is probably a less preferred option. I'm sure if you compare it to how you operate your hockey arenas, $15,000 is probably a bargain. I don't know the numbers. You guys, Caleb would probably know that better than
I can
me.
only tell you there, any recreational facility that we have operates in a color that we don't like.
Exactly.
And so we have to, we do have to maintain and work to keep them going. And we do that. We try to do that. So, any questions, comments? Councilor Armstrong, and then I'll come.
First of all, I'm a big supporter of a curling club in every community. In 2014, we supported the external grant request that you came in for. We took a lot of heat for that, but we went through with it. Last year, I, along with some other councilors, wanted to maintain the request, but it was cut to 4. We put another motion on the floor, and it was defeated. My question is related to off-season use. I know there's discussion about pickleball. I've always thought you could have possibly converted to a driving range with a golf course right across the.
Yeah, there's no business case for golf simulators. It's the wrong time of year. Like you'd want to run that in the wintertime.
Why?
And we're curling there.
They have driving ranges all year long.
Well, there's no business case for us to do it. Like, we're not owned by the municipality. We can't afford to lose that kind of money to put in golf simulators.
It doesn't have to be a golf simulator, though, but that's another discussion.
Pickleball, I'd love to have pickleball. Again, we can't lose money. We presented them with what it would cost for us to hire a staff to have them there. We have no air conditioning in our facility. If the city wants to give us another $140,000, we could air condition the facility, so it would
So
be
in short,
suitable.
nothing is going to take place on that floor.
Well, not unless, there's no business case at this time. There may be another approach if the pickleball members became members of the curling club, maybe through a social membership or something, and there was enough of them to pay for our costs.
I know they're renting Loyalist at big-time money.
Yeah.
So I think you could put a tag there and they would probably jump on it.
We also have these 4 giant mirrors at the back of the
They can be protected.
facility that we.
They could be protected.
Yeah, at a cost. So we can't.
Netting.
Yeah, we can't
Okay.
lose money.
Okay. Well, so
But we would certainly, if there's a plan for it, we'd certainly look into it.
We had a question, Councilor Mike? Oh, okay,
Thank you.
Councilor Reed next. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the past, there's been talks about upgrading the rental facility upstairs. I don't know if that's taken place yet, but Heroes Landing is closing in less than 2 weeks. I didn't know if your club gave much thought as another revenue stream. It's early in the morning.
Yeah, well, again, we do quite well in rentals, and we do have that's the only thing that has kept us alive. Years ago, we decided to sprucing up the upstairs by just paint and fixing some of the drywall and so on and so forth. And we do, again, the air conditioning's an issue. Might be my next grant in the future is to try and get some better air conditioning in there, and maybe even out on the ice surface too, so we can use the facility for it in the summertime. It is used in the summertime, like the Breakfast Club meets there every week, and Pathways used it all summer, and there are a few rentals that do come in.
Go ahead, Councilor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just had a couple of questions for you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. It was an excellent presentation. I also agree with your suggestion on sharing the cuts across the board. I mentioned that yesterday as a different approach. If we went through and for the community grants, everyone got a little bit less rather than some a 0 or a 50%. So I do think that's a better approach. A couple of questions. How many members are you at right now?
Right now, we're at just under 130 members, and Learn to Curl just completed. We're going to run another Learn to Curl program, so some of those group of 40 may become members as well. So, and there's also on Monday, we have a rental. We rent to a group, and there's about 40 curlers there. So we are running closer to, 180 curlers curling at the facility, even though they aren't members, but it is used. We have a deal with them. They pay us a rental every year, and they do their own thing. So, and I think we undermined our membership costs, but anyways, it's money for us, so it works.
Okay, and forgive me, I don't know the kind of the typical situation in other communities, but if you went to, whether it's Kingston or Chatham or Ottawa, are most clubs public, like owned by the municipality, or are they privately run? What would the...
Most that I know are owned by the municipality or sit on municipal land. Sterling, Brighton, Picton, Belleville. In fact, Belleville are going to build a new facility, I understand. And Coburg, yeah.
Coburg is municipal owned, and the curling club just leases the facility for their season, and they pay for their utilities only. But the municipality of Coburg owns the facility itself, puts the ice in and maintains.
So it sounds like almost a similar situation.
Like if you want
to
to take
the
over our
YMCA
hydro
or
bill, it's
something.
about 36,000.
Yeah.
The utility bill. I
Happy
should
for
say.
that. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for the presentation, and you obviously have a very strong community of curlers. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Anybody else?
Just before you, CEO David Clazy, have you got any suggestions? Or I guess if you don't have any, will you look into this and see how we can help the curling club continue to function in a positive manner? In other words, look at the situations that are existing near us and...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we can. I think we'll probably just wait at the moment till we see kind of what the direction is from council on this
Okay.
funding, and then kind of go from there.
Well,
The
that's
other
fine.
thing is, if I get a commitment from council for, say, $500,000, I can take that to Trillium and say, we're getting this from the city, can you give us $100,000? And whatever money you give me, I'll make sure I multiply it a little bit some other way, some other grant.
Councillor Reid and then Councillor Stidle.
Thank you very much. No, you've just answered my question, Dave. I was just calling to, asking to say, have you had any success reaching out for Trillium or the Parrott Foundation or the Williams Foundation for grants to help you out?
I haven't tried the Parrott or Williams Foundation. I'm not aware of them. I'd have to get some information on that. And again, Trillium, I can't get 500,000 from Trillium. My next step is to write some letters to the provincial and federal MPs to see what other options are out there. I know there are some environmental type grants you can get as well. There are more loans. We just paid off our loan, so it'd be nice not to get involved in another one. But yes, whatever council can give us, like I said, I'll go out there and fight for whatever else I can get.
There are lots of, they do have a website, and or you can Google it and get information
Okay.
from them. They're very helpful in the community. I've
So-
used them in the past with my own fundraising. So it's just another venue for you to use
Sure.
to help the club. That was all, and I'm very much in favor, if it's possible. A terrific idea. Pickleball is such an important new sport that's coming up, and so to be able to use the curling club in the wintertime and then in the summertime use it for pickleball, it also would offset building new courts in the city of Quinte West. So I think it's important that we keep our mind open to all sorts of sharing opportunities. So I thank you for your presentation.
It's just so hot
and-
in there, but we'd have to figure out some way to bring the heat down.
Well, it's worth looking at anyway,
Sure,
that's
for sure.
Counselor Stidham?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just not seeing, and maybe I'm missing in my package, a copy of financial statements.
I'd sent them earlier to Caleb. When we met with Caleb and Jacqueline, so he probably has them, if you can.
We'll take a look and we'll try to share it with council
Okay.
via email if that's okay.
I have a copy here of some of our stuff.
Okay, even if we could get this current, most recent financials and maybe the previous year, just so give me
Okay.
some context and background, that
Sure.
would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we think we have we got about $80,000 set aside right now, but we've budgeted a $15,000 loss this year because of just the costs are gone crazy anymore. But our membership up's a little bit, so it might not be as bad as what I think right now.
And listen, I know the hydro's expensive, but, the other option is, thank God you've got the hydro, because
Yeah.
hydro is doing, I would say, a fantastic job in doing improvements to the existing system because we are in, I guess you'd say, in an area where the system needs to be upgraded, and they're working at that. So I appreciate I know it's expensive, but at least we got it. The lights are on. It's a big plus. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the work you are doing, Dave. You've been here since your mother drove that yellow school bus, right? Yeah. So and I'll make reference to Dan again. Dan Crate is a retired military officer, and one time he was referee in chief for minor hockey in our city in this area. So that's what I was referring to. I wasn't trying to make fun of him, but he is a big target, and his wife Edith takes good care of him. So that's like most of us, Thank you very much.
Well, thanks for
Appreciate
your time, and I hope your day goes well.
And it is a great sport. I'm not a curler, but it is. I find it interesting to watch. Yes, I don't know how they score, but there's some way that the rock is closest to the center or something. But
Well, I learned the curl starts in January. Sign up, we will teach you.
I know. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I
They have a
appreciate
special,
that.
they have a special fee for you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I got two pickleball guys here that throw things, so I should be able to do the same thing, But anyways, thank you very much, and I appreciate the work you're doing, Dave. I know nothing's easy anymore, and everything has gone crazy. That's why we're in such a position, and we're trying to wrestle with it and do our best. That's what we're trying to do. If people think we sit here and spend money carelessly, I think we're very responsible. We try to help where we can, as much as we can, because we're all a part of the Bay of Quinte region, and Quinte West is the best. I say that all the time, and I'm proud of the fact. I'm also very proud of the fact that we can boast an air show almost every day. And I know that those planes are going someplace to make the world life better for people in other parts of the world. So that's what we're trying to do as well. So thank you very much. And Gary Havman, you're next on, please. Gail Grail. No, I'm away down here.
Jessica Kula.
Yeah, Jessica Kula, Executive Director of Quinte West Youth Center. Please come on up, Jessica. And there are chairs at the front, and then they're actually cheaper than the ones at the back. So,
Mr. Mayor, I did receive a message through Claire that I believe Jessica may be a few minutes late. She's having some car issues, so maybe if Gail
we'll
is
go on
here,
to the
maybe
next
she
one
could
then.
go ahead.
Gail Grills. Gail Grills is on River Valley Community Center. Please come on up, Gail.
storms keep coming that big, holy shit. So maybe we can afford to give them 500,000 if the marina's falling apart and everything else.
Yeah. Good morning, Gail, you're on.
I think I must have scared everybody away. They're all leaving.
I know, that's the farmer in you. You're discouraging people here. No, I'm just kidding. Did the cows all milk? You wouldn't know this morning anyways, because you
Well,
got robots
believe it or
there
not, I
doing
still
the
go to the barn a lot.
Go ahead.
You bet. That's my life. Anyway, I'm here on behalf of Quinte West, on behalf of River Valley Community Center, to ask for funding. We are the only facility in the north part of Quinte West Community Center there. We have had a hard time of it because of COVID, but we are going again now, and we are we did really well fundraising this past year, and we've still got one more event this year yet to and we've our facility is being rented now, where before for the last 2 or 3 years we really couldn't rent it out because of COVID. So anyway, I'm not sure. I know the treasurer is in Cuba, so she couldn't be here today, and one of the other ones that always comes, her daughter was in an accident, so that was, and I know that we've got 4 inches of snow in the top part of Quinte West, where you've only got a skiff down here, so anyway, I'm just asking for your support to continue to have that community center there. We have had a number of celebrations of life, and we only do that just by a donation only, and it's from now until Christmas, it's rented at least a couple times a week. So we are trying to get going again, but it's been a struggle we do a lot of things too that don't really get recognized, like just our community got together and we went around the roads and gathered up all the junk, and especially on River Valley Road when the highway was closed and everybody had to use that road, we kept the junk picked up all along the side of that road, because I cannot believe what people would throw out along there. But anyway, there's just, I don't know, if we're not there, there's going to be a lot of little community things that's not available to the people in the north part of Quinte West.
I don't disagree with you. I feel the same way. Why throw it out? Why not put it where it belongs? Anyway, yeah.
But we kept that road picked up all year along there, or all the time that the highway was closed. They're going into Sterling, through Sterling, and I don't know. It wouldn't get done if it wasn't for the few of us
that's right.
that
you got that
continue
right.
to try to support it. We try to support the whole community there as well.
So, any questions for Gail? Questions? Councillor Sharp?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I thank you, Gail, for coming and sharing the information. I mean, I've been to the River Valley Community Center, and it is a small community center, and I know it needs help, but you've got a small group of volunteers, and you need more, and we need to get that word out. You need
We are
more
starting
volunteers.
to pick up more now.
Are you?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
And it really is a great little hall, and you've done a lot of work with the kitchen. And we did have a meeting this past year with some staff, with Director Grimman and Mr. Beamer. And there were some thoughts coming out to help assist in marketing the hall.
Yes.
And I think it was maybe add it to Doors Open. A lot of people don't know about the hall. And it really is, has so much potential. And I just want to speak about that, but I know so far you're struggling to pay the taxes and the mortgage. Is that right?
Well, we had no money coming in there COVID was coming on, so.
Right. So
anyway,
now you've got about a bank balance of around 8,000 or 9,000 now, and you're going to bring in revenue about 6,000 so far, and it's November, if I read this correctly, and expenditures of 7. So operational-wise, without the taxes and the mortgage, you'd be there, but you've got to pick it up, right, to
That's
get
right.
that. Okay.
The kitchen is, it's, the health unit has, it's a certified kitchen, so anybody can rent it for, if they want to do catering or something like that.
Yeah, when I was there recently, I was surprised at what happened with the kitchen and that it is certified by the health unit. And it's a nice little hall, for Christmas, parties, social celebrations of life, craft shows, yard sales. It's right close to the Oak Hills Golf Course. And so
No,
anyway,
they
just
are,
want to clarify some of the numbers.
Yeah, that's fine.
The Oak Hills Golf Course has used it a few times this year.
Have they?
Yes.
So that's good. We need to get, and I think some better signage out there on the road.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you, Gail.
You're welcome.
Councilor Armstrong?
I just want to say I'm impressed with the fundraising events that I see a climb here, so I think
We have one more to go this year,
Yeah, that's good. At least you're trying, and that's really good. After COVID, you're a really young group, probably.
Well,
Just kidding. But you're working hard. That's great.
the number of people, the influx of people and those that are leaving, it's hard when it wasn't really, we couldn't have a lot of events
Yeah,
there. It was
with
hard to get the new
operation.
people
Yep.
involved.
Okay. Well, I see a light.
But we are having a ladies' day. I shouldn't say that in front of her. But we are having a ladies' day there, which we find that sometimes if you get the ladies coming, why then they drag their spouse along.
I take offense to that.
I said their spouse. I didn't say anything nasty.
Councilor Stedall?
Thank you, Worship. And thank you very much for the presentation and for the tour last year. I appreciated to see everything that was on. One of the things I think that you mentioned as well is that there was, you have accessible and wheelchair accessible access.
It's completely wheelchair accessible. Even now, from the hall to the kitchen, that's all now. We've done that.
Okay.
Made that access because there was the platform. There's about 4 inches there. Well, now we've made that accessible too.
So, and the other issue that you had was available internet.
Yes.
Is there internet available in the area or just not in the hall specifically?
Well, if you, like, I can use my phone there, but I have to be careful because I bounce off of the Peterborough Tower.
Okay.
I don't bounce off of a tower here in Quinte West. It's long distance for me to call across the road to my son on the cell phone.
Okay.
Because he bounces off one in Quinte West, and I bounce off of Peterborough one. So.
Okay. Okay. Well, but at least you've got some accessibility
Yes.
with Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Okay. Good. No, thank you very much. It's good to see you're so successful with the fundraising.
I hope so. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gail. I don't think we have any more questions. We'll be looking further later on. Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Appreciate the trip this morning.
Yes. And send the snowplows out.
Good, good. Okay, Jessica, come on up, please. Thank you very much. Glad you're here. Jessica Coolin, Executive Director of Quinte West Youth Center. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. I am so sorry. This morning, I locked my keys in Sterling in the bus lanes. I had the bus drivers all upset at me. So I'm glad I made it, and I really appreciate you guys being flexible and adjusting everything for me. So I am here again from the Quinte West Youth Center, as Mr. Mayor has announced. I'm the Executive Director, Jessica Coolin, and I have been with them for 5.5 years now. Oh, I brought the wrong folder up. So you can, I'm sorry, who's doing the slides? You can, oh, there's a clicker. Oh, this is fancy dancy. So a little bit about us. We are, for those who do not know, we are a drop-in youth center supporting youth between the ages of 10 and 18 up until their 19th birthday, which is we're very proud of an organization that still work with youth who are 18, helping them adjust to adult life. We first opened our doors in October of 2011. Since then, we have supported 645 youth and have seen 28,618 visits in that time frame. And since the beginning of this year, January 2013, we have supported 200 individual youth at our center, which is surpassing previous year's numbers. So we're very happy about that. And 75% of those 200 youth are regulars that we see on a minimum of once a week. I need to get one of these clickers. So some of our goals, our mission is to be a safe, inclusive, and welcoming space dedicated to empowering the youth of Quinte West while providing opportunities for growth within each youth through need-based programs. So we are a youth-led program. Everything we do comes from the youth and what they want to see. Our vision is that all youth will be happy, healthy, contributing members of our community. Our values, we're youth-focused and inclusive. So again, we take our lead from the young people who fill our center. They are welcome no matter their background, their beliefs, their ethnicity, gender identity, nothing. It doesn't matter to us. We welcome them all. We are caring and compassionate, so we treat everyone with respect and dignity and acceptance. And we're innovative and proactive, so we are always working with partners within the community. We're working with our youth. We're working with the schools to see what's needed to support these youth. Some of our statistics, again, these are from January 1st to October 31st of this year. So far, we've seen 2,785 youth visits. We've served over 2,500 meals and over 3,700 snacks. We're starting to really focus on the mentorship that we offer at the youth center because it was something we'd never focused in the past, but that's what we do in the whole, is we mentor these youth. And so far we have had over 1,400 interactions of mentorship with our youth. And then as well, our mental wellness program is starting to grow a lot, and we've had seen our mental wellness program accessed 460 times. Sorry, I skipped a page. So a lot of the questions that we always get is, what do we do? I'm going to show you guys what we do because the list was too long. So I have 4 pages long of what we do with our kids. So truly our question that we ask is, what do we not do? Which there is no answer to that. We work with the kids on everything from life skills to mental wellness to homelessness to cooking to the LGBT community. We get the kids out and volunteering in the community. We have an entrepreneurship program. We do sports. We now have a female-based program, a male-based program, and a resiliency-based program that we offer at the center. We do summer trips. This past summer, we did a 2 overnight camping trip because these youth were saying they've never camped before. And I told my staff they had to teach survival skills if we were going to do this as a program. And they had a blast. We help with homework. We help with access to computers. We advocate. We give community resources. We help them transition into adulthood. We help them apply for college, university, student loans. And again, the list goes on and on and on. And so we are very, very proud of that because everything that we are doing is very current, and the kids are having access to all of that. To look over some of our expenses, to give you guys an idea of where we're at, we have grown, our expenses have grown dramatically in the past couple of years, minus the year 2020, because that's when the pandemic hit, and we weren't open for half the year. So that one doesn't kind of count, but as you can see from 2019, our expenses in wages, utilities and rent, programming, and everything else we spend has gone up. And to give you guys a little bit of a breakdown too of wages, right now, myself as the executive director, I make $25 an hour. My program coordinator, who has a university and a college education background, makes $20 an hour. Our CYW who comes from university is $20 an hour, and our other CYW who comes from a college background is making $18 an hour, and our fundraising coordinator is at $20 an hour. So today I am here to request an increase in our annual community grant from $40,000 to $60,000, starting with the next fiscal year. And that is because of our increase in costs to run the youth center. I've also, we've made it in our strategic plan that we want to start paying our staff appropriately. We are currently, a lot of them are sitting under the livable wage that has been deemed. So we are focusing on trying to find avenues and ways to be able to start paying our staff accordingly. Because with the other issue of not paying our staff well is we have a revolving door of staff members, which is not beneficial for our center because youth need that consistency. And when they continue to see a different face every day, they really struggle making those connections. Again, to go over quickly, our strategic plan. So we work on, we're working on growing our center to increase staff members, to reestablish our partnerships in the community, to increase our volunteer base. We're looking at getting a second location, and then we're also focusing on gaining financial security for our operational budget. Just some quick testimonials. Parents swear by us, kids love us, they appreciate everything that we've done for them, which we wouldn't be here without those kids. So we are grateful for them. So one youth who recently moved here, they said that they moved here with social anxiety and joined the youth center as a way to make friends. I felt very sad after the move, but I started feeling like my old self when attending the youth center. So we were able to help them feel like they're at home. And a lot of these youth do call us their second home. There's actually a sign I'm going to get made that says, "Breathe, you're home now," because that is what we are to them. And this is just my team. So there's myself, and then Ali Defoe is our program coordinator. She has been with us for 5 years as well. Her and I are the longest running staff. Then we have Haley Borden, who you guys met at the last council meeting. She's our fundraiser and donors relations specialist. We have Gabe Roseboom, who is our child and youth worker, and Tanisha Bishop, who is our other child and youth worker. Lastly, thank you so much for listening to my little presentation. Having your continued support and seeing your belief in our youth truly means the world to all of us. And by doing this, you're helping us empower them today as we're fueling them for tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you. Just appreciate all you're doing, and yes, everyone that comes to you and you're able to do anything helps.
It's some days it's overwhelming, the needs that are coming in, but that's what we take those needs, we focus right away on how to support those needs, and we have youth who walk out prepared for life. We have one youth right now who we didn't even think would make it through college, and she's graduating this June. And so we're very, very proud of the work we do.
Councilor Kunze.
Thank you very much. How do the kids come and go from the facility? Like, do they ride their bikes, or they walk there, or take a bus, or what?
So most of them do walk. Some parents will drive. So the reason why we're looking into a second location is because our current location is a bit too far for the youth who are on the other side of the river. So that is in our strategic plan that we need to start trying to find a second location to help target those youth because it is a lot of walking. We also do have a partnership with Quinte Transportation, and they will drive our youth for free to and from the center.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Anyone else? Any other questions, comments? Councilor Reid, or? Okay, Councilor Armstrong, and then we'll come this way.
Hey, yeah, you guys do a great job. I know a family you've just helped in the last month. We were engaged with that. Your Christmas bazaar the other day.
Yes.
I just have a question.
Yes.
You rented tables?
Yes.
Okay. I think, maybe I'm stand corrected, but can they not get stuff like that from the city? The way the hospital uses tables and chairs for their bazaars and stuff to help
Anything's possible.
like a gift in kind of thing.
That would be great. I have
because
tried in the
that
past.
probably
Yeah.
cost you,
That was $1,000 out of our budget.
wow.
Yeah.
Because that was a fundraiser.
Yes.
So what were you charging a table?
For one day was $50, and it wasn't per table; it was per booth. So some vendors got 2 tables.
Right.
So it's $50 for one day, $75 for both days.
So that was a big hit out of your
That-
pool.
yes. So we raised. It was just over 6,000, right? We raised just over 6,000, and 1,000 of that went towards the table rental.
So my suggestion is in the future for any kind of events like your Imagination Ball, talk to the folks at the city. Maybe we can help, or we have connections.
Yeah, that would be
I think-
really helpful.
Come on up, because I,
Curling Club, we could have donated all the tables for you to use for that. We help the community in any way we can do.
Oh, I appreciate that.
So, yeah,
Yes.
protest night.
Okay. That will be Haley who will approach you.
Okay, so that's just my observation to
Yes,
help you
thank
guys.
you.
You know, you're running on a Band-Aid sometimes, right?
Yes, yes, yeah.
So every bit helps. But
Thank
you
you.
guys do a great job, and I know lots of the kids from the school, you know, they appreciate what you do. And yes, the second location would be great. Have you ever had communication with the YMCA, so like a kids' night there?
We've been trying. It has not gone well.
Why is
Yeah.
that?
I'm surprised by it too. It is something we're gonna keep trying, but in the past when we tried approaching them, they wouldn't support us. Yeah.
well, I think there's always some kind of conflict, but I'm sure they'll help you work through it, so.
Yes. Yes, I have faith.
Okay, good. Anything else? Councillor Stedall?
Just a couple questions regarding your financials.
Yes.
There's a couple of, you've got the Trillium grant has been substantially declined, and also I don't see the Reaching Home grant in your projections for next year.
Yes, so I didn't include all into our little circle there that was in the presentation. So Trillium, because of the Resilience Communities Fund, the way they had their deadlines, the current one that we have went past when the next one started, so we were not allowed to apply again, which was really unfortunate. But they have changed their streaming, their grant streams, and they're going back to their old way. So we'll be able to apply again for their growing grant, but that doesn't open till the end of next year. So we're going a whole year pretty much. Well, I shouldn't say a whole year. We're going from April to the end of December with no Trillium support.
And the other grant?
And then the Reaching Home grant I didn't put on because it doesn't sound like they're opening again next year through, because we got it through United Way, Simcoe, and Muskoka. And usually it's around this time when I would be able to apply again, because it ends in March of 2024, but they haven't sent any information out. So we, right there, have lost close to $50,000 from them.
Coming this way, Councillor Kotsovas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In your strategic plan, it goes until 2025, and it mentions increasing staff members to 5, so you've already hit that goal? Is
Yeah,
that
we hit
correct?
that goal right away. It was fantastic.
Oh, no, thank you. So that clarifies. I just wanted to see the wages of 260,000 is divided by the 5?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
so yeah, and then included with those wages is also we started offering a benefit package, because that was the other thing that we're working on that, and then hopefully next year, if funding works, we're gonna then be able to start offering some kind of pension plan as well.
Okay, thank you. And then if we're not able to grant the entire 20,000, I just saw in part of your expenses, I don't know if you've explored Bell and Cogeco or 2 different charges to bundle it. Would that be a cost savings?
Unfortunately, no, because the reason why we're not with Bell for our internet anymore is because it was cutting out like crazy.
Okay.
So we have our internet with Cogeco, and then when I tried to actually call Bell to cancel, they gave us a way better deal.
Okay.
So that's why those 2 are separate right now.
Okay, so it's not cheaper to go that. Thank you. And then snow removal, I'm not sure, again, I don't want to speak out of turn, but the city could perhaps pick that up as an in-kind, and then it may do away with one of your expenses there. I know it's a small expense, but any
It
little
would
bit help.
help huge, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to explore that one. I don't know.
Yes, that's who I'm with right now, is with
We can only pray
Scott
it doesn't
Hollidge.
snow. I think that's I don't know how much we can take on, but I know right now I don't think we're in a position to take on more. But Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship, and did also enjoy the holiday bazaars last weekend, and I don't think anyone can question the great work that the youth center does in the community. Certainly, the first-person testimonials when you were here presented was a few months ago now. Were very moving, and you're certainly doing very, very good work. It's unquestioned, and it's part of the difficulty of this year is we have so many extremely worthy supported causes and not very much excess funding. So one thing I do really appreciate about your nonprofit, not only with the amount of great work and support of youth in the community, but you do a really great job fundraising a lot of different mix of events, appeal to different kind of demographics and different groups, and you're constantly hustling on that. And I know it definitely I think reflects in some of your fundraising totals, and it's just good to see you're not relying on just grants and municipal supports. You are working hard in that respect. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, we're working really hard. That's the other thing about our strategic plan is increasing our fundraising.
Anyone else? Oh, Councillor.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and thank you so much for the services. Our youth are great gratitude for the services that you provide. And I had a similar question to Councillor Katsobas. So the additional staff person in your strategic plan is within this budget?
Yes.
And then you're looking to have a benefit or wage increases for the staff. My only concern is, or thought here is, you're looking for the agency and your board and the youth center is looking for financial security, stability, right? So how can you look for a second location and expand program when you're struggling to maintain what you have?
So we've actually have a really good relationship with St. Paul's and their school board. So we've been speaking with them about we're not looking to buy or rent a physical location, but we've been able to discuss possibly going to St. Mary's, and they would sponsor us a room for free. So we would be able to get access to some spots that won't be an additional cost on us.
Thank you. So you're going to look for a place on the other side of the river.
Yep.
For free.
Yes.
And utilize the staff that you have and extend programs.
Yeah.
Not a new build, not a.
No. So basically, we're going to take, because we're open Tuesday to Friday, we're going to take one of those nights and physically move us to another location.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't say enough about what you're doing and how important it is.
Thank
and I'm
you.
sure there are many young people come back to see you,
Yes.
and you see them in different areas.
Yes.
And it's a pleasure. I'll tell you a story in my life. I've worked with a lot of them. I was principal at Hillcrest in Campbellford, had a young boy that didn't like school. His mother was, his brother was in jail, and so on.
Yeah.
And one day in May, he decided it was a Friday, he wasn't coming back to school. And I asked the children where he was, and they told me he was at the pool hall. Jeff Weaver owned the pool hall at the time. So I went to the pool hall, and there was several boys there, but only one was mine.
Yeah.
Only one was my responsibility, I should say. And so I said to him, Donnie, you man of your word? Yep, sure am. I said, I'll challenge you to a game of pool. If you beat me, you get every Friday off from now till the end of June. But if I win, you're coming back to school.
Yep. Yep.
Just fortunately, I did win.
Well, they love the challenge.
and he came back to school. We've had several rematches, and the only game I won. Right. So, but he's doing well, and that's all that you and I really want to hear.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes. So, thank you very much, and we'll do our best to certainly support the youth in our area.
I really appreciate that.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a small, short comment?
Yes, certainly. I'm sorry. Yes, go right ahead.
No, not at all. I just put my hand up, but I just wanted to, it's hard not to remember how we ended up with that youth center, and that was through Bob Wanamaker, going west of Toronto and seeing how they were run and the important work they do and how important it could be to Quinte West to have this service. So we thank all that you do. There are lives saved because you're there. And kids turning around and becoming really good, useful people in our community. So we're very, very, very grateful for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're absolutely right. Bob Wanamaker did a lot of things quietly, you know, and we still cherish the, as you said, the memories and the opportunities that he helped us work with. Thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
The one thing I appreciate is when you have these events, the kids are involved in the
Yes.
helping.
Yes,
That's
these events would not
things
be
dropping
running
from the
without
sky
them.
for them. They
Yeah.
learn, some of them, you know, probably maybe carry on with an event planning or something like that.
Haley's my perfect example. She
Yes,
was
I
an
know.
original youth member, and now she is our fundraising coordinator.
And
so
a
yes.
beautiful singer.
Yes, a very beautiful singer.
And her dad's a great singer, right? And it was.
We're not asking you to sing.
Oh, I'm asking if she could, well, Tilsonburg is where that started, correct, Councillor Freeman?
Yes, yes. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very
All
much.
right. Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day.
We will. We'll be here. Okay, Gary, I'm sorry, I think I'm on Gary Habman. Gary, or somebody from your organization, come on up, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor Harrison, members of council and city staff. First, a quick introduction of who we are. I am not Gary. My name is Jen Corneef, and on behalf of Connect Quinte Affordable Housing Corporation, thank you for your time this morning. Connect Quinte Housing is a recently incorporated nonprofit organization here in Quinte West, whose objectives are to relieve poverty by promoting, providing, and operating non-residential accommodation and incidental facilities exclusively for vulnerable groups and individuals of low income, seniors of low or modest income, or disabled persons of low or modest income. Second, our team has been encouraged by the city's willingness to engage with constituents and work together to develop a budget that supports the visible needs of our community. And we've been inspired to support and advocate for the city's efforts, specifically regarding the city's plan to develop the College Street property for deeply affordable housing units. The purchase of this property, in addition to the development of the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund over the past 2 years, and the application to the Housing Accelerator Fund, demonstrates the city's commitment to meeting the needs of its residents and a willingness to develop creative solutions to the issues in our community. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you also to city staff who have already invested their time and effort into this important community priority. Thank you for your leadership. And now Adam Veenstra will talk a bit about our request to enhance the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund and rationale.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Harrison, members of council and staff. Connect Quinte Housing respectfully submits to you for your consideration that an appropriate enhancement of the city's Affordable Housing Reserve Fund will effectively address an important issue in our community, which is affordable, appropriate housing. Connect Quinte seeks to align and assist with the city's objective to develop appropriate and affordable housing. Presently, the city's 2 affordable housing objectives are stated in the Housing Accelerator Fund application. Number 1 is to deliver an affordable, multi-unit residential development on the 3-acre municipally owned urban property known as the former College Street school site. And second, to address vulnerable group housing provisions for the development of housing opportunities for vulnerable groups and individuals. To be best financially prepared for these 2 objectives and any other opportunities or challenges that may arise in today's challenging economy, Connect Quinte respectfully requests that additional funding for affordable housing in the 2024 capital budget be allocated to the city's existing Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. This enhancement will be especially required should the Housing Accelerator Fund not be approved by the federal government. This request aligns with the City of Quinte West 2021 to 2024 Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, which names affordable and appropriate housing as a top priority issue. This request is further supported by the data from the city's recent virtual budget online engagement process, in which survey respondents listed affordable housing as the most frequently mentioned community issue. This survey data also identified a healthy, vibrant community as one of 2 top priorities for the 2024 budget. Our request to increase the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund is merely a reflection of this data, as well as a reflection of the city's ongoing efforts to develop College Street and other housing provisions specifically for vulnerable groups.
It is in this vein that Connect Quinte requests the following: that the yearly allotment of $150,000 to the city's existing Affordable Housing Reserve Fund be increased to $300,000, creating a reserve total of $600,000. Second, should any additional funding become available in 2024, that at least an additional $400,000 be added to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, bringing it to a total of at least $1 million. And third, that the $1 million Affordable Housing Reserve Fund be used by the city to efficiently catalyze College Street or other affordable housing projects for vulnerable groups in our municipality. Bolstering the reserve fund will put the City of Quinte West in a better position to support this and other necessary affordable housing provisions for vulnerable groups and individuals.
The following is some rationale for why we feel the enhancement to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund is important. First, by prioritizing expenses that align with the city's short-term and long-term goals and working with community partners, the city will be best able to respond to the evolving complex needs of the community. Secondly, investments in affordable housing align with the city's goals and will have a positive impact on the local economy, the environment, and the collective physical and mental health of the community. And thirdly, investments in affordable housing can strengthen our entire community by moving the precariously housed or homeless person off the streets and into permanent housing, providing client-centered support services to that rehoused person, enabling them to gain housing stability and appropriately maintain their housing, preventing homelessness through universal and central access to supportive and emergency assistance, and encouraging the upper levels of government to continue and even increase recent efforts to address the housing needs for vulnerable groups and individuals. These approaches recognize that people first need stable housing in order to overcome other challenges so that they can truly begin to flourish.
In closing, the Quinte West 2024 proposed budget truly aims to balance the needs for service level enhancements, aging infrastructure, and economic challenges, while aligning with the city's vision for important topics around housing, healthcare, and economic development. Our team respectfully submits to you, Mayor Harrison and City Councilors, that an appropriate enhancement of the city's Affordable Housing Reserve Fund will effectively address all 3 of these identified topics. Housing, healthcare, and economic development are important to all of us here in Quinte West. It is our hope that we as community stakeholders can all work together to develop appropriate strategies for a healthy, vibrant community for all the citizens of Quinte West. Thank you so much for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions you have, and we look forward to working with you.
Well, first of all, I need to apologize to Gary because he did reach out to me and wanted to meet with me before today, and that just didn't happen. But it's not because I'm not interested, just too many things on the go. But I do appreciate the work you're doing, and we all do. Somehow we've got to make some changes to the word affordable. I know it's we try to treat people with dignity and respect, and somehow that word doesn't seem to lead to that type of, unfortunately. There's always somebody thinks that they're, they shouldn't be there or whatever. I don't know how they think, but what I'm saying is everybody deserves a place to live, and everybody should be treated with respect and dignity no matter what the circumstances and so on. Anyways, questions, comments? Coming first, Councilor Card, then Councilor Sharp.
Thank you, Your Worship. And we get to this topic later. I'll certainly be supporting the request. And there was a fair bit of conversation yesterday about this, and kind of made the argument that this could be I think a wonderful legacy project, College Street, for this term of council to really go big and maximize, you know, as tall a building as Director Jardine will let us put there. But I was very impressed with Mr. Haverman, meeting with him and been in regular contact, and your group. I know that this is a different iteration, but you even have history with a build that was later stratted, I guess, at the back of the property at the Ebenezer Church, a previous nonprofit housing corporation, I guess, centered in the church. So there's a great history there with that. And yeah, your presentation was spot on. If we don't get Housing Accelerator Fund support, I think that we're going to have to go it alone, and we'll have to go big. And it's great to see a very prepared and great group spring up in the community, very similar to like an Altogether Housing, I believe it's called, in Belleville. And it's nice to see a Quinte West one as well, and hope we can all come together. And I think a sort of, you know, mixed market and affordable, geared to income, I think is the best model with the best outcomes. All of the literature suggests that, and yeah, I certainly support it later and hope that we can get a big project going soon. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your very detailed presentation. And as a priority, I know Council will give this serious consideration. I just want to highlight, I really like the grant program initiative. This idea, this concept, if we are able to elevate those funds, individuals can come forward, make an application, you know, with the intent of increasing affordable housing, and it would be open to all. So I really like that concept as well, and hopefully look forward to working with you and others. My question also is, have you had any discussion with Hastings County at this point? Or will you be presenting to Hastings County?
So we don't currently have the same relationship with Hastings County as we do with Quinte West. We really wanted to catalyze on the College Street property.
Okay.
There have been some conversations, but not to the degree that we've had with the city of Quinte West.
Thank you.
But I think it's worth looking into. I'm going to ask Director Jardine, the Accelerator Fund, do these groups, will they qualify for anything from, yeah, I know you've got the crystal ball there, right? Federal or provincial, or have you maybe?
Yeah, through your worship. So if successful, the Housing Accelerator Fund monies come to the municipality, and then the municipality, compared to other funding programs, has a certain amount of leeway in terms of how we utilise that money based on the action plan that council approved. Certainly, groups such as Connect, and we have had meetings with Gary and others recently. Will be able to engage with the city on projects such as the College Street project, which is really the big one. So yeah, there will be opportunities for such groups to partner with, because really the goal of the funding is to slightly, I think I spoke to this in a recent report to council, is kind of slightly change the city's role in providing for and enabling affordable housing to happen. We're not house builders, we're not landlords, that's not our traditional role. We traditionally approve developments. The funding is meant to help us get a greater connection with groups such as Connect, so that we can enable these projects to happen with other groups. the main issue on the table is, and has been for a few years now, is the differential on costs. What it costs to develop versus what properties are marketable for to be truly affordable for the people that need them, and that's where the incentive funding comes in to fill that gap. Without that incentive funding, we turn to other revenue streams such as the city's reserve. So that's the intent of the question there. But certainly lots of opportunities to work with Connect in the future. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Quinte.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So where does your organization get its economic resources from? You say it's like a not-for-profit, so you got to have money somewhere.
Yeah, so currently we have been recently incorporated as a nonprofit.
Right.
And we received our seed money for that process from Ebenezer Christian Reformed Church. This nonprofit was born out of a discernment process that was undergone by members of the church looking at community needs. We now exist as a separate legal entity from that. Our request today is not for funding for ourselves.
Yeah, I understand that. And so just as to follow up with Director Jardin, it's really difficult as we are not landlords and we are not developers, but we can work with individual groups. So if a group such as yours or one you may know has a great idea to do some building, I certainly can be in support of working with a developer or someone who can develop. But in all my education regarding what I've learned, absorbed as being a municipal councillor, being a landlord is not our goal. And but we can support such projects. And so that's what I was just thinking of, like where your organization is getting funding from. That can be an important decision in whether our municipality can and will want to work with you going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I did want to say also in the meeting that I did have with Mr. Haverman that I believe that the group and something that the city, I think we can look at as a council, also the like the smaller scale land disposal models, similar to like Habitat for Humanity, that sort of thing. If there is identified properties, small pieces of land that the city owns that could be a good fit for some sort of small residential build, duplex, fourplex, those sorts of things. Doesn't have to be necessarily a large, huge apartment complex. So that was one thing that I wanted to note too. There could be something I think we should explore too, that kind of Habitat for Humanity smaller scale model as well. But I did want to ask, just kind of in continuance of Councillor Quince's point, for College Street, again, this is a longer term conversation and down the pipe, but you'd be looking to possibly partner, not necessarily take on the entire project, maybe partner with another organization as your first go. And then my second point would be, do you intend to kind of administer and manage the properties after versus selling or that sort of thing?
We've been in several conversations with other agencies that have done work like this in the past. I believe Altogether Housing was mentioned already once. There's a project called Indwell in Hamilton that some of you may be familiar with. And so our group could potentially take on a role in that way in the future. We really see this College Street property as a chance to catalyze this growth in our community and hopefully provide a model and inspiration for other similar projects.
Thank you very much.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Councillor Quinte.
I just wanted to comment, like, when we as a council in the city of Quinte West purchased that property, it was for residential buildings. That's why we bought it. That's why we invested in tearing down the school. We've done a lot of research around that property, and we will be putting or working with someone to have houses built there, and hopefully Hastings County can also complete their apartment building. So if you wanted to work with Hastings County and help them get that apartment building up, because we're all set to go, and I know they're ready to go, except for one little detail. They need some money. So if you wanted to help get something built fast on that property, contact Hastings County and hook them up with some money, and pretty soon there will be an apartment building there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll just make sure that Gary Havman, there's no R in it, it's Havman, and I've known the family for 50, 60 years. Dad worked at Bata Shoe Industries for years, so, and I hired Frank as a elementary school teacher in 1972 in Brighton Public School. And at the time, I said to him, if you get 2 years in, you'll be lucky. In other words, at that time, there were many teachers and few jobs. Frank retired from Brighton Public School after 35 years. So, and I think Gary, is he still in charge of the music for the church?
He is, yes.
Yeah.
He's hiding back there.
Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Yeah, so his job encompasses planning the music and worship elements for Sunday mornings, as well as community outreach to the church.
Yeah. Fantastic musical ability, something that I lack. Councillor Armstrong, you're not singing either. No. Go ahead.
Follow up with Councillor Card. Is it similar to the St. James project in Belleville with Phil Spry and Bob Cottrell? Or have you looked at that model?
That's one of the organizations that we've been having conversations
Right,
with.
because
and
we had
kind
a
modeled
bunch of
after.
us had a tour of that, and that operation is, to me, the future.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Excellent job, and nice facility. They have other agencies working with the individuals that are in there.
Yes.
The mental health outside.
Yes.
So, good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody's good. Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest we take at least a 10-minute break, whether you like it or not. I know I know some of you are waiting, but 10 minutes, we'll be back here at, yeah. CEO and President of University Hospital Kingston, are here to present to us today. That's what I've got, but am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming, and I know you're going to make a presentation, which is fantastic, and I appreciate the work you're doing all the time, and you will give us percentage numbers with respect to how many use Kingston Hospital from the city of Quinte West, and I appreciate all that information. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having us, and thank you as well for your past investments, both in your local second-level hospital and your tertiary care hospital, for the benefit of the residents of the community. So we are here today to speak specifically about the tertiary care hospital at Kingston Health Sciences Center. And I'll let Abby talk a little bit about some of the patient statistics.
Sure. All right. So with such a large catchment area for Kingston Health Sciences Center through all of southeastern Ontario, it's really important to look at the numbers, and it's not surprising to see that the region's patients are well represented in our breakdown of this discharge data. With these types of presentations, it's helpful to look at the numbers, and you can see that just over half of the patients coming to Kingston Health Sciences Center are from Kingston, and the other half is made up of residents throughout the region. When we look a little deeper at those coming specifically from Quinte West, we can see that there's about 10,000 unique residents coming to the hospitals each year, with total visits per year at 27,000. The bulk of those are coming to the outpatient clinic, so that would include visits for things like ophthalmology, diabetes management, cardiology, urology, oncology, pediatrics. There's also a significant number, about 4,800, coming for their cancer treatment visits in Kingston. And it should also be noted that with our emergency department as a level 1 trauma center for the region, we are receiving just over 350 visits from Quinte West last year. And that's in addition to 275 patients being transferred from the surrounding hospitals to Kingston Health Sciences Center for specific Quinte West residents. We're fortunate to have specialized services available at KHSC, but these services become even more accessible when certain specialists travel throughout the region to fill the gaps in more remote or underserved areas. The two examples I have here are with Dr. Sharma, who's an ophthalmologist at Kingston Health Sciences Center, as well as a professor at Queen's. And he now sees patients in 4 different communities, Belleville, Brockville, Smith Falls, as well as, and you, okay. He does make the rounds. So he's able to better serve those patients and reducing that barrier of travel by coming to patients in their own communities. We also have Dr. Bicknell, who is an orthopedic surgeon and professor at Queen's. He spends half of his time performing shoulder surgeries at Brockville General. They are actually short on those type of surgeons right now, and so by having Dr. Bicknell come into their hospital, it allows Brockville to keep their government funding for that program. And the availability of these specialists is attributed to the fact that Kingston Health Sciences Center is the only academic teaching hospital in the region. And this is a clear example of how patients benefit from that association between the hospital and Queen's Medical School.
So the Canadian provinces have never fully funded the care costs, and so hospitals have always relied on philanthropy and support from municipalities in order to fill the gap. And as the technologies advance, the outcomes for patients has also increased, but so have the costs associated with the delivery of care.
We're very fortunate to have support from nearly all municipalities in the southeastern Ontario region. Our goal is to encourage all those regions represented in the earlier pie chart to invest in the healthcare that their residents receive at Kingston Health Sciences Center. This wasn't always the case, but ever since KGH and Hotel Dieu merged to become Kingston Health Sciences Center in 2017, those specialized services and treatments have grown exponentially, and the draw for patients throughout the region has also increased. The hospital is very grateful that many municipal leaders have recognized this and really stepped up. We acknowledge that our hospital benefits from more municipal support than many of the smaller hospitals, such as Trenton Memorial. But the City of Kingston is still providing the bulk of that support, which represents just over 80% of that $3.2 million of municipal support directed to Kingston Health Sciences.
So one example of the sort of things that can be accomplished through philanthropy in the supporting municipalities is the acquisition of a PET CT scanner, which will be coming to Kingston Health Sciences next year. This was funded in part by the Ontario government because it's a radiation therapy equipment. And so that they're paying for the machine itself, but the installation is going to cost about $7 million, and that's fully funded through contributions. Some of the challenges, of course, the Kingston Health Sciences is facing are aging infrastructure, where we're basically delivering 21st century care in 19th century buildings. As you no doubt know, the population is increasing and much of it is aging, which of course also means more access needed to care. And of course, the health human resource challenges are not a secret. And of course, having first-class facilities helps attract the best and the brightest to our region. And so that's another reason for it to be important. There was a plan at one point to put a tower in on the KGH site to accommodate some of the needs needing expansion. However, between engineering costs and the realization that there have been changes in demographic, that plan has been put on hold. And so the hospital is now moving forward with planning for some intermediate projects, such as expanding emergency, pretty much doubling its size, more inpatient beds, and moving the labs to newer facilities. But that's all while they're going to work on whatever the future holds as a more permanent plan.
When we consider the most urgent investments needed at the hospital, the ORs are at the top of the list. They happen to be the oldest in the country. Last year, we embarked on an $8 million campaign to expand our minimally invasive procedures, which provides patients with less trauma, faster recoveries, and better outcomes. The investment in ORs and surgical equipment will also provide our teams with access to more innovative equipment to increase surgical capacity and perform more procedures, which will help reduce the backlog and shorten wait times. We are currently fundraising $8 million for this campaign and hope to include those purchases as the funds are raised. As we are seeing across many of the smaller hospital sites, the province is prioritizing MRIs and for hospitals at all levels. And this is fantastic news, as patients will not have to wait as long for these scans. KGH currently has 2 MRIs and are very excited to bring a third to our Breast Imaging Kingston Center, which opened about a year and a half ago. They currently perform all other breast imaging through ultrasound, mammography, and image-guided biopsies at this facility. But adding an MRI to this site will increase operations for patients who will benefit from rapid turnaround from scan to diagnosis. A new MRI at the Breast Imaging Kingston will not only complete this state-of-the-art facility, it will also free up thousands of appointments for those waiting for an MRI at KHSC. The cost to complete this work is just over $6 million, of which $2.2 million has already been raised. Another exciting advancement is happening in the clinical labs, where they are working to expand their translational genomics facility. This highly specialized lab was born of the pandemic when Kingston Health Sciences was selected as one of 4 labs in Ontario to monitor variants of concern. Today, this lab is taking the next step in precision medicine, also referred to as personalized medicine. And through genetic sequencing, they're making the diagnosis of cancer and other diseases more accurate by evaluating specific tumor biomarkers to select the safest and most effective treatment. We need to increase funding by $2.5 million to acquire the necessary equipment to expand this lab. This will lead to improved detection, diagnosis, treatment, and outcomes for our communities. The interventional radiology suite is a highly specialized room in which a subspecialty of diagnostic imaging takes place. A multidisciplinary team performs laparoscopic and image-guided procedures to diagnose and treat a wide variety of conditions such as aneurysms, pulmonary embolisms, cardiac surgeries, and catheter insertions for cancer treatments. As advancements are made in this minimally invasive specialty, the demand is steadily increasing, and we need to add a 3rd suite at Kingston Health Sciences Center. This comes at a cost of $2.5 million and is urgently needed, and hopefully will be made available in the next 1 to 2 years. These capital upgrades reflect a small but critical portion of the significant capital required over the next 10 years, which there is no government funding. It will be sourced through a combination of the hospital budget and community philanthropy. We're requesting an investment to be paid over the next 5 years, but want to highlight the direct benefits to the residents of Quinte West. In general terms, there will be more advanced procedures offered close to home. Through improved operating equipment, residents will have better surgical outcomes with more minimally invasive options. The investment in translational genomics lab will lead to better cancer treatment and outcomes for the entire region. But perhaps most noteworthy is that as an academic teaching facility, one of only 5 in Ontario, we're fortunate to have some of the best specialists in the world practicing here. But if we don't have the facilities or equipment to accommodate their procedures, we could be overlooked. These are specialists that your family physicians will seek to collaborate with on their acute patients. And finally, the specialized care accessible to Quinte West will help attract individuals, businesses, and also family physicians to the area. We are asking Council to consider $150,000 per year for the next 5 years. This amount is based on the 27,000 visits made from Quinte West last year. This number also accounts for the fact that you are also investing in Trenton Memorial, as well have to deal with a very challenging budget this year that needs to accommodate a number of other priorities. Your council does not have an easy job ahead, but we hope that the regional tertiary care hospital that is serving your residents does not get overlooked. Your support of Kingston Health Sciences Centre will impact the quality of life for your residents, specifically those that require specialized and urgent care. Thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate your consideration when it comes time to deliberate. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
We appreciate your work. So, questions or comments? Who's on first? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for the presentation. I think many of us, even sitting here, have utilized the services at Kingston. I have a question regarding the commitments from the other municipalities. Have you been to them, and what have they contributed to date?
We go to them on an ongoing basis.
Okay.
Looking just at the most recent year, cumulatively, there's $3.2 million each year invested from the region. $2.5 million of that comes from the City of Kingston.
And I had a question with respect to, if I could, Mr. Mayor, the biomarker. The
Translational Genomics Lab?
Yes, that's it. I couldn't translate that. Could you just explain a little bit about that? That was help with cancer, to diagnose what kind of cancer? Just if you could, that equipment, please.
It's a more specialized way of looking at specific tumor biomarkers. The very, very brilliant people in our labs are able to now look at more genomes so that they can interpret complicated topic, but interpret what they already know about treatment, primarily for cancer, in terms of what will be the best treatment for that specific biomarker on the genome. So they can tell if a certain cancer treatment will respond quickly or not so quickly to a specific patient. So it's referred to as personalized medicine.
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong?
So 750,000 is what you're after overall from the region. Is it the same amount for each of the place, Belleville and all that, or varies? Twice as much to Belleville, hopefully?
So Belleville's hospital visits per year were about 30,000, and so the ask was based on that. I believe they have committed to $1 million over 6 years. They committed to that just in the 23 budget year. So we do like to make it equitable. We look at it based on hospital usage, and that's how we make our ask. If I was looking at I think it's 27,000 visits for Quinte West, the ask would be a little bit higher. It would be about, I think, 850,000. But I know that it's a very challenging budget year. You're doing everything you can to keep your tax increases low, and so we have reduced our asks slightly for that reason. But again, we make our asks based on the usage of that region.
Okay.
Councillor Quincy?
I certainly have supported contributions in the past and will do so in the future. I just don't know exactly about this year, but we'll see. And you mentioned Dr. Sharma. I met Dr. Sharma about a year ago, having some vision challenges, and I just wanted to let my fellow councillors know, if you don't already know, he has a clinic in Belleville. I show up for my appointment, and the waiting area is filled with people. and I'm only there for roughly 45 minutes or so while I wait for my appointment, have my treatment, which you don't want to hear about, and then I leave, and like there's more and more people there. So there are this clinic, which is a branch of the hospital out of Kingston, because he has a special clinic there as well. They are reaching out to assist members of the community. And anyhow, I can't say that it's working yet, but the doctor seems to think it's working, so I guess he's the expert. And I just wanted to make that comment. Thanks.
Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think a lot of us around the table and probably in the room are well aware of the importance of the hospitals that we are able to access in Kingston. I know I've been there quite a bit lately, and very seldom do I go in there that I do not see in various waiting rooms or walking to and fro from this area. So it's one of our most important hospitals when things are really, really serious. We must not forget that. And of course, we support Trent Memorial Hospital, but that's just one of our very important hospitals. Kingston General and Hotel Dieu, etc., are lifesavers for this area. If we can't do it all, we can maybe spread it over a longer period. There has to be some way that we can contribute to something that helps us in our daily living.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for everything you folks are doing.
Did you hear the last? She thanked you very much. Yes, I did. Okay. Councillor Katsobas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor Freeman indicated, we support our local hospitals, we support Kingston. I'll be supporting the ask to some extent. I'm not sure what the rest of the council will decide on how much to give. I definitely support Kingston, and I think it's commendable what you do. My question is just, does it have to be 5 years? I know that's more beneficial, longer contracts, but could it be 4 if it makes more sense for our budget, or 3 years perhaps?
Yes. Yeah, the short answer would be yes.
Okay.
You know, obviously, we're open for you to accommodate your own, and it just means we'll come back sooner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, and Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's interesting to see on the slide there the data analytics. It's amazing how many different disciplines that's affected. Talking about that yesterday with IT, accounting, and whatnot as well, being leveraged everywhere. I just had a question, if you could briefly. It's one thing that I don't have a lot of knowledge about the file, but I've always found it peculiar. The equipment, specifically, why, with the provincial funding models and the way that they go about that, some of the quicker turnaround and kind of the care outcomes being improved and being able to see many more patients and all of the benefits. I mean, at a certain point, using older equipment, it will almost pay for itself with the investment. It's very difficult sitting at the municipal level, obviously, healthcare not being our mandate. I think that we will spend somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe $2 million this year, maybe a little bit less than that, depending. It's very difficult. Obviously, you're doing tremendously good work, and it's just endlessly kind of frustrating trying to budget for these things that aren't our mandate. But could you talk a little bit about why the province doesn't fund investment in new equipment when you can show definitive outcomes, better care, quicker care, more patients that will presumably pay for itself over its lifetime?
Well,
if you can answer that, we'll write it down and sell it.
I don't know if I can answer the why they haven't, and they haven't traditionally. So it's not like it's a case of where the province has shifted their model where now they don't, whereas in the past they might have. In fact, the funding model has improved in the sense that when it comes to major infrastructure, they now will fund 90% of the cost of that, and the community has to come up with 10%, which used to be 50-50 20 years ago. So it's improved in that sense. In terms of equipment, they never used to fund any equipment. Now they fund radiation therapy equipment, hence why the PET scanner is being paid for by the government. But otherwise, one of the challenges, of course, is that as healthcare has improved and relies more on technology, the plus is that you get better outcomes. The down is that that equipment as a proportion has gone up significantly, and so the need to find more has increased. Now, when we say that the government doesn't fund, it's not all from philanthropy. The hospital is allowed to use non-operating funds, non-government operating funds for some of these purchases. So, for example, if someone comes from Quebec that gets treated, then that's an out-of-province billing that they can use towards that. Members of that are federally supported, such as Canadian Forces or Correctional Services, those are funds they can use for this. But those numbers just don't add up to the total. The other thing that happens is that the province will fund. There's two buckets that it funds in a way. One is where it gives a little base amount, which is about a third of the budget. And then there's another piece which is specific to the number of procedures. So I don't know what the exact number is, but say, for example, they're allowed to do 100 hip replacements. If they do 99 hip replacements, they're funded for 99 hip replacements. If they do 101 hip replacements, they're funded for 100 hip replacements. So if they're going to do more than the allocation, then again, they have to dip into those same pots, whether it's philanthropy or how many Tim Hortons donuts they sell, in order to pay for that. And then there are certain procedures like robotic surgery that are not funded, even on an operating level. So that, again, is something that comes out of that same pot. If there's a new specialist that comes to town who has expertise in a certain area that hasn't been performed before at the local hospital, that is not funded until they can prove that they can do it. But in order to prove that they can do it, they have to fund it somehow so that they do a certain number of procedures before they can show that they've done it. So as a result, for example, we have a physician who does valve implants and hearts. She can do them in Toronto, but she can't do them in Kingston because we don't yet have the go-ahead to make those happen. So the hospital then has to prioritize as to whether this is something that's more important than, say, something else that they are funding through that same pot of those funds that they can use towards these things.
Well, either way, I'm glad that you're a short drive away, your facilities, and I appreciate the presentation, all the great work that you do.
And we shouldn't downplay the Queen's connection, because the fact that it's a teaching hospital means that we can attract people that are much more qualified than you might in another situation. But it also means that they need the tools to be able to do their work. And of course, if you're graduating from a modern school somewhere, you expect that you're going to have those same modern tools where you end up. And so it's very important for us to make sure we're keeping ahead of technology.
Well, Councillor Stedall, go ahead. Sorry.
And just a further comment is I appreciate that explanation about the provincial funding, because it's difficult. It's a balancing act for us here at this table to try and balance what we have for city operations, and then we have requests from outside agencies. Although I have had family members that have used the KGH, and some of them that's many, many years ago that they were there, and it's always been excellent service. So, our ability to pay is just our stopper. But it again, and going back to what the province mandate doesn't, it's not our mandate to look after, medical facilities. And it's outstanding that Quinte West has been able to do so in the past few years, but it's a tight budget.
Yes, we understand the challenge. Yeah.
We all have. Sorry.
Sorry.
But go ahead. I'll finish up.
I find it interesting that they support the radiation equipment, but they didn't support the radiation techs during COVID.
You figure it out and call us. Well, I know. Listen, my wife has rheumatoid arthritis since 1978. She has gone to, I think, Dr. Anastasiadis, who's retired now, and now she sees Dr. Clement Baker, who actually born and raised right here in Quinte West. So, and it has been tremendous support for her over the years. Tremendous, and there are many others as well, not just me or not just us. So, and I do see Dr. Sharma. In fact, I have an appointment today, later on. I'm hoping to be able to make it. And I have also sent texts to MP Ryan Williams and MPP Smith, as well as Premier Ford, to let them know. Dr. Sharma and so on are saving all of us, me included, many, many dollars. I only have to drive to Belleville and I have to have a driver to get me back home, and she does a great job. So, but saving me, and as Councillor Quinte has said, anytime you're there, the room is filled, and he's got a fantastic staff. He has also opened a clinic in Oshawa. So again, we need the province and the federal government in particular to realize that we have healthcare needs in our own country that need to be addressed and looked after. But I really appreciate the work you're doing, and we'll do our best to support and recognize the value for all of us. And obviously, for us as council, our primary responsibility is to look after Trent Memorial Hospital and our doctor recruitment process, to encourage doctors to come here and work and enjoy the best part of the world right here. So thank you very much, and keep up your good work. And I did just happen to get a letter in the mail yesterday.
Well, that must mean you're a donor.
So, yeah. Anyways, I'm sure others got them too, but I appreciate the work, and if there's an easy way of doing it, call me, because I'll join your company gladly.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, we've got Colleen Dupuy, Chair, National Air Force Museum of Canada Foundation, and Major General retired Colin Keever, and then we got a few others with them. I know Susan Scarborough is here, and yeah, right, Kevin Windsor from the museum. But listen, I want to focus on the retired gentleman here first, because yeah, we need to recognize, and you know, when you're working, nobody appreciates what you do until you're gone, unfortunately. You're not gone, you've just gone on to another focus in your life. But when you were here, we truly benefited from your expertise and your leadership. And we're a council, and I'm a mayor, that can boast an air show every day. You know, that's something, to be able to get out to other places and tell them just what we have here. And I know, and we know, that you go and constantly to other parts of the world to make life better for other people. So thank you very much. And the air show will be tremendous. I know it is. I know the last one was, and this one will be even better. But go ahead. You're talking about something different.
I just want to, before we kick in, I just want to thank you for saying that, Your Worship. I think Jennifer and I were driving down here this morning, and you know, we got to live in several places around the world, and as we were talking this morning, this was the one place out of all of them that felt most like home, and it's because of people like you and the community. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, I made a trip in 2017, I think it was, or 16, to Alert, and it was fantastic. And yeah, if there's anything lives up there, it's because we put it there.
Correct.
But the
I lived
water,
in Nunavut for 10
the
years.
quality of the water was the best part of the trip.
Or
So
more.
thank you very much. Go ahead.
So, greetings to Mayor, Council, and staff. We are here this morning on behalf of the Museum Foundation. The foundation was established in 2001 as a registered charity to raise funds to support the museum and special projects for the museum. We meet monthly with a strictly volunteer board of directors, most of which are professionals in various capacities that we take advantage of on a regular basis. The next big project for us will be a capital campaign to raise money for an expansion on the museum to house the restored Lancaster. Once this is complete, it will make the National Air Force Museum of Canada here in Quinte West the only museum in the world to have both a restored Halifax and Lancaster under one roof. You're up.
And just to put this into context, the Halifax that is there now, the bomber that's in the main entrance, and the Lancaster were the key aircraft in Bomber Command during the Second World War, and Bomber Command was the single largest contribution of the Royal Canadian Air Force in the entirety of the war. 120,000 aircrew, 25% of which were Canadian. And of the 55,000 that died in operations in Bomber Command, over 10,000 were Canadian. In 1943, at the height of the bomber campaign, it was a 1 in 12 chance that you were going to complete a tour of operations. It was war at its absolute worst, and there were some exceptional Canadians that rose to the challenge and did, you know, the Air Force in this nation proud during some very, very dark days. And I just want to highlight a couple of them there. The picture on the top right, it is a gentleman named Robert Cloutier and his crew. At the completion of their first tour of operations, you may not know who Robert Cloutier is, unless you're older like me, in which case you would know him as Relic from the Beachcombers. And in the bottom left, you have a very local connection. That is Reg Lane, who is Susan Scarborough's dad, who delivered the first Canadian-built Lancaster to Europe in late 1943. And the key to this is that the Royal Canadian Air Force flew both the Halifax and the Lancasters during the Second World War, a significant component of Bomber Command. And right down the road here in Malton, Ontario, on the north side of what is now Toronto Pearson, there were 430 Lancasters built. And the Lancaster that has now been restored here in Trenton and is looking for a home was delivered overseas to Europe in late 1944. It flew 10 sorties over Europe in combat prior to coming home. And then it was converted into a long-range patrol aircraft, eventually ended up at Edmundston, New York, and now has a home here in Trenton. And of course, it needs a permanent home. This is a very unique airplane. It's a special airplane. There are not that many of them left in the world, and to put it outside, quite frankly, it's not going to last. So it needs a roof over its head, and it needs some heating and air conditioning to make it work. The expansion will go on the, as you can see on the diagram there, it will go on the far corner of the existing building. It will allow the Lancaster to be housed, as well as some of the additional aircraft that are out in the air park, to start bringing them in and getting them out of the elements, which are causing significant degradation, and quite frankly, they're rotting out under themselves because of being outside. They need to get inside. And of course, part of the ask as well is a theater. No organization, especially an organization like the Royal Canadian Air Force, can be an organization and create a sense of attachment to it without its ability to tell its stories. It is those stories that knit a narrative together for the people that serve in it. And as we've always been fond of saying in the Royal Canadian Air Force, the people that serve today stand on the shoulders of giants, and it's the ability to tell their story that really knits that narrative together, both for the serving members of the Royal Canadian Air Force as well as broader Canadians. It's extremely important. There's a picture, a diagram of the exhibit hall for the Lancaster. Bottom line, it's inside, out of the elements. Over to you.
Okay, I get all the statistics and numbers. So the museum is the leading tourist attraction in Quinte West. We did an aggregate time period of 2019 to the end of October 2023. The museum has had over 111,000 visitors. In addition to that, an additional almost 14,000 school visits and about 24,500 people coming at special events and private functions. This map shows where people come from, and you can see it's all over the world. There is a great concentration from sort of Western Europe. We are a destination that people want to see if they're coming to Ontario from that part of the world because of the ties with the story from World War II. From exit surveys done by the museum, 88% of the visitors that come to the museum are from outside Quinte West. And one of the reasons why that's important is they spend more money. We've used figures from a report that RTO9, the provincial tourism region that Quinte West is in, they issued a report in November of 2023. So we've got the most up-to-date figures that the average visitor spends $167 on a trip to visit the museum, visit Quinte West. And that translates for the period of 2019 to 2023, $18,572,070. And to keep in mind, the museum was closed for 18 months during that period because of COVID. So that number would have been substantially higher, but we were closed for 18 months, as everybody else was. This works out to an average of about $4.6 million a year for new money coming into the Quinte West economy from people visiting the museum. The next big project for the foundation is undertaking a capital campaign to build a home for the Lancaster. And this campaign will be a national campaign. We realize that we cannot raise the money we need from Quinte West. And this is a national museum, and we intend to take the campaign nationally. We're very happy to have Colin Keever here as our honorary chair for the campaign. He has been a huge asset so far. And we are working to set up a working group of well-connected individuals across the country in media, from the aerospace industry, some with great government connections, and that sort of thing to help make this campaign a success. Our goal is $8.5 million over the next 5 to 7 years. And we already have a few $100,000. This week, we just got another $50,000 donated. So we have been working on this already before our official launch, which we're hoping will be in the spring sometime. The museum also employs 8 full-time staff, 1 casual, summer students, and 2 or 3 college interns a year. And they also contribute to the Quinte West economy. We also have over 120 volunteers who give over 13,000 hours a year as tour guides, working in the restoration shop, the gift shop, helping with things like landscaping and photography. And that figure does not include the volunteers on the museum and foundation board. Susan is the chair of the museum board, and as I'm sure she will tell you, her and I probably put in 25 to 30 hours a week, most weeks. And 39 volunteers have already put in 48,000 hours to restore the Lancaster, and more will be needed for its reassembly. The expansion of the National Air Force Museum of Canada, how do I go backwards? Will make the museum the only museum in the world to have a Halifax and Lancaster under one roof. And we anticipate that this will lead to an increased visitation, which will lead to an increased boost to the Quinte West economy. Our plans are being developed to capitalize on this notoriety and work with local, national, and international tourism organizations and media groups to raise the museum profile. The campaigns for promotion and trying to attract new visitation will focus on the National Air Force Museum of Canada being a must-see on a visit to Central and Eastern Ontario, and highlight the only museum in the world aspect. Every aspect will be made to maximize potential for attracting new visitors with marketing and new campaigns. So we are asking Quinte West for a $2 million contribution spread over 4 years, 2024 to 2028. And we're open for questions.
Thank you very
We
much.
have 2 seconds left.
Okay. You're almost in the red, but that's great. That's great. Questions? Councilor Armstrong? Michael?
Thank
You're
you.
on. Councilor.
And no one can question the military timing. The only golf tournament I've ever been at that finished early with such organization. So my question is, the new addition, will it allow more seating for those private events or celebrations? Or is it just specifically the plane will take up the majority of the square footage?
Planes, we're hoping not just the Lancaster in there, but planes and exhibits will take up most of the space.
Okay. So,
But it does open up additional display space in the entirety of the museum, which allows the museum to consider other options in terms of how it displays, what it displays, and where it displays. So, yes.
okay. Thank you, because I just wanted to, as the public should know if they haven't been there, it's a premier space for hosting venues. So that would be an added addition to revenue, and in addition to the theater that's being proposed, you will increase visitation, I'm sure. I don't think it's a probability or a possibility, it is a probability, especially with the schools.
A key point, and it's, the question earlier about how funding works. on those revenue generation opportunities, the museum doesn't actually see most of the revenue. It goes into central coffers in the federal government. So, that's really, really important to note, is that while you see a lot of functions being held there, in some cases it costs the museum money to support those functions because of the way the funding transfers work between the various levels of government. It's bureaucracy everywhere. Yes.
Everything's smooth. Councillor Freeman, you're on next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and hello, Colonel, or now Major, I guess it is, but it
Colin.
brings me back to my trip to Alert as well. That was really quite remarkable, and you helped me in lots of different ways, making sure I'd be comfortable, and I appreciated that. Now, the museum, the reason I love it so much is because we are trying to build what I call my dinosaur museum, in the hopes that when we have the two museums here, we can keep people for a longer period of time visiting our community. These could be two very, very special places to visit, and you guys have done a wonderful job there, and I thank you for everything you've done that helps our community so obviously.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong, you're on next.
Being a base brat, I have a bit of
A brat, is that right?
blood in the game, literally. And I've had the privilege for the last couple of years with some folks to help volunteer at the air park, which is there. In terms of the funding request, starting at the grassroots level, you're asking here, are you asking Brighton, Belleville, Picton, and beyond that zone? And the reason I ask that is Doug Stevenson, for example, says that the museum is not only Quinte West's main attraction, it's Bay of Quinte's main attraction. I found that interesting, comparing that to the beaches. So with that, everybody's benefiting, so therefore I think they should all be ponying up.
We will.
And I'm hoping you're going
there. They are absolutely on our radar, and they will be.
So at the
hit
local
as
level.
well.
They're on the list, Councillor.
Yes.
At the higher level, federal money, you're going after those guys? Provincial money?
We are, and that's why we're setting up this working group,
Right.
is that some of the people that we're putting on the working group have really good federal connections. They have been very senior in the federal government and are now retired. So we're trying to get people that can maximize any of those potential connections that we could make. Colin and I both have really good connections,
Yeah.
but we're trying to make sure that there's people that have even better connections so that we can
So
get as much as we can.
Networking and communication.
Absolutely.
So, for example, Veterans Affairs, they
Yes.
have everybody that's retired. So that would, to my mind, be a first dip into the pool there.
There's all kinds of weird things.
There are more federal public funding streams potentially open. It's a question of going through the bureaucracy to access and tap into them, as you would know, Councillor.
Okay.
And we're also going to look outside the box. I spent a number of years in the Canadian Arctic, willingly lived there. And I know a lot of the mining companies up there. And the Lancaster, as a plane, not necessarily this plane, but as a plane, stopped flying in the late 50s after it had done the first geological survey of the North. So a lot of those mining companies, original mining companies like Falconbridge and stuff that were up there for years, did that because of what the Lancaster did. So my connections with those companies, we're going outside the box. We're not just going to Quinte West. We are hitting everyone we can with any kind of a connection.
Okay.
I think the key there is that, what we seek to do is there is a plan in place, in terms of how this expansion is going to happen. And like any good budget, it requires stable, predictable funding to whatever level that is or is not. And I think our ask of you is, can you help? And if so, whatever that amount is, it's one less thing we need to worry about and move on to the next.
So with the air show coming up, it'll be an attraction fundraising type of operation to help generate
The
funds and awareness.
The foundation will have a booth there. We are also doing a fundraiser at the a fundraiser auction. Part of it will be online at the VIP reception Friday night before the air show starts. And we have produced a calendar, if anyone's looking for Christmas gifts, of 12 planes that were made in Canada, flown by the RCAF, and pictures that have never been published, because a lot of airplane aficionados want to frame things, from the museum archives, and one from in theater in Afghanistan that one of our board members flew and took. Tom took the picture, so it's pictures that no one has ever seen, and the response has been absolutely outstanding.
Will the plane itself be on display, or is it going to be in Picton by that time? Or will it be?
It will be in Picton. The hopeful date for the unveiling is Friday, the day before the air show starts in Picton. It will be in Picton until we get this expansion built.
Wouldn't it be smarter to wait till after the air show?
The challenge is assembly and disassembly and assembly and
Back and forth.
disassembly.
Yes.
So it's not easy to do, and you don't want to do it many times.
And then the other question, I know she's going to smack me, about the theater. You've got two major fundraisers going on there. Would you put that on hold and just focus on the expansion?
What we're doing is combining both into one campaign now, so that the theater, we're hoping, will be the first phase completed, but it is all part of the one package.
It is the logical first step to start telling the story, and I would just reiterate that next year is the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force, and that's a watershed moment for the Air Force, and they really want to start telling that story. They need to connect with Canadians. They're having the same labor challenge that every single one of you is having.
Anyone else? Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. And hearing some of the comments about the provincial and federal opportunities for support, I think make a lot of sense. I suppose one of the nice things about not relying on a partial grant that has a build by date is that would the process be for this just simply to collect the money over time, and if that takes 18 months or it takes 6 years, it is what it is, and we'll build when we get there, sort of thing? Is that the plan?
We have a target in mind. We'd like to do this within 5 years. If we find someone that wants to give us all the money, we'd be happy to start next month if we could. It will be when we can find the right donors, but we have a target of within 5 years of being ready to break ground.
And I think the key point here is, regardless of what that amount is that stable, predictable funding allows the foundation of the museum to get after things like finalizing the environmental assessment, finalizing design, all of those things. There is work that will absolutely start, and it just needs a funding stream to keep it going. And then as the donations come in, well, then that's about option space in terms of where to next.
Okay, well, listen, I think we should hear from one more person in your group. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I think the young lady whose dad flew a particular plane, and she could tell us a story about that. She's, yes. Tried to convince me
You
she's
might
not,
do this
tried
to
to
me,
convince
Jim.
me she wasn't here in 43.
No, I'm so proud of my father and what he did. I'm proud of anybody who is connected to the Air Force who retired, past, present, and in the
What
long
is your name again? You got to tell everybody.
My name is Susan Scarborough.
And
Used to be
your
Susan
position?
Lane. My dad was in the Air Force for many, many, many years. He began joined the Air Force when the war started. He was 19 years old. And when he flew, Kevin referred to missions being held or being flown. Tours, actually, was the word. And 1/10, you said, of people survived a tour. My father flew 3 tours. A tour is 30 operations. Is that correct? Yeah. Anyway, he flew the very first Lancaster. He was chosen by somebody in Ottawa, I don't know whom at the time, but nevertheless, to fly the very first Lancaster from Malton, Ontario, to England. He was 23 years old at the time, and his rank at the time was wing commander, which was unheard of. I don't know in terms today, what is a wing commander in?
It would be a lieutenant colonel.
A lieutenant colonel, okay. And he was 23 years old. Anyway, yeah, he was a very highly decorated man, and we're proud of him. And as soon as we had the opportunity to get this Lancaster from Edmundston, New Brunswick, I was on the board of directors of the museum at the time. My hand was up like this. Yes, yes, very proud. So thank you for the
Well,
opportunity.
you haven't told the whole.
Oh, the other story. Oh, okay, there's another story. Lauren Green was the commentator for this opportunity when the Lancaster was flown. It was all across Canada. No television in those days, of course. We're talking 1943. And my dad and his crew got in the plane, and there were thousands of people there, all cheering for this wonderful plane. Started down the runway, there were no instruments working in the plane. Remember, he has to go overseas. So my dad thought very quickly, we can't stop this. We've got all this press here and all of these people. So he decided, well, we'll just carry on, and he flew down the river, overhead, of course, flew over the river to no instruments telling him where he was, to Montreal, and landed in Montreal, where they repaired it and fixed all the instruments so he could then fly it over to England. So.
Listen, don't feel bad, because I have the same problem. I start out with something and wind up over on the right or left and forget where I started. So I know I appreciate that. And Kevin, I had the opportunity to visit this week or last week, whichever day it was, but it's fantastic, the volunteers that you have working there. And maybe you would like to tell us a little bit more about what they're working on. And
Come on up, Kevin. I'll stand aside. Thank you. We appreciate you very much, and you know that I've presented here before to you all, and thank you. We appreciate it, and we'll just cross our fingers that you can support us.
Right.
Thank you.
Say a prayer or two, and if somebody comes to us with a check, we'll use it.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to address you. So we have over 120 volunteers at the museum. Putting in some will come in one day a week as a tour guide, and they'll work from 10 until 1:30 or from 1:30 until 5. Some are actually there 5 days a week in the restoration workshop. One of our mandates at the museum is to make sure that retired members of the Canadian Armed Forces, so not just Royal Canadian Air Force, we also have some Army and Navy that are there. We try to hide them just so that it's an Air Force presence, but we do have retired members from all of the services that are there. We give them a place of belonging. So for senior citizens to come into the museum, they have a sense of purpose. So they will liaise with other members of the retired community. And some of our new approaches, our members now, when they are retiring, will join the museum as a volunteer. We'll match them up with retired members in the community. So sometimes when you've retired, you've spent 35 years in the military. You've had people make doctor's appointments for you, make dentist appointments for you, look after your daily schedule. Of whatever you're doing. And then when you retire, you're sort of thrown into the community. Veterans Affairs does a great job of helping integrate, but the museum is also another step in that as well, where we have members that we pair them up with retired members, and they will run through everything for you on helping you transition from military life to civilian life, and that's one of the ways the museum is also involved in the community.
Is there just happen to be one behind you there that's a member?
Tom is a member of the foundation board.
Yes.
Our past chair, actually.
Yes, and Tom's been a great help in so many parts of this city, with from healthcare to recreation, you name it. But we're fortunate to have him, and I know he's there with you. And the other guy that impresses me, and I think you know his name, is Joel Fudge. He's just a young man, but he's got a memory. I don't know what description it would be, but he doesn't forget any. He can tell you the number of operations he was involved in, et cetera, et cetera.
So Noel I think he's 94 now, and Noel actually served in 408 Squadron, which is where our Lancaster was from. He was a navigator on that one. So he didn't have any tours on our Lancaster of KB882, but we have two retired members in the community that served on the Lancaster Squadron, where our Lancaster is from. So there's Mo Gates, who is a retired member in the community, and Noel Funge as well. So both of them served with 408 Squadron, deeply connected with the museum and the restoration of the Lancaster.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your work. And thanks, Tom, for all you do for us in so many ways. And Colonel, I should be General Keever, enjoy your retirement and stay connected. You know, we really cherish the memories that you've provided us with. So thank you very much. Any other comments or questions that anyone has? Otherwise, thank you. We will be considering, everybody sometime today, but I guarantee nothing in terms of time. So,
Thank you very much
Mr.
for your
Mayor.
time.
yes, sorry.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
ask Colonel, Major General, whatever Keever is now, to please, I know, please say hello to Darcy for us. We think of him fondly a lot.
Darcy would say hello back, except he's in Mexico, not the snow. So, yes, I shall do that for you, Sally.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Anyways,
Thank you for your time.
thank you very
Thank you.
much, and keep up the good work. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're on to Greg Suds, Chair of Humane Society, and he's got a company with him, and I'll let him introduce everybody, Marilyn, and so on, and so on, and so on. And so, hi, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Glad to have you
everyone.
here.
Your Worship, Mayor Harrison, distinguished city councilors, senior staff, my name is Greg Suds, and I'm the volunteer board chair of the Humane Society, Hastings, Prince Edward. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you about HSHPE and its recent successes, as well as current challenges in caring for animals in need in our community. Marilyn Lowry, Executive Director responsible for operations of HSHPE, is ill today, unfortunately. However, Ann Monroe, our Communications and Marketing Manager, will first provide an operational overview.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. I wanted to start to show you one of our animals who is currently in our shelter. Her name is Sophie. She comes from Quinte West. She's 2.5 years old, and she was brought in by animal control as part of a colony of unsocialized cats in Quinte West. After the 72-hour hold period for any stray animal that comes into our care, she then reverted to our care, and we were able to treat her for a number of conditions she came in with. We also spayed her, as we do all spayed and neutered animals that come into our care. But had she not come into our care, and had we not spayed her, we wanted to talk about what the repercussions of that would have meant to this community. According to figures provided by SPCA and PETA, an unspayed cat like Sophie will give birth to approximately 12 kittens a year. So there's Sophie, and there's her 12 kittens. In 3 years, Sophie and her 12 kittens and their offspring would have produced 370 cats. In 5 years, that number would grow to over 66,000 cats. And in 7 years, Sophie and her offspring could number 370,000. Kittens, adolescents, and adult cats roaming the streets of Quinte West, all from one unspayed cat. I'll let you do the math, but if you don't have your calculator handy, last year alone, Humane Society Hastings Prince Edward spayed and neutered 532 cats. And based on that rate, their offspring in 7 years would number 196,840,000 cats. Spay and neutering is just one of the essential services that we provide for the well-being of this community. Since our inception 50 years ago, we have been caring for stray, surrendered, and neglected and abused animals. We return lost animals, coordinate adoptions, provide medical care, promote spay and neuter services, educate the public about animal welfare. And if you'd like to refer to Appendix 2 of our handout, we have a breakdown of our finances for 2022. But first, I just wanted to address something that is potentially a misconception that some people have about our shelter. We are not a high-kill shelter. In fact, we are a low-kill shelter. A low-kill shelter is technically any shelter that euthanizes fewer than 10% of its animals. In 2022, we euthanized fewer than 4% of our animals. And when we don't euthanize for space or for time, we euthanize animals that are a danger to the public or have a terminal illness that is causing them suffering. Last year alone, catch up, that number, the 9 of that has jumped down. I'm not sure how that happened, but last year, HSHPE took in 1,699 animals from Quinte West, Belleville, Hastings County. And that included, as you can see, many cats, dogs, rabbits, rats. We took in 7 chickens from Quinte West last year. We received these animals in several ways. Some of them are brought in by animal control. Some of them are strays brought in by the public. Some of them are animals that are seized by provincial cruelty paws officers. And some of them are owner surrenders of pets. We currently have pound contracts with a number of municipalities, including Quinte West and the City of Belleville, Brighton, Tweed, Stirling Rawdon, and Tyendinaga. These contracts involve us receiving, impounding, and holding any animal, including feral cats, reuniting owners with their lost animals, finding suitable forever homes for unclaimed strays, ensuring all dogs released from the shelter are licensed, and humanely disposing of deceased animals that are delivered to us by animal control. HSHPE helps animals in need as a community institution, and in doing that, it serves the people of the city and this region. Like many humane societies, we partner with the Ontario SPCA network and professionally train our staff work not only to care for the animals in need, but to educate the public on animal welfare and best practices in pet ownership and care. So for these next 2 slides, I asked you to take a look at Appendix 2. What we wanted to do is just provide a bit of context for you about our finances and how they would compare to a humane society close by, Peterborough Humane Society, which is of a similar sized community and is taking in a similar number of animals. Of note on this slide is the fact that we cared for almost 100 more animals in 2022. But our cost of care was lower at $824 per animal. A comparison of revenue from Humane Society, Peterborough, and HSHPE clearly shows that we are heavily reliant on the generosity of our community to fund our operations. 53% of our revenue last year came from donations, fundraising, and bequests, compared to Peterborough's 22%. And while Peterborough received 38% of its revenue from municipal fees and pound contracts, HSHPE received a total of 8%, 4% coming from Belleville, 2% coming from Quinte West, and 2% from the other municipalities combined. As for 2022 expenditures, you will see that our wages and benefits are 18% lower than those of Peterborough's, and that we spend more on programming. And I just wanted to explain the other category here. It is comprised of bank charges, office and admin items, and amortization. And now, to update you on our current situation, I'd like to throw the floor back to Greg Sutz.
Thanks, Ann. Okay. So over the past 12 months, HSHPE has seen a dramatic increase in the number of pets being surrendered by their owners. Not only is the number of animals arriving in the shelter on the rise, but the cost of caring for them is skyrocketing. At the end of our third quarter, our animal intakes were 23.2% above last year. If this trend is similar to the last quarter of 2022, we project a total of 1,967 intakes by the end of this year. Directly related to this is the increase in direct animal care costs that were up 59.3% at the end of the third quarter over last year. Please refer to today's handout with some 2023 updates to this slide. Up to November 30th of this year, we've received 375 Quinte West animals from animal control, public drop-off of strays, owner surrenders, and returned adoptions. With the 2023 cost of care at $878 per animal this year, HSHPE has spent $329,250 on the care of these animals to date. According to our pound contract, we're provided $30,130, leaving a shortfall of approximately $299,000, not including the month of December. For many years, HSHPE has been covering these funding shortfalls with donations and fundraising efforts, but with the rising cost of care, donor fatigue in our community, this is proving increasingly challenging. While we posted $139,687 operating deficit in 2022, this has already almost doubled that by the end of the third quarter. We're projecting a total operating deficit this year of just over $500,000. We have operational funds in reserve. The timing on drawing down these funds is not clear at present, given the operational financial uncertainties, but we could foreseeably deplete our operational reserves in 2024. We are very thankful to the City of Quinte West for your support of our new shelter build, which has included a loan guarantee of $1 million at 0.78% from the city's reserves, as well as a $250,000 grant that was received over 4 years. We have only borrowed $664,000 of that $1 million for the construction of our new animal care and community education center. We are now paying $5,750, including interest, to the City of Quinte West, and $5,533 per month to the City of Belleville in loan repayments. That is $69,000 annually to Quinte West and $66,400 to the City of Belleville. Your $1 million loan guarantee from city reserves acted as a backstop, and this enabled us to proceed with our new build at a critical time. We are currently facing a new and very real threat to our ability to continue to provide the highest quality of service to the residents and animals of Quinte West, Belleville, Hastings, and Prince Edward. Faced with unprecedented increase in demand and animal care costs, board members and staff at HSHP are currently exploring options to address operating deficits, including a review of all our current pound contracts. Failure is not an option for HSHPE and the essential services it provides for the residents of Quinte West. We want to work with City Council and City staff to examine options for providing additional support to HSHPE, which could include providing the balance of the $1 million loan, $336,000, which would make the total loan of $1 million forgivable. Negotiating the City of Quinte West pound contract to more accurately reflect the true costs of animal care. Your support will allow HSHPE to respond to our new realities and work towards a sustainable financial model for its operations. Thank you, Mayor Harrison and City Councilors, for the support the City of Quinte West has provided HSPE and for your time today. I will leave you with this. As the late Bob Barker said, help control the pet population by having your pets spayed and neutered. At this time, we'd welcome any questions or comments that you may have from us.
Okay, who's on first? Councilor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was appreciative of the invite to the facility and walk through with board members and the ED. And yeah, I'm a big believer in what you're doing. I remember coming in to the I I guess you'd say, some of the areas where folks can play and interact with some of the cats, like the adoption areas. And there was this big, fluffy, massive white cat that was I saw restricted. I was going to get that was the punchline, but anyways, a massive white cat. His name is Glacier. Reduced calorie diet. He's was morbidly obese and is getting more and more active, as I understand it. My wife and I have fostered and foster failed, and I'm a big believer in what you do. A big believer in sustainable business models. That is kind of the biggest thing. I think, and I liked what I was hearing in terms of the pivot. It sounds like fundamentally the pound contracts are obviously not reflective of costs. That is quite clear by the graphic. And hearing that you have to turn away $30 a day guaranteed paws pets when the kennels are full, and you're filling it with pound contract animals that are paying a fraction of that. And so I think also, and I know this is going to be a challenge, but with further expansion in the next phase and getting more kennels in there for those $30 a day pets, that's a sustainable business model, is filling every kennel that you can with the paws pets, it sounds like. So I like the moves in those directions, and certainly appreciate the work that you're doing. I've heard there's been some success with some of the bottle drives. I think it was a huge success. I heard like thousands and tens of thousands of pounds of bottles over the years. So we will do what we can. Obviously a very difficult year, but you're doing great work for the community, and thank you for that.
Thank you. And may I just add to that, those comments? One of the things that may not be clear, our intent is to at some point look at a clinic on site, and the advent with that clinic really would help the Humane Society in terms of sustainability. That would allow us to actually have a vet on site. Right now we're kind of at the mercy of animal care through local veterinarians. And like the doctor shortage, there are veterinarian shortages, as many of you are well aware, and certainly the costs for veterinary care has skyrocketed. So by allowing us to get out from underneath the weight of the current campaign that we still owe money both to Quinte West and to Belleville, that is hence our ask here today. When we got out in 2021, again, it was for the gracious support of this city, as well as the city of Belleville. That backstop allowed us to get out of a sinking ship. Had that not happened, I'm not sure what would have happened to the organization. It was predating my time there, but certainly difficult decisions were to be made. We have a commitment to serve the animals that come from this region, and that obviously is our utmost priority. But you raise a very good point about the financial realities of receiving animals from the province that are taken in through PAWS. And that fiscal or that financial element to that is really critical to the sustainability of this organization at this present time. Like most critical care organizations, our needs are the greatest when the economy or the needs of the citizens are also greatest. We're really a reflection of what's happening. So we need to be sustainable. We need to be there to support the abused and neglected animals and unwanted animals. And we're working hard to do that. And we thank you very much for allowing us to come forward and sharing that with you.
Councillor Freeman, you have your hand up?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Of course, I want to thank you for everything you folks have been doing in that beautiful facility. But it's amazing, we all got together, all the animal lovers in the entire area got together and helped raise funds for that. And then you think, okay, that's done. Now we can just go on our merry way and they'll look after everything. Well, they got hit with COVID and costs and everything just like the rest of us. And it kills me this year, of all years, for us to try to figure out how to disperse money that we have very little of to disperse. But it's an important, it's heartbreaking. And we'll do our best and hope to God that we can keep you guys afloat because of the wonderful things you're doing for us.
Thank you. Councillor Quinte and then Councillor Stedall.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do support the care of animals. I have a cat and a dog at my house, and both brothers from other mothers. Those two are certainly entertaining. Anyhow, we do need to get behind the Humane Society. I'm not sure exactly how we are going to do that. And I agree with Councillor Card that we definitely need to be paying our fair share for services. Having the organization come short, that's certainly not in my books that we should be doing it that way. So I seriously want to help out in that way. When you're talking about the clinic that you're proposing, how far into the future is that vision? Like, are we talking, you're hoping in 3 years or 5 years or 2 weeks?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. An excellent question. I think, this organization has to be prudent. We have to live within our means. We recognize that. All along, the clinic was part of the intent for the build. As I mentioned before, that ship was sinking, so we didn't have enough funds secured at that time. So, we got as far as we could with what we needed. As the capital campaign chair, we can't embark on another capital campaign until we complete the funding of the previous campaign, and that's just
that's down the road some. We just don't know when.
Correct.
But it's still a goal.
We're looking at that business model because we believe that business model, and we still have to confirm that through a proper vetting process. But we believe that vetting model would allow us to control costs by having a vet on site, and would give us additional capacity to take additional animals from the province that do pay for their care. We currently have 2 huskies in our care that I think we've had for maybe 14 months or thereabouts.
Yep.
They were part of a seizure in the province, and so we're still caring for those animals until that court case goes through the system. But in the meantime, they're there. I do want to add, and I know I'm well over my time, but I do want to add, because I want to talk about the positive things that this organization has done. It's not just the care of animals, it's really the benefit to the citizens of both, of all the regions. We have a rescue reader program where we bring children in and they read to the animals, and the benefit there is huge because that enables children to read with confidence to animals that aren't judging them, and it acts as a benefit to the animals who have the attention. So that's just one of many things. We have Seniors for Seniors program. There's so many things this organization can do beyond direct care for abused and neglected animals. It can actually give back to the citizens. I was recently in the Humane Society last week, and we had a number of seniors brought in, many of whom were in wheelchairs, and they were brought into the education and community room, and animals were brought in, and the look on their faces to interact with them. So there's so many things that this organization does beyond the care of animals that are neglected. So just wanted to add that.
Yeah, and I think you alluded to the fact that many people are not able to continue to care for their pets because of the economy and what they're faced with. So it's you're helping out tremendously. Councillor Reid has a comment, and I'm going to ask Peter for a comment before we're done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our pets are so important to us. And in reference to what Councillor Freeman said, that yes, everyone thinks, oh, we've got this brand new unit, we don't need to support the Humane Society anymore. So perhaps we need to get the word out again that yes, the Humane Society is there, but we need to still support all those pets, no matter what they are, cats, dogs, chickens, goats. I think we need to get that word out there because I don't think people realize that the need is still there for support. So perhaps we could maybe, I don't know how we can do that through the Humane Society and through Quinte West to urge people to contribute continually, please.
Thank you. Councillor Stedall.
Thank you, Worship. Just a few points. I don't want to, go over what everyone else has said, but we also have One of our family members is an adoptee from the Humane Society, and she rules the roost. And we adopted her from the old facility, which we used to attend for a number of years. But the new facility is fantastic, and it is nice to see that the city did do some work to assist you to get there. I also, my friends and I were involved with the campaign to try to raise some money, and it is amazing how many people in the neighborhood step up, like the people that you have a lot of donors that really contribute to the cause, and that's fantastic. The Peterborough facility, I think, is an excellent business plan, which is what it looks like you're striving to do with the vet clinic, as well as with increasing the pound fees. I really, I see how well they have done and how much community support they have, and I believe that that is exactly what we've got here as well. I guess my question is, when, for the pound fees, when is the contract open? When does it finish?
I believe it's the end of February.
So negotiations could start in 2024 for increasing those fees.
Pardon me, yeah, end of February 2024, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
thank you.
Thank you.
We've got David Joyce, who's a retired, I don't know what you'd call him, but he's...
Humane supporter.
Pardon?
Humane Society supporter.
Okay. And Task Force Engineering, come on up and tell us. We value and cherish the work that you have done, and you and I both know that what we have now is a result of your determination and your, I guess, analyzing the build and helping to move it further than we had funds to do.
Well, certainly appreciate the comments, and yeah, we're just privileged and honored to have been involved in the project. I mean, because quite honestly, we just see the Humane Society as an organization that's always provided great value, and that's really what we wanted to continue in the new build. And so yeah, I mean, I think certainly there's lots of challenges, and the Humane Society, when I look back at it, has been chronically underfunded for many years, and so the new build, I think, is helping them to move forward. They have certainly built a new facility that I think is a great facility, functional facility. The intent in the initial budget was to build the shelter portion of it. And as we move through it and looking at different things and really drilling down on the priorities, we're able to actually build phase 2 as well, which is the Community and Education Center, because we really saw that as an opportunity to engage with the community and provide additional services. So, I've looked at a number of other facilities. I was actually in Peterborough a little while ago, and I saw the facility that they built, it's a beautiful facility, but, I think they started off with a $10 million budget, and it ended up close to $14 million, and whereas the one that we have here in Belleville, in Quinte West, in our Quinte region, started off as a $5 million budget and came in at $4.8 million. So, I mean, I think, the credit to everybody involved in really making sure that they focused on the priorities. I was also recently in Regina, which is a city of about 250,000, and I happened to drive by their brand new Humane Society, and I thought, I got to stop in and take a look at this place, and to find that there's a $28 million facility, and the municipality contributed $12.8 million to that facility. So I think the Humane Society, in putting this thing together, and for many years to come, I mean, they operated out of the old facility for 50 years. I remember 30 years ago looking at that with a group of people to see what could be done to enhance. Looking at it, I don't think a thing was done in there for 30 years because they just continue to add Band-Aids to it. So being in the new facility provides lots of opportunities, some of which have not been touched yet because, you know, they're focusing on animal care but I think there's so much more opportunity to engage with the communities that they serve. And as Greg pointed out, I mean, you know, the number one priority is to make sure that, you know, this essential service is looking after the needs of the communities they serve. You know, we could easily look at the PAWS program and bring in more animals at $30 a day, and you can just do the math on what that adds up to. And that's a sustainable business model, but, you know, the number one priority is to make sure that we have room and space for the overwhelming amount of animals that have been brought into the facility. So anyways.
Okay, before you leave, I'm going to ask, I'm going to Chief Whalen, and I'll come back to you, Dave, for a couple of comments. Chief Whalen, you have a beautiful facility called Number One Station, and it's a new build, and what company built that station?
Well, I know where their head office is because my dentist is in the same building. It's called Task Force Engineering.
And what just recently happened at your facility? You had to have a repair.
Well, we had a little roof leak that we had repaired. Yes, is that what you're referring to, Your Worship?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who came back and did it?
Task Force, whoever I can't recall the builder or the roofer, but yes, they came back and repaired the.
Under warranty.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, right. That's local companies dedicated to doing the best they can. So.
And I might add that, you know, I'm now on the board with the Humane Society for the very simple reason that, you know, I believe in this organization, and you know, you know, if it were not for volunteers in the community, the organization would not exist. I think they have somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 volunteers, and you can see by the community support, 53% of their revenue comes from donors, which, you know, is unheard of, really. I mean, you look at that, but that being said, I mean, that's not money that we can count on. I mean, it's you know, we've been very, very fortunate over the years to be able to rely on it, but you know, as Greg pointed out, donor fatigue, and it's not money that we can necessarily count on. So,
Mr. Mayor, any more, Dave Joyce? You want to make?
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Yeah, as he said, I'm retired. Or not just tired, but retired. And I felt so strong about this project, working with MPP Smith over the last 4 years prior to my retirement. We worked closely with them to look for funding sources, or lack thereof, unfortunately. And I felt so strongly that when I left the job with MPP Smith, that I wanted to continue this project. I felt strongly that we needed to continue to support it, that a lot of the other levels of government, both federal and provincial, were not supporting it to the way they should. And we would like to continue to pursue those avenues. But in addition, I was approached to take over as chair of the government relations for Humane Society, and my hand was up immediately, and continue to support, and we will continue to work on this project. One other thing I wanted to mention was ask about the clinic phase on that. And I know Greg mentioned about PAWS paying $30 per animal per day. Actually, with a vet on site, that increases to $40 per day. So from a business model point of view, that adds additional value. So the hope is that, you know, X number of years down the road, when we feel we've sustained the current capital program and looked at our operating deficiencies, that we'll be able to look at that, and again, another revenue source as part of the plan. So lots of opportunity here. We really will hope for some support, whether it be the pound contract, the forgiveness of loan or portion thereof. We look to you for any guidance you can provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work, and Greg, and someone, you know, we will look at this later. Oh, Councillor Quinte, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question.
Yes, go
before
ahead.
they leave. Currently, the payments that you're making to the City of Quinte West are going to, if I'm reading all this correctly, to the year 2032. And I was just wondering out loud, if we were to extend that term, thereby lowering your monthly payment, giving you a little more cash flow, does that help in any way, shape, or form? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. Certainly, I mean, any assistance is helpful, without a doubt. And you know, as a business owner, it's certainly not lost on myself and the board, and certainly the staff, the enormous pressure this municipality and other municipalities are under. So we are extremely grateful for any support that we get, and certainly deferral on repayment certainly will help. Still has to be paid back at some point, we recognize, and maybe, you know, if things change down the road, that could be still under consideration. Our goal is to, as I said, get rid of this capital campaign so that we may start planning for a stronger financial sustainability model, which would include the clinic and additional space. But to answer your question, we will welcome any support that you and this council certainly feel they're able to assist with.
Thanks very much for coming and letting us know and giving us an update on what's happening. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, well, thank you. Keep up the good work. I know you're a busy man, I know that, but you're also dedicated to the Humane Society, and thank you very much. And I wish you well in the car business, which is great, but also those four-wheelers and those side-by-sides are good too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to take a lunch break, Dave. So best I can do is offer you a sandwich. Maybe I don't even know what we have for lunch, but anyways, we're going to take a break. So thank you. Okay, Dave, thank you very much. I know you've waited patiently, and we all have a certain level of, what you'd say, patience that we run out of. So, but thank you. We're glad you're here. And I like your haircut today. I've got to get one soon too. So.
Well, Councillor Sharp mentioned that I was at a peace medal ceremony this morning in Peterborough, and I'd like to thank Caleb for rearranging to allow me to come later today. And
wasn't his fault.
And
No.
I could tell you were hungry when I was sitting back there, and I was seeing if I had any Snickers bars. But I'm glad that you took the opportunity to eat prior to. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council for allowing me to come this afternoon. Certainly, I wanted to make sure that it was me. I could have sent a staff person. That's why I requested for a change in the schedule. You have received the letter, and I had the opportunity, I think it was 2 weeks ago, to meet with Councillor Stedall, as well as Councillor Quinte and Councillor Kotsavos, as well as some of the staff. And we had a really good discussion. And rather than going over everything, you do have my letter, but what I can say is the relationship that has been developed, that started in 2005 with the City of Quinte West, is important to us, and it is one that we value, and I hope that members of council value that relationship as well. I understand when you start any relationship or you work and you have a project like that, you sign a contract, and it's a legal document. But I think of it more than just a contract. It is a partnership. We work to provide services and health, fitness, and aquatic services for the citizens of Quinte West to make Quinte West a better place to live. And you have provided the facility for us to do that. At the end of the day, really over the last 15 years, and as outlined in my letter, costs have increased. And I'm sure you see that every day when you have contracts that you have and they come before you, and it's told this is what your new price is. We don't have a price. We've never had a price. We've always tried to operate at no cost, but minimum wage has increased by 76% by 2009. Hydro has increased, electrical have increased, but the services that the citizens of Quinte West expect to have when they come to that YMCA, that cannot change. We have to provide the same level of service that we've always had. We can't just raise fees, because then people won't come. So we have to make sure that we remain affordable, that we ensure that we provide the best possible service, that we ensure that those that cannot afford to pay, as is in our mandate as a charity, can still access the services and access the programs without having to pay the full fee. And so I think what we're really requesting today, and there are different models, but there are a number of YMCAs that are in partnerships with municipalities, where the operational contribution on an annual basis is upwards of $250,000 to $300,000 from the municipality for the Y to run it, because they know that we do it well, our programs and our services are of high quality, and we actually save the taxpayer dollars and cents at the end of the year when it's all said and done. I know when I came to council back just coming out of the pandemic, I can't say enough about what happened when council agreed to cover the cost of hydro. And I certainly respect and appreciate last year the position you were in to not be able to do that in 2023. And I understand that. But we have had discussions over the course of the year. Certainly the relationship with David and Jacqueline and Caleb, I can't say enough about them. We are open, we are transparent, and we have some excellent dialogue. But I think there's a time now for us to review the current contract, that the City of Quinte West consider an annual contribution towards the delivery of service. Part of it would be operational, and part of it would go to support the children and families that want to access programs at the Y through our Strong Kids program. So I'm not going to read my letter. You have the letter, and I would just as soon, if you have any questions, I would prefer just to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was pleased that council established this year representation from council with staff as a working group to sit down and talk about, the potential future of the agreement. And this partnership is heavily valued and it means a lot to our community. I'm concerned in that if, in looking at this, if we're not able to do anything, then we would be a city in a position with potentially having operating deficits, because operating a pool is very, very expensive. I don't know any municipally run pool that's making any money. So that would be a concern. But my question, David, is that we hear from time to time that the fee's too much and this kind of thing. I'd like you, if you could, highlight the Strong Kids campaign, and once again focus so our community knows we don't turn people away, please.
Yeah, no one is turned away because of an inability to pay. If they don't want to pay, that becomes a different discussion. And really, a number of years ago, we used to go through this process. It was an application process where someone would come in and they would want some assistance, and they would complete an application, and we would ask for bills and receipts and sit down. And we moved away from that because asking for help is hard. For somebody to come in and stand at a desk in any center or community center and say, I need some help, that's a hard thing to do. And when we look at it, I would estimate maybe high-end 10% of the people are not telling you the truth. And so what we want to do is we want to help people. We know that getting involved in our programs is good for their family. We know that getting involved in our programs is healthy for them. Kids don't have a choice. Kids are dealt the hand that they're dealt, and they're in the household that they live in. And so if parents can't afford to put their children in our programs, that doesn't mean that children shouldn't be able to participate in our programs. It takes a village to raise children, and every child deserves that opportunity. And so we really go out of our way now to make it convenient, to make it accessible, so that when people come to us and they need support, whether it's for swim lessons, whether it's for membership, whether it's for day camp, that we work together to come up with a way that that individual can be involved in our programs.
Okay, good. Councilor Card, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the letter, Mr. Allen. Just out of curiosity, do you know how many free or discounted memberships, just kind of off the top of your head? 'Cause I know that'll be a important selling point for the community. Talk about subsidized programming. I think that's a big point. If there's direct support, more support coming out of the tax base, I think that my approach with this, I think it's to be able to look taxpayers in the eye, be able to say, okay, this may not directly benefit you. You may not be a member of the Y, but it is benefiting the community. The organization is being run soundly, efficiently. That's kind of my process. It meets that hurdle. I guess just a second point to that would be for making the direct contribution, if council ends up supporting that this year, future years, what have you, would there possibly be a board seat for Quinte West in that situation? Is that something that we could look at too?
So let's do question one first.
Yeah, sure.
So we have currently 4,453 members of the YMCA of the City of Quinte West. Approximately 17% currently of those members, I don't have a calculator, but 17%. Receive some form of financial assistance or support. As for your question around the board, we don't do appointments to the board of directors. The board of directors, we put out a call, and it's based on skill and competency. You have a responsibility as a sitting councillor. Board members of the YMCA have a responsibility to the YMCA as a whole. And if I can use as an example, the city of Belleville, we're currently building a new YMCA. You're aware of that, no doubt. When that was made the #1 priority of the YMCA of Central East Ontario board at the time, there were 9 board members who lived in the city of Peterborough and 6 that lived in the Belleville and Quinte region. It was unanimously passed by that board that the #1 priority that would make the association stronger, that would make all of our YMCA as a whole stronger, that was passed unanimously. So we don't do it by regional representation, we do it by skills, and we do it by competencies. And then we also we have to consider equity and diversity within our board, and people apply, and we go through an interview process.
I guess, if I may, a supplemental. What do you expect the effects of the new West End Belleville facility? What do you think that the effects will be for the Quinte West location, if any? Do you expect?
So it will actually make it stronger, and I'll use the example of in 2009 we opened the YMCA here in the city of Quinte West. The John Williams branch wasn't known as John Williams branch then. The city of Belleville at that time had about 3,500 members. Within the first 6 to 8 months of opening the new YMCA of the city of Quinte West, this YMCA had about 2,500 members, and that YMCA was up at 5,000. It's convenience. People join, and they can go either or. So sometimes if you live in Quinte West, you can go, you can use the Y or if you work in Belleville, you can use the Y in Belleville, and vice versa. And so it makes it more the regional model of membership, and now you have two centers that are in excellent condition. And so we will see an increase across the board that will strengthen and make our overall association more sustainable and strengthen the YMCA in the city of Quinte West.
Councillor Stidall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do like the suggestion from Councillor Carr about having a board member from City Council. I know it works well with some of our other organizations as well. So few questions. A question about when is the end of our current contract? And can we get a copy of your financial statements, and can we get a copy of the business plan that includes any contribution from the city?
Well, we don't have anything in our budget for the contribution from the city because we're guaranteed that, but we can certainly share with you our consolidated budget for 2024 and our plan, our operating plan for 2024.
And the financial statements from last year?
Oh, their audited statements are on our website.
Okay, they weren't submitted to the city. Okay. And I guess the last question, like in talking with at our discussions that we had the other day, and just the suggestion with Councillor Card about having a board member on, I guess that the original contract, I'm not sure what the date is that ends, but 2036. But that original contract had in it that there would be regular meetings with the city and with the Y. And I understand that they have not been taking place for the last few years?
No, they haven't. COVID interfered, played a role in it. And quite frankly, when we did have them, people didn't show.
That's unusual.
There was, once things were running and things were smooth sailing, there was no interest in having those meetings. And I don't blame anybody. I mean, we didn't push for them, but that's what happened.
But my understanding is that things have not been running smoothly for the past 3 years. Once COVID started, that was when the requests started coming to the city to ask for some additional funding, which the city provided at that time.
Correct.
But there were no other meetings that were set up until just recently with this council. So I'm just suggesting that we might want to, if we don't, I'm not sure we want to open up the contract, but at a minimum, we need to, I believe, reinstate those meetings as per the contract.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to CEO Allen. You said you'd provide consolidated financial statements. Do you have income statements per location?
Yeah, we can break it down per location as well.
That would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
During COVID, did you maintain your staff levels?
No, we laid off.
With CERB in effect?
Yeah. So, what we had done, so obviously we weren't operating.
Right.
And so we had no revenue. So what we had actually done is we brought our staff back on at 75% of their wage. Otherwise, they would have been on unemployment, which I think would have resulted in about 60%. And so we actually brought them back at 75% of their wage, so that they could actually collect more and be on call should we need them, but we didn't. The only thing that opened during the pandemic was childcare. But what we also did as well is we staffed the Quinte West branch.
What?
We staffed the Quinte West branch with facility and asset staff.
Yeah.
During the pandemic. And we weren't operating at that time.
Right.
So we covered the full cost of staff to maintain that building and take care of that building. And, you know, and Caleb and I had spoken about it. It's just what we do, right?
Well,
We
you
were
have to.
partners. It's just what we do. We take care of the building. We probably could have said, doors locked, keys, there's no operation, there's no services to deliver right now. Over to you. But that's not what we do.
Plus, it's also an emergency site, so you'd need it operational for that. Okay.
Which I know Mayor Harris and I had that discussion.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill, I think, was next, and then I'll come back to Councillor Freeman and Councillor Quincy. Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Thanks, I had already asked it.
You're good?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor
Thanks.
Quincy, then Councillor Freeman. Come
So-
on in and have a chair.
so,
It's no extra charge. Thank you.
So when I joined council, the YMCA was completed, up and running, took off like gangbusters, and was doing really well prior to COVID. And when we had our discussion last week, was it last week or the week before? You mentioned about how the number of memberships had, of course, diminished through the COVID period, and it's now slowly getting back, but you're still not at the same number of members that you were pre-COVID. And I get that that's a challenging issue with all the financial issues happening in the world today. And so I'm glad to hear about you bringing up the fact that you don't turn people away because of money. So you just, if someone's having a financial issue and they understand that the exercise is good for their health, they just need to reach out in another way when they attend the facility, or they phone ahead, or however you deal with that, and to make arrangements. So it's good to get to be talking about that, because maybe not everybody fully understands. We do have, hopefully over time, I mean, there are people continually moving into the area, and they may know the whys there, but they don't quite follow the whole process. So it's good to keep talking about it. I do believe that that we as a municipality need to work together with you to make things work really smooth as best we can. And maybe people know, or they don't know, it's actually the city that owns the building. And in our financial plans going forward, we are going to be investing more money into the building, but that's a separate issue from our contract with the YMCA. And I just want to make sure people understand that basically the YMCA, it's a dedicated tenant to that specific facility. We've got a great partnership, and I want to keep it going, and I want to see that it keeps going, because we have to, if people will do their best to stay healthy, it does reduce the need for doctors and nurses and medical people for as long as possible. We're always going to need those professions for sure. And I just want to say that, you know, I'm going to support doing something to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone, Councillor Freeman's next, and then Councillor Boyce. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, David. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too,
And
Councillor.
I know we've had a wonderful relationship with the Y, and you saved us from a lot of issues at the city when you came into this partnership. I'm sure this is a very difficult ask for you right from the beginning. It wasn't what any of us intended, but then COVID came along and kicked us all in the butt, and the costs went sky high in every which direction. So I understand how hard you're working to keep the costs down and to still offer the things that you do offer. And I'm hoping that we can work something out, because I know this is a relationship we do not want to lose. and we certainly don't want to lose our why. So thank you for coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Dave, for coming. I know it's 15,000 a month, so 180,000 a year. In your business plan, if council decides that we're going to maintain the status quo as it relates to the contract, what do you anticipate the Y will do in terms of rates for the members?
Well, I think there's a whole evaluation that'll have to take place, not just from a rates for membership, but there's also when you have a negative bottom line. So I'll use some examples. So we don't have profit, we have contribution. And for us to have a positive net position allows us to replace things like $12,000 treadmills, to replace pool equipment, to replace exercise equipment, to replace things throughout the building. If you're operating at a zero, I can't do that because I don't have a bank account. So any positive contribution that comes in at the end of the year, we use that for the future to maintain. We could not raise the rates. If we were to raise the rates, we would price people out. Our financial assistance numbers would probably increase significantly, but people probably wouldn't come because they couldn't afford it. And when we look at the market and what's available in the market, we've tried to keep our pricing in line with what's available in the market. We made some adjustments, right? We brought back fees for swim lessons where we never used to have fees for swim lessons. We brought back fees for certain programs. So this year has been a turnaround, and the City of Quinte West is, as of end of October, was sitting at a positive place. Not a high positive place, but it's sitting in a positive place. Certainly better than it was when we look back a year ago. And our staff have worked really hard in managing their budgets, focused on the places that you can really manage, which is in the area of staffing and program costs.
So before COVID, then things obviously, I believe that it wasn't until COVID when you came to the former council and then asked for money to offset the. Is that what the case is?
Yeah. So in the first, I think it was 2021. Yeah, it was 2021. I think originally I was coming for 3 months or 4 months, and council graciously said we'll just cover the year for hydro. Because it was slow. Right? I mean, we were down to 1,200, 1,300 people, right? And then 2022 was not the bounce back that was required, which we found ourselves in an even higher significant deficit than we had anticipated. But this year has been a positive turnaround for us as an association. But I never hold my breath. You want to maintain and you want to grow, but you also have to be cautious as to what approach you're going to take. I look at the request to council is, you have arenas and you have parks and you have these other things that you invest in for program purposes for the citizens to use. And so what we're suggesting is a small investment in a building that you own, that we operate, and I will gladly, as I share the budget. But I think if you were to, and I don't want to give David and the team more work, but I would suggest that if you were to ask David and the team to put up some numbers for you that would show you a comparison as to whether we operated it or if the city operated it, I think you would find that number would be significantly higher than what we're requesting.
So when you signed the contract in 2009, did you nobody anticipated COVID, but I mean, did you feel confident at the time that the city would operate the capital aspect and you could successfully do the operations? Like, you must have anticipated at some point that salaries would go up at some point.
Sure. So, Councillor Boyce, we actually re-signed the contract in 2015. We actually, and so we were feeling good.
Yeah.
Things were moving along quite well as an association and here in the city of Quinte West. So we actually renewed the contract in 2015.
And made it a 20-year
At that point, correct.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so originally it was like a 6-year contract, or?
Actually, well, it might have been longer, but after a 5-year period, we could sit down and not renegotiate, but we could increase the terms, and so that's what we did.
Yeah.
That's what we did at the time.
So do you see then, looking ahead, do you see you getting back to those days, like, say, 2015? Do you see your organization in 2 years being strong in terms of that again, or do you see it as, since COVID has hit, we'll never have that capability of doing strictly operation solo?
Go ahead.
Actually, our goal is to be better than we were. Is to actually serve more people and create more kinds of different programs inside and outside of that building. So taking some of our day camp programs and services outside of the building into neighborhoods in the city of Quinte West, working with partners to do more things. So to not just depend on that, as a why, we just don't depend on one building. And so we want to do more community programming. We want to look at more ways that we can serve more people, and in turn that will generate more revenue, whether it's through program fees, could be through philanthropy, could be through partnerships, could be through corporate contributions and donations towards programs. So we actually want to be better than we were in 2015. And this was a good year. This was a positive year that we have had this year. I can say that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we're going to be dealing with these decisions later today or Monday, but I really want to speak to this one at this time because I want to give people a little bit of history. This particular project, when the city needed a pool, and at that time a gym, but the pool was the #1 leader. We needed a pool. We undertook business case, feasibility study, and so forth. And it was determined that the only way that we would get this facility and build this facility is if we look to an operating model outside of the city, because the cost to operate a facility of this size, primarily the pool, using municipal models, which are direct user fees and not membership, was it would cost at a loss, no matter how you cut it, of $300,000 to $400,000. Those are numbers in 2007 when the studies were done. So it was a big undertaking, and luckily the Y, which was situated in that time out of Peterborough, or that branch, and one in Belleville, undertook with a request for proposals. We went out for requests for proposals because I believe Batawa and others submissions. We had some submissions. The best model, and it's well known in the province, is this agreement. And I look to what could have been and the cost to the taxpayer. So it's unfortunate that we probably are dealing with the worst budget we've ever had, and that the Y, who's really our partner, so I don't look at it as, is coming because they need to get a little bit of help here to sustain the program that they've been doing without, except during COVID, and we're all recovering. And I say we, partnership we. And so I just want to provide the context of that. And in the agreement, it did say they were in meetings, but that was also city staff and initiated too at that time, not the staff here. So I just want to, thank the Y for getting us through this difficult time. And I do hope you continue to work with our agencies, including our youth group that were here earlier in relationship. And we're undertaking a Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and I'm sure some feedback will come from that, and all of this. But this is a big decision, I know, but I just feel compelled to speak to how important this relationship is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Carr?
is there something else is that okay?
I'm sorry.
Councillor Freeman can go. Do you want me to go and then Councillor Freeman?
Councillor Freeman, are you on next? Is that what you're saying?
If
go
I
ahead.
can, it's not, doesn't matter the order.
Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead.
One of you two.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Cards
Yes.
and then you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just as kind of a through line to Councillor Boyce and Councillor Sharp, we're under enormous budgetary pressures this year. The Treasurer, Director of Finance tabled basically a number that is almost twice the highest levy in the history of the city of Quinte West. And all of these asks are on top of that. Your number isn't included if we were to fulfill that. So you get up into double digits. And Humane Society, our healthcare partners, there's so many legitimate asks, and it's almost impossible decision making because we'll have a very, I'm sure, contentious, raucous, interesting conversation on the marina later. But the feelings in the community, I think, get very, as to your point about subsidizing recreation, and I completely agree and understand with that. I think that the political will for those sorts of things evaporates very quickly in 10% levy environments that we're in. And so that's kind of what I'm fearful of, is how much can we do, when can we do it, what is the blowback going to be like if these numbers are unpalatable. And I think this will be a continuing conversation with some of the other our other presentations after, and it's just the worst year by a mile. All of these pressures are coming due at once, and we're just going to have to, I mean, our internal departments, for all of their, other than a couple of hires here and there, mid-single digits, they've done pretty well. And just, it's just so difficult. It's just such a difficult year. Anyway, that's all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Freeman.
There are a couple of programs that I was not aware of until this last year that the Y takes care of. Number one, I had an occupational therapist looking after me for a period of time, and she gave me what looked like a prescription to go to the Y to get my muscles working better, et cetera, and I didn't even know that was available, but I assume it's covered by OHIP since it was done through that program. The other thing I was not aware of is a lot of the schools have before and after people looking after them from the Y. The kids can be dropped off at 8 o'clock and they're looked after by Y, hires, and they look after the kids until the school starts and then take them after school and keep them till the parents come. There were so many things the Y was doing that I was not aware of, is my point.
Great, thank you. Councillor Mike Katsoukas.
Thank you. And I did get to meet with David Allen and his team at the Y subcommittee group, so I am aware of his presentation. I apologize for being a bit late, but I look at the bigger picture, what the Y brings, right? So the children that are able to use the facilities, then they may be doing something else that could have been problematic or troublesome in the community. Instead, they're doing something productive and staying healthy at the Y. And as for healthy, that goes for adults and everyone alike. It puts less strain on our hospital. It makes our community happier, healthier, because you're physically active. So I just don't look at what the Y does for the members, but the whole community.
Great, thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Yeah, and I kind of want to end on a positive note, saying the Y also treats their staff really well. I know my mom, at 70 years old, went to Dave for a job as a lifeguard. And
to get Dave as a lifeguard?
No, for my mom.
Oh,
for my mom as a lifeguard. And Dave,
I just want to make sure.
No, his mom's better swimmer than I am.
Yeah. Dave happily hired her for, until she retired from lifeguarding at over 80 years of age, eh? And she always said so many positive things about the work environment at the YA, and she could see it in the staff that were there, and it's a very positive place, and I agree 100% about the health benefits too as well. Like they're definitely an asset.
It's a lot better it was your mother than you were or Councillor O'Neill, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she misses it.
Yeah, she was a well worth employee and able and capable compared. Okay, that's good. Who's next? Councillor Stedall, go ahead.
Okay, just a couple of things again, back to the numbers to clarify. So from what I understand is that, this is to Director Denowden, we pay $520,000 annually in debt repayment, and we also pay $67,500 annually for maintenance. And we also have a number of items that are built into our budget this year for repairs for the building which we own. So we do contribute a lot to the Y at this point. This new operations is in addition to that. Is that correct?
Through to Mayor, yeah, so I can confirm those numbers are correct. In terms of capital, in the last 5 years, we've spent about 1.5 million, and we have about 1.9 million in the 24 to the next 5 years. So on average, about 300,000 a year in capital.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to add also a positive note is that my son was one of the, was in the before and after program for a number of years in the Susie Moo program, and it is an excellent program, and I think, there's some excellent benefits from the Y. I'm just trying to get my mind around numbers at this time.
Great.
Worship, can I just comment on
Yes,
Councillor?
go right ahead.
Councillor Card. I don't envy you. That's why I would never put my name on a sign.
Listen, there are days we feel the same way, but we'll get through it. We will get through it.
But the reality, what you're facing is the reality that we're all experiencing right now. And it is tough, and it's, as the CEO of the YMCA of Central East Ontario, there are decisions that I have to make as well in order to ensure that our organization remains sustainable and stays healthy and serves the community and serves the broader community. And I have a board that I report to of 16 pretty smart people who I have to answer to as well. And so I don't envy you, and understand the position you're in. And if I can just comment on what Councillor Kosovo said, is it's amazing the things that you have to make decisions. And we're not in the sick care business, we're in the healthcare business. We want to create a healthier community. We want to keep people out of hospitals. We want kids involved in programs that are good for them. Learning swimming, there's 600 children registered in our swim lessons in Quinte West right now. That's a life skill. That's something that will benefit them for the rest of their life. So we want to get them involved so that it does not have a negative impact on our hospitals and our health care system, if you will. And 9 times out of 10, when people start looking at what are we going to cut, they start cutting things like recreation. We can't do that. We're not going to do that. And those are the things that actually make our community a place that people want to live and where businesses want to open. And I can confidently say that the brand of the Y, businesses, companies that are looking to relocate, they know what a Y is. They know what a Y is. So.
Well, thank you very much. Are you, at this point, are you comfortable? I guess that's my question. With what we are looking at doing? I mean, I can't give any answer, but you're comfortable with what you presented to us?
Yes, it's outlined through the request. I think that Jacqueline and David and Caleb and I have started to have some conversations. I think there's more conversations that we can have, and that's why I was very intentional in there. Is that I appreciate that you have to make decisions that you don't want to tie up future councils. Well, no, so that's why I'm suggesting that we have further discussion. We start out, it's a term, and then we have another discussion prior to another council coming in. And hopefully it would be all of you would be back. but we would do that. But also then look at other ways, and I know when Councillor Quinte, when we had met, he had talked about what are some other things that we might be able to do to support and get more people out to the organization. And unfortunately, unfortunately, I think we take that on and think we have to do it all. When I think, certainly my discussions with David and Jacqueline and Caleb have always been excellent. And we've always come out after a really good discussion with some potential ideas and things that we can potentially move forward with. So I like it, having those meetings. I like bringing them back. I would certainly prefer coming to council, having you put me on your agenda or me getting on your agenda 2 or 3 times a year to come and tell you some good news stories and not just here I am again with another letter.
Well, listen, we appreciate you coming, but from my point of view as a politician, if you can resolve it with Caleb and David and Jacqueline, I'm great. I feel good, really good, because they're the people that know what needs to be done and how to do it. And they will tell us that David Allen is doing a great job or he isn't. That's what they're going to say. And yeah, so... and that's the most
Jacqueline's
important.
on the other side.
I want
over
to tell
here.
you a couple of more things that you need to know. Number one is my wife has never walked on a treadmill, but she keeps working. Yes, she does. And you know exactly what she makes, and she's good at it. You know that. And I also will make a donation to the Strong Kids program. I have a check in my vehicle. I should have gone and got it for you. But I appreciate the work that you did to acknowledge the people who are really true citizens of the Bay of Quinte region, and I appreciate that. So I will do that. I promise.
Your Worship, can you, as we did last year with your check to the Strong Kids, just wait and I know we can't announce it yet, but Dave and I are in an activity for the Strong Kids program, and we'd certainly take that donation, eh?
Can I trust both of you?
Yeah.
Which?
I'd rather you do too.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd rather you do too. Did you want my bag of jam back there too? Or?
No, that's precious. You can't sell that, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will do that. I will. I promise.
Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, anything other than that for the Y? We're good. We'll move on to the next one. We got Bill Sanderson, General Manager of Quinte Waste Solutions, and he's going to tell us how well, yes, the good news is. Come on up.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council and staff for inviting us here this afternoon to participate in your budget process. With me is no stranger to you all. It's Madonna Howell. She's our CFO, and once I've finished the little intro here, she'll actually walk you through the sort of the meat and potatoes.
Good.
But Quinte Waste Solutions was formed over 30 years ago, and it is an organization that is operated by the Centre and South Hastings Waste Services Board. That board is comprised of 9 member municipalities who've signed an agreement amongst each other to conduct business and process recycling and hazardous waste and electronic products through this organization. Now, one of the challenges that we've experienced is the commodity prices for the material that we resort is actually plummeted through basically the last 2 years, and certainly that influenced our performance in 2023. But the broader message I want to leave for the group is that we are transitioning the blue box over to producer responsibility through the province. I joined the organization in June of this year, and one of the mandates is to try and perform that transition as seamlessly as possible and as cost efficiently as possible. So there is an end date. The end date is July the 17th, 2025. But the service will continue as it is today for residents through to January the 1st, 2026. at which time we'll really see the effect of the transition. So that's all I have to say as an opening. I'll turn it over to Madonna, and we're here obviously to answer any questions you may have.
You're on, Madonna, with the figures.
Bill has gone through, so he's spoken about our background, and that we provide the recycling services. Our contractor is GFL Environmental. The program transition, which Bill spoke about as well. Our communication and marketing. So our goal is to communicate and share information to Blue Box Recycling, Waste Diversion, and Hazardous Waste Program as much as possible to avoid, we find we're getting a lot of non-recyclable material in our program, so we're trying our best to educate our residents to let them know what is and is not accepted in our program. Communication, so we have community presentations, we offer MRF tours for anybody. MRF is the material recovery facility. Social media, we offer free Blue Box exchange days, and you can let your residents know that's any day of the week. People think that we only do it once or twice a year when we go to the Quinte Mall, but it's any time people can bring their blue boxes and we can give them a brand new one. We do some trade shows and much, much more. So just some updates coming into 2024. So the levies are apportioned based on the tonnage of material that is collected for each of your municipalities, and that's consistent with our board agreement, which all of the board members have signed. As Bill spoke, the market prices for material continues to slowly decrease since mid of 2022. Contractor costs also increase. I mean, everybody is taking the brunt from COVID, and it's affected all programs. Last year, we had a 6.7% increase from our contractor based on the CPI rate for August of 2022. This year, it's a 3.9%, which will affect our 2024 budget. Another stipulation in the RFP for our contractor was that they would receive a monthly fuel escalation. So when the RFP was originally sent out, fuel prices were at $1.44, and then based on that, if the fuel prices are above that cost, they take the difference and they multiply by how much fuel they use per the month, and that's how we pay their monthly fuel surcharge. Our recovery facility is also aging. It was built in 1990, so the equipment continues to break down. We're trying our best to keep it going until we transition in July of 2025. So aging cost, we had over $100,000 in repairs for 2023. So just a summary of the allocation of the budget for 2024. So the projected tonnage for 2024 is based on 2023 tonnage, and then I just extrapolated it to the end of 2023 to give you a percentage for 2024. And then it's based on the percentage of the total tonnage for each municipality. So Belleville's cost for 2024 is $1.7 million. I will back up a little bit here. So when the budget was originally presented to our board members, we had anticipated that the payments that we received quarterly from Resource Productivity and the Recovery Authority, which was originally Stewardship Ontario, they fund about 50% of the Blue Box program. So we had anticipated that we were going to receive $600,000 a quarter from the RPRA. I actually was notified just on Monday of this week for what we will receive for 2024, and it was actually $746,000 a quarter. So instead of a 21.74% increase on the budget from last year, or for this year, sorry, the 2024 budget is at a 14.1%. So it is a 7% decrease from what we anticipated. So good news for some people. That's the summary. And then, as I said, so the costs for the program, our biggest cost, of course, is our contractor. the repairs to the MRF equipment, and then the income that we receive for the program is material sales, which haven't been the best over the past 2 years. I think to date, we're about 30% of the revenue that we anticipated for 2023, so nowhere near what we need to be. And then the board levies obviously make up a portion, and then the other 50% comes from the RPRA. And that's basically it for my presentation. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Who's on first? It's like recycling is zero. Isn't that
Well,
what you're getting? Yeah,
I will.
for material you recycle is zero, or is it less than zero?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I will say that they will accept the blue box trading. I took my duct tape covered blue box that I was trying to hold together earlier this year. It was in the late spring, and got some new recycle bins, and they're holding together well. As much as the drivers unload the goodies and then they toss them. They're never neat and tidy. Like when I put it down the road, it's neat and tidy, but when I come home, they're like spread all over the place. But anyways, they're holding together well.
Are you going to start using them?
I use them every week.
Okay.
Anyhow, so yeah, go get your blue box exchange so you have a nice sturdy one for the next week.
Mine are good. Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, I imagine it would be very difficult to budget with that fluctuating commodity price as such a percentage of your significant percentage of your revenue. I mentioned to the Director of Finance that in other industries where you're that dependent that there are financial instruments and derivatives where you can sort of hedge over a decade and kind of maybe set a lot of the oil field, they're doing similar things, of course, year to year, $30 a barrel, $80 a barrel, kind of as a hedging mechanism to try to smooth out that income over time. Kind of a moot point, I guess, with the wind down, but yeah, the balance levied to board members up 70% in 2 years, 3.45 million to 5.85 million. It's obviously a big number, bit of sticker shock. Can you speak a little bit, it might be a question for Mr. Sanderson, about the transition at this point? Have you figured out kind of what services that you may continue to offer past that, or kind of what your vision is for the day after the transition?
I can speak a little bit if Bill wants to add anything. So when the program started 30 years ago, it was basically for residents only. We collect recycling in residential areas. If there's a business in that residential area, it currently does get collected. So if it's on a residential route, it's going to get collected. If you're in an industrial park, it's different. You're not going to get collected. You have to source out for your services. And we do have an IC&I program for those services. Once a transition occurs, these businesses will not be a part of the program because the producers produce products for residents only. So it will be up to the municipalities that are in our board that they will have to source out for these non-eligible businesses and IC&I programs. So that's something that we have no control over. It's through Circular Materials Ontario. They're the ones who they put a number of members of pros, which are their producers, together, and they decide what they will and will not collect. The problem is that if municipalities decide that they want to let CMO collect these businesses, it does come at a cost. I think it's $200 a metric ton of material, but the material needs to be collected separately. So the blue truck that goes around and collects all the houses can't collect these businesses. It can't be commingled material. So that's something that municipalities will have to decide. Your environmental, we've been in touch with Chris about this as well. They will have to decide how these businesses are going to get collected, because we don't want to not collect them. We don't want this material to end up in the landfills, because that's what we're trying to avoid for the whole Blue Box program in interim anyway. I don't know if Bill wants to add anything.
Yeah, no, I think Madonna gave a pretty good overview. The one thing that we will benefit from is that the fact that we're transitioning in '25, there are communities that have started the transition in July of this year. And what we're observing from some of them is that in the non-residential, City of Guelph, as a for instance, a couple months ago, their council voted 16-0 to basically no longer service the industrial, commercial, and institutional markets or customers. So what that basically did is that forces those groups to look after their own recycling. So that's the only thing I would add.
So as a supplemental, if I may, your worship, so at the MRF facilities, does all the industrial, commercial, and the residential get mixed up?
It currently does, yes.
So in theory, just as a hypothetical, if this council were to follow Guelph then and it was left to the industrial commercial responsibility, would you slide in there as a service provider for them potentially? Or would you just kind of potentially?
That's a great question. That decision we haven't reached the stage in the transition where the board has been asked to make that decision, but it's certainly an option. Whether it's a high value option, I would suspect not. I would suspect we're more likely, as a group of municipalities, more likely to follow the Guelph model than we are to sort of create our own, made in Quinte solution.
So if that happened and some of the side batteries and some of the other adjacent adjunct services, is it possible that you would just cease to exist entirely if the member municipalities didn't opt to continue with those services?
Well, certainly it's a possibility, but part of the other operation is our hazardous and electronic waste program.
That's what I was referring to.
And so while the Blue Box is transitioning downward and at best would probably be left with a skeletal staff, if any, the hazardous waste is actually positioning for growth. We have had discussions about additional depots in both Prince Edward County and here in Quinte West. There was some dialogue about putting them in this year's budget, but the decision was made with both staff teams to defer that decision until 2025.
Thank you.
So I don't think it'll disappear, but it'll certainly be smaller than it is today.
Councillor Boyce?
Thank you, Your Worship. So Bill, so come the transition day, does that mean then that you no longer send the bills to the municipalities? You send them directly to the province and they reimburse? I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. And second of all, I know Madonna had said that it's $200 a metric ton. Is that, I think you said $200 a metric ton for recycling? And I'm just trying to wrap my head around that because I thought it was considerably less a ton, less than what it would cost for garbage. And isn't garbage like less than $200 a ton?
So back to the $200 is what the pros will charge if your municipalities want to have them collect for businesses in the area. Yeah, that's a lot. Recycling costs residents about $47 a year. That's all your tax bill will include for recycling, and I think garbage is about $75. We usually do a calculation for that. They will charge $200 if you want to use them to collect the businesses. The residents won't be affected any different. There's been no different charge for the residents.
And more importantly, what happens to your invoices? Who do they go to?
So the
do they
levies
no
right
longer-
now go to municipalities.
right now they do,
Once
but-
the pros take over, the levies won't be paying for the blue box anymore. Or the municipality,
Yeah.
sorry. They will be, as far as I know, they will still be funding the hazardous waste program, but they won't be funding blue box anymore.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Still trying to wrap my head around a 29% increase. Have the prices gone down that much?
Sorry.
Yes.
And then I have a supplemental for the treasurer, too.
Sure. So the 29% that appeared in the blue book, the initial version that Caleb put together, that was based on input from myself. He was looking for a rough cut number, and we gave him $1.75 million. But in answer to your question, David, the price that let me back up. 2 years ago, we were averaging about $180, $160 on a mixed bag of goods. The mixed bag of goods is a sort of a dollar value that's put together based on all of the commodities that we sell and basically used as a forecasting mechanism for future projections of revenue. So they were actually we were being paid 2 years ago about $160 per metric ton of MBOG. When they put the budget together for 2023, they used a very conservative approach. They used $80. They said, this isn't sustainable. You know, the market's going to soften up a little bit. We put together a budget of $80 MBOG. The actual, I think our year-to-date actual is $36. So basically, we lost on the revenue line about $880,000 in 2023. The projection that we've built in for 2024 is conservative. It's $35. So if we get any upside on that number, it'll improve our position through the year and perhaps leave us in a better position finishing the year than we started. But that's what's behind it, David.
Yep. Through you to the treasurer. The increase of $355,000, proposed increase, the report says $200,000 will come from reserves. So when it says the effect of the TAP levy is 0.5%, wouldn't it be more like 0.2%?
Yeah, through your worship, so the amount from reserves is actually not an increase. It's the same amount. I just made a note in the budget book that we did last year. So we've been basically pulling in 200,000 last year, and we will again this year. But the full increase was budgeted for, so that full 350. Now with the change of close to 200, now we've already reduced the proposed levy with the latest numbers, so we're now sitting around 180 in terms of an increase there.
Thank you.
Okay, just before we leave, Bill, I guess the number one product that you collect and you were being paid for is aluminum.
Correct.
What are you getting for aluminum now?
Oh, sorry, about 88 cents a pound.
Okay.
So about
You're-
$1,900 per metric ton.
Okay, but weren't we having trouble selling it?
No, aluminum, definitely not.
Is it still going? Okay, well, that's
Yeah,
good news.
yeah.
I thought we were having it, and we just received some funding from the province to help us, correct?
That's the our payment that we receive quarterly,
Okay,
yeah.
so
yeah.
that, and all seasons fencing in Glen Miller, making plastic fencing and plastic boards and so on.
We can't take that.
You can't sell them? No, but they do love recycled plastic water bottles.
Okay, yeah.
That's one of their primary ingredients to make the product that they're producing, so.
Yeah,
That's
well,
good.
that's good to know, because right now, we have a contract with Blue Water in Stratford, I think. They purchase our water bottles, and they actually produce more water bottles for them. So we have a contract with them for until next year, but they've been having some issues with their mill, so we haven't been able to move the peat as much as we have been in the past. But if somebody else could buy it for us, then obviously
Well,
yes.
I would certainly talk to them. I'm only a visitor at their manufacturing facility, but I know they love recycled. And listen, from a mayor, that's fantastic, because I don't have to walk over them. I don't have to pick them up. I don't have to see them along the side of the
Exactly.
road.
Yeah.
You know, so, yeah.
What
Great.
was the name of the business again?
Pardon?
The fencing business, what was it again?
All Seasons Fencing.
All Seasons,
Glenn Miller, yeah.
I'll have a look for
Yeah,
you.
it used to be the paper mill in Glen Miller's.
Oh, okay, that took over the Sonico plant? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
okay, Sonico, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all have different memories.
Yes.
But listen, I can tell you, if you want to visit that facility, 'cause they've done a remarkable job there. Fantastic. Cleaning up, and I never in my life could see from one end of the building to the other, but you can now. It's, yeah, really good. So, thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody
Any
else
other
good?
questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll keep going. Thank you very much.
Sure that wasn't your eye operation? Sure that's not because of your eye operation?
Okay. All right, Jerry Lynn, you're on, Chief Executive Officer of the Quinte West Library, and you've got some people with you. You would like you to introduce them, and
I will.
Okay.
So yes,
thank you.
thank you, Mayor Harrison and Council, for this opportunity to present our 2024 budget for the library. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our board chair, Doug Couture, and board trustee Maureen Piercy, and councillors Sally Freeman and Linda Reed.
Yes, okay, great.
So we understand that this is a challenging budget year for everyone. Our intention for this presentation is to inform you of where we are at as a public service in the community, how we compare to other like-sized libraries, and where our stressors and challenges are. And let me see if I can get this working. I'm gonna hit the wrong button. There we go. No. Who's in charge of the slides? The right arrow test? Oh, now, am I gonna be able to get that little slide going? It's a little video. Can you do it for me? It won't run? Of course not. This was the pretty picture part of the presentation. So close your eyes and pretend that you've been through the library to see all of the pretty renovations. So barring that, you can come into my office and take a look. So the renovation has come to its full conclusion after new paint, new carpet, vibrant new furnishings, study spaces, an updated maker space, a new children's play area, a new welcome desk, new ergonomic staff furnishings with standing desks, and so much more. We are now ready for the next decade of incredible library services. We added to our current library technologies by adding a new self-checkout station to both branches and a smart chute which is located by the fountain. What that does is it helps with repetitive stress motions, so staff are not having to do that, as well as its RFID tags. You put them in the chute and it checks them in immediately, so it's instant, real-time service for our patrons. We are now happy to report that the renovations are complete. We came in under budget, and it's not showing, so you can't see all the fun stuff, but I would encourage you to come and take a look at what's done now. There were quite a few things we were waiting for, furniture and getting the children's area up and going, but we're pretty much done. I'm sorry about that. Thanks, Tessa. So after the renovation, so we now have this big, beautiful, newly refreshed space, and everything's been updated with the latest technology, not to mention the wonderful views that we get from that space. Moving forward, our staffing establishment needs to be updated in order to provide the best services and programs that we can. The remainder of the presentation will focus on the increases that we are asking for, specifically focused on staffing. As you will see, we fall short in comparison to other libraries of similar size. If we do not catch up now, we will continue to fall short year after year, and staffing is our greatest strength, and we want to attract and retain the best staff that we can in order to fulfill our mandate of supporting a healthy and vibrant community. As we contemplated our budget ask for this year, and we knew it was going to be big, we went back to the city's strategic plan and focused on the strategic priority of operational excellence, which is to ensure that the city's, and or in this case the library's, staffing levels are appropriate to meet growing needs. The staffing levels have remained the same for almost a decade, and as the community continues to grow, so do our staffing needs. The big concern is making sure we stay on top of the needs rather than trying to maintain status quo and fall behind. So, a few little stats. Currently through the doors in the Trenton branch, we actually see 365 to 420 people a day through the doors, which is pretty good for a branch of this size. That equates to 115,000 visits per year. In Frankfurt, we're looking at approximately 45 people a day, 14,000 over the course of the year, and those numbers come from our gates and our turnstiles, and there's an electronic count there. Those numbers do not include the big events. Touch the Truck, for example, I think we estimated we had about 1,600 people attend that event. Now, the non-sexy part of libraries is the materials handling. This is what goes on in the background of our business. So right now, Trenton branch is processing 800 items a day on average, which equates to 240,000 items a day. And just to put this in perspective, we have two branches, 12.7 FTE. We're about 4 people short, full-time bodies, to actually get us to where we need to be, just to deliver low-level service. As public libraries continue to grow and go above and beyond to meet the diverse needs of their communities, we cannot do this without our most important resource, which is our human component, being our staff. So just to speak to our current staffing establishment, this is where we currently live at. So we have 12.7 full, that's our equivalent, for 2 branches, 6 full-time positions, 16 part-time positions. Where we would need to be if we were looking at the Ontario Library Association and where they say we should be, it would be 24 FTE for a population of this size, which is an increase to 12 full-time, 14 part-time. That is not part of our budget ask. That's at the high level end. If we wanted to provide the most excellent service and be out in the community doing everything all at once, that would be the big audacious goal. So just a few little graphs to give you an idea of where we are. Quinte West is actually at the bottom. This comparison is taken from the Ontario Library Association, which collects these stats year after year to help libraries articulate their needs in a pragmatic way. This chart shows that the average staffing complement for a mid-sized library, which we are considered, is 20.5. That would leave us 7 full-time people short. At best, we are able to provide below-average services to a mid-sized community. Now, I'm not saying that we provide poor service. We don't. We do everything that we can with our 12.7, but we're stretched. Now, I know that some of you are thinking that we do an amazing job with those 12.7, and you wouldn't be wrong, but where we get stuck is if somebody's sick, for example, and they're delivering children's programming that day, we don't really have somebody else that can step in. We do manage, but it's a juggle, and it is a stressor to our staff. That happens regularly. But we jump in, we do the best we can. So how are we doing? This is it's fairly clear, you can see this. This is a comparative study of municipal funding for public libraries. It compares the municipal funding of library operating costs for Quinte West Public Library with groups that match our population, not necessarily near our catchment area. Public libraries like to use per capita comparisons because that is what our federal and provincial funding is based on, is the population. And looking at this, you can clearly see that we fall short. We are at $36.60 per capita. The very high end of that, which is Innisfil, is at $85.26. The median, if we took those 16 libraries, comes out at $60.96. We are aiming over the course of the number of years to get to 60. And I do have a plan to show you what that looks like. So here again is the per capita funding. And this is just another comparison using stats collected by the province. When we use comparable size libraries serving populations of 30 to 50,000 people, we come in at the very bottom. Owen Sound is second last, but spends about $6 more per capita than we do. To match Owen Sound, we would need to add $280,000 to our budget. So you might start seeing a theme here. I know you know how much we've asked for in our budget this year. This is where we started at. So we also did a comparison to include libraries serving populations up to 100,000. This meant comparing Quinte West to 29 other libraries, and once again, we came in at the end. So how does this lack of funding impact the library? It's mostly in staffing levels. We're just way behind. We're second last among libraries in our comparison. So there are charts for full-time equivalents. And it also impacts the number of hours that we're open, the number of programs that we offer, and limits the size of our collection and our digital content. Most importantly, since 2018, we have sustained a constant deficit compared to other like-sized libraries. What that means is if we get a 2 or 3% increase, it's just status quo. It's just helping us pay those yearly increases to staffing salaries and increases to the cost of paper and printing and those things. So we do have a plan. I don't want anybody to panic when you look at this. We know what the stressors were, but we wanted to be really open and honest about what this looks like for us moving forward. So how would we get there? So I did mention a 5-year plan that does not include 2024. It's looking beyond that. Using a conservative growth analysis based on 1% population growth every year, we can get to $51.74 if per capita is our goal. Hence, this is our preliminary ask based on where we are currently in comparison with other libraries of similar size. Our big ask for 2024 is based on the need to increase full-time staffing in order to fully serve the public, to maintain our current hours and increase programming and public service. The remaining 5 years is meant to be a rough budget guide moving forward that will allow us to maintain medium-level support to the community and bring us closer to that $60. That's probably a 10-year plan. So based on inflation and current recession forecasts, this becomes a bit daunting in terms of pressure points to the city's overall financial obligations, and we're very, very aware of this. However, we did feel it was necessary to do our due diligence by presenting an honest reflection of where we currently sit and where we need to be in the future. And in conclusion, I usually just like to wrap up these kind of presentations with a little chat quickly about literacy. And most people find this shocking. Currently, the reality is that in Canada, 49%, and this is a 2021 statistic, but it hasn't moved much over the last 20 years, is that 49% of our population overall in Canada cannot read and comprehend above a grade 9 level. So that's pretty shocking. And what that tells us is that libraries really still do matter. Even in a digital age, our libraries provide more than physical books. If you've been in the library recently, or even if you never come in and have a card, you're still able to go online and learn a second language. You can learn how to find a job. You can borrow ebooks. We continue to pour a lot of our budget money and our collection into those digital resources. And then my favorite statistic, really this is the good news piece, all the investment that you put into literacy programming or public libraries has a 241% return on investment, so that is how we meet the needs in the community. And, you know, again, what staffing can do is go out into the community. We can partner with places like the YMCA. We can figure out how people can pick up materials at the Y, for example. There is a whole lot of technology that would support us in that. I can find grant funding to support all kinds of programming, and I can find a little bit of funding and grants to support things like shelving and games and all the widgets and things that we would like to have in the library, but at the end of the day, I cannot get grant funding for staffing. So that's kind of where we are with that. So we appreciate all the time. I know this has been a long day. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Boyce.
Thank you,
go
Your
ahead.
Worship. Your Worship. First of all, it's great to see Maureen, a loyalist and through the health unit. I've known her for many years, and it's great to see her. She's certainly an asset, I imagine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you do surveys for your customers, basically, at the library?
A survey as what they would like
Yeah,
in the
what they would
library?
like, yeah.
So I've been here since the end of June. In that time, we have done a survey where we just had sticky notes in the library to ask people what they wanted. First time in my library career, which has been a long one, a lot of children put stickies on the board. They love the library. Yes, they would like more hours. They want more stuff. We'll get to the stuff piece with grants, tool lending libraries and things like that. But yes, we do. And we have started taking on a lot of surveys at the end of our programs. That hasn't happened in the past, so that I can help judge whether this is a good program, what else would you like to see. Just we're getting staff into the habit of asking all those questions so that we can assess.
Yeah, because I'd be curious to know, I know you compare the staffing with other libraries, but I'd be curious to know if the patrons in the library are actually, happy with what you're doing and whether or not they're asking for more or they're just really happy with the way it's set up.
So traditionally, everybody's really happy with all the children's programming that we've done, but we are missing out on others really important places in the community, like newcomers. We haven't done anything for newcomers. We know that there is a huge population of people that are low income that might not know all the services that are for free. Doing library card drives is really important, and that part of that is just being out in the community and the library being plastered everywhere so that people start asking what's happening in the library. The family programming that we do, right now we're doing Dickens, for example. We've been reading that in the 5 staves, and we've got theater people involved, and we've been getting anywhere from 30 to 40 people on those evenings coming in to be read to, bringing their families. So family programming is really, really important. In the makerspace, just by the numbers alone, and I didn't want to inundate you with too much of like, this is what the library does and this is what we do, but the makerspace alone is full. Those sewing classes that we've been doing since we reopened are full. We have waiting lists. So I'm happy to come back and give you another report when you're not so focused on the dollar amount, just to let you know what's happening and doing a report back to the community of the value of their library.
Because I'd love to know, it's, as you know, this budget is just incredible, and the staffing issue, and I want to know if the patrons are really happy with the current level of service and this, and the ones I talked to seem to really enjoy going in and the library, but it's just it's a struggle when I see a budget like that.
We understand that, and this again, coming from Alberta, I don't hesitate going, this isn't my first rodeo. I've done this a lot. I knew that this ask was going to be shocking and painful, but what I really wanted you to hear is that we are just below our staffing levels. I don't expect that we're going to get that far this year. But I can guarantee you that I will come back year after year with the same story, and I will just keep asking and letting you know where we're at. So we will continue to do what we can with what we have. Nobody's complaining, if that answers your question about the service level, but I just don't have enough people out on the floor to be helping patrons as much as we could. My experience has been that it's the programming that brings people into the library. Our library of things, I have built huge tool lending libraries. That gets men through the doors. They want to borrow a miter saw. They want to borrow a post hole digger. We can do all of that. Getting people through the door like that reminds them that the library's more, and then we can keep providing that service. So that's the goal for me over time. Yes, we will continue to do what we can with what we get, but I really wanted to let you know why we were asking for that.
Okay, listen, I can tell you from my point of view where my office is, and I was here when we built this building, and we were that close to not building a library. And the number of people in and out of here every day is phenomenal. And I see them dancing out of here with books and mums and you name it. And because of that, I'm proud that we did what we did. So proud and pleased. I wished we'd have done it a little bigger, but we did what we could afford to
Well,
do.
you
So
know I have a plan when you build the new city hall.
I know you just want us to move out of here and you'd be happy, right?
That would be amazing.
Okay, I'm going to go to Maureen Piercy now and come back to you, Councillor Sharp. Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And it's wonderful to see council working so hard on behalf of all the citizens. And we do know that this is an extremely challenging year for you and for every citizen in our community. So while we obviously want to make a compelling case, as do all our colleagues, we do really appreciate your hard work and the difficulty of the prioritization and the decisions that you have to make with the resources that we have. I did just want to comment on Councillor Boyce, and thank you for your kind comments, Councillor Boyce. It's very important to survey the patrons who are currently members of the library and currently using the programs. And you don't have to necessarily be a library member to use our programs. As you know, we have a good partnership with the City of Belleville too. We have interlibrary agreements and borrowing, which all of that is wonderful. But the library's mandate is so much broader under legislation, under the professional ethics of trained librarians, to advance literacy throughout the community to meet the needs of all the citizens. So yes, it's super important that we look at our current patrons and say, you know, are you happy with what we're doing? Do the hours work for you and your family? But also, Councillor Boyce, what we want to do is expand and increase the memberships, increase the service to the individuals who are not currently patrons. Because as our CEO has said, there are many people in our community. This is one of the last public spaces that's free in our community, that's welcoming to everyone. So we think it's very important to be able to expand. For instance, just one small example. I suspect there's a strong opportunity to partner with the Military Family Resource Center. And also, there used to be a library that was part of the base operations, and they had to close a number of years ago for reasons I'm sure we could all relate to. But, you know, there's a big opportunity there. A lot of those folks are not here for a long time. They tend to have young families, many of them. And I see them coming into the library with their children. People are still in uniform. I think there's some great opportunities to, again, to gain a lot of new patrons and serve their needs. And again, as Jerry Lynn has said about newcomers, we have so many newcomers in our community as well. We're doing francophone programming, which is awesome. So just a couple of comments, Your Worship, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, and listen, I'm Councillor Freeman, thank you very much for the work that was done to find our new librarian. Fantastic job, and I know it was not easy, and but I appreciate the work that's being done. I'm going to Councillor Sharp.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too just want to say it's really great to see you, Maureen. We get to work together in the Health Unit Board under your leadership for many years. Thank you. It's a great board member. I too just want to add to Councillor Boyce's comments in terms of I appreciate that we all want to do more programming and more outreach. And when we do, we need more resources and staff. And I think what you're seeing with this particular budget, we're trying to hold on to the services we have. Mm-hmm. And you know, it's always good to have the vision, the strategy, mm-hmm. and the desire. And not to say there's not a need out there, but it's kind of a time we're holding on to the services that we have and doing the best we can with the resources we have, unless there's some really compelling issue. And I'm not hearing that there's this strong demand from answering Councillor Boyce's question. And a lot of investment went into the renovations, and that does draw. And I'm just thinking encouragement, working with our staff communications team to get the message out about the services we have in consultation with the library. right? We have a great marketing, we have resources, we have tax bills and all those things, signs all over, and I know you utilize them. I know, and I'm sure I'm sounding like we know all those things. But at the same time, I think for me, looking at this increase, I won't be supporting it. Something maybe, but this is my point of view.
That is not a surprise.
Yeah, and I had a question about the conference seminar fees, 7,500 from 2,000. Just a
There has
question
been
there.
very, very little staffing professional development support. We have 2 full-time librarians plus myself. It's really imperative to learn from all of those other libraries that are out there, and the best way to do that is to attend conferences. We have staff that want to take other courses. There's a lot of online, but there is a dollar amount. Did I put $6,000? Is that what I asked for?
At 7.5, if I'll go back.
Yeah,
to it.
so typically in a library with this size with 1 branch, it's usually around 8 or 9.
7.5. Okay, so thank you.
Again, keep in mind that, you're Santa and I'm 5, and I'm asking for everything that I want. We know that we're going to get what we get and that we will make the best of that. But this is my first time in front of all of you, and
Sure.
I just want you to understand that I don't want you coming to me 5 years from now when I'm still asking for money and go, why didn't you tell us that you needed that
Right, you're
5
giving us
years
the
ago?"
vision, so we're prepared.
Exactly.
And I feel more like the Grinch, but
And
that's it.
that's okay. I'm not trying to make you
But
all
well-
feel bad about yourselves. We know, we're being very realistic about this, but again, we just wanted to do our due diligence and tell you where we're at.
Appreciate that. Councillor Card, and then I'm coming this way.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it was an excellent presentation. I was just thinking the whole time, if I were you, I would have presented exactly the same thing, understaffed, against comparators. And this is part of the larger kind of through line with a lot of the conversations that we're having about we're trying to hold on for dear life on current services, expansion that are going to cost expenses are kind of a little bit out of the question for most, I think. But the interesting thing with kind of the larger point that I wanted to make is that below average staffing complement, and as the Director of Finance showed us yesterday, we're below average tax municipality for the property taxes, and so this is what you get this is the result of that, and so that's kind of, I think, a larger conversation in the community. Do we want to be a heavier, more services? Do we want to fund that? What is that going to look like? And kind of a larger conversation that it really happens mostly at budget time. So at least this facilitates that, and I appreciate the innovation and looking forward, and that's very good. And certainly, if you have any ideas for more, innovative programming or opportunities for stuff, especially ones with no price tag, please bring them, because I certainly have only heard good things. But the local operating funding per capita, I would be curious to see that same chart, local operating funding per capita per property tax dollar raised. I have a feeling we'd probably be closer to the middle if that was another denominator there in that. It's not surprising we're at the low part of that list because we are probably raising, the lowest in property taxes per capita too. So that was my only point, but keep up the good work, and yes, please bring other programming options forward with that maybe don't have the price
Next year
tags.
I'll have lots of good news with grants and things like that, so don't you worry.
Okay.
Councillor O'Neill, you're on next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation outlining why you feel you need. Further to Councillor Boyce's comment about how people are happy with the library, my wife's attended numerous crafts nights. She loves it. I've had a lot of people really excited about your new 3D printer. So all I've heard is good things and happy things about the library lately.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Good. Councillor Stillwell, then Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple things. So I'm a huge proponent of the library, have been for a number of different years. And since COVID and before that, I actually stopped going into the library. However, I borrow lots of books and I do it all online. And I'm just wondering between that, with that, a lot of people going to the digital books now. Does that not alleviate some of the staffing concerns at all?
No, it actually doesn't. It's the reverse. So I can give you a really good example, like Hoopla and Canopy. If you're renting movies, it's by usage. So we have so many people stressing out our budget every single month that there are times where we have to increase that because there's more people coming and using the library. They've learned, they're with Hoopla, they can have 5 movies a month. So it does cost us money. Those digital resources go up and up and up. We have added a little bit this year. We've dropped things like Creative Bug, which is a crafting database. We're going into Fiero coding so that the kids have access to doing coding. It's for kids that are 8 to 14. We're doing Mango Languages next year, so you'll be able to go online and learn any multitude of languages, but they are very expensive, and we always struggle. So if you borrow an ebook, for example, the publishers charge public libraries $26 for you to buy that ebook, and we can only lend it out 10 or 12 times, and then we have to buy it again. So it cost us less to bring in the paper version, and that just goes out the door 250 times until it falls apart. That's been a publishing issue for 20 years since we started doing that. So yes, people are using those e-resources, but then there's also studies where people at night, for example, don't want to have their face into an electronic device and they want the physical book. So it's doing both. So our collection of lending out, those numbers that I quoted you is just physical material that's coming in and out. There's more, you will see more and more of that. And during a recession, libraries become more recession-proof because we are providing all those things for free that people can't afford to pay for. So like the internet, for example, we lend out the internet. That costs us a substantial amount of money, $1,000 a month, for people to come and get a little hotspot so that they can actually do their work from home or wherever they are. So we're constantly looking for ways to meet those needs, and it does not eliminate anything from our budget. It keeps increasing it. So we're always kind of doing this, not finding that we don't need to buy any more books because they're super popular still. So,
and I guess going back to the staffing though, so that's not decreasing staff. And just on another point with the staffing, I'm just wondering, does the library use volunteers? Like, is there a volunteer base that's coming in that's assisting? Because I know one of our other user groups was here earlier today, and they were saying that it's a huge opportunity, especially for newly retired seniors to be able to get out, to be able to assist. Is that something that the library can use as well?
We do have volunteers. We have volunteers that do homebound reading, that deliver books to the homebound. Most public libraries are unionized. So in that instance, having volunteers in the library gets really dicey. We aren't unionized, so we can get away with a few things, but I would not encourage somebody to come in and do shelving, for example, because we pay shelvers to do that, to put books on the shelf and take them off. And it's a muddle. You don't want volunteers coming in. Then you have to train them, which means I need staff that can train them. We do have a volunteer program with teens that come in and do all kinds of stuff for us while they're also learning and gaining credits for school. It's a huge amount of work to manage that, and the librarians, that's where they're putting their time. And I don't want to say no to that program, but that takes up about 5 hours a week out of a 35-hour work week for a librarian. It's a lot. So yes, we can, and we could do more, but that would be more involved with the bigger programs than it would actually doing any physical library work. I wouldn't do that.
Councillor Armstrong?
First of all, I admire your passion, and we've had various passionate people in here today for the different groups, and it's all about priorities. We have so much money to dish out. My priorities are about health care. I've been around the long-term care homes and hospitals for the last 2 or 3 years, and all I hear about is working short, understaffed, overstressed. So if I were to compare a librarian situation to them, or have them compare, there's no contest. EMS, we just talked about the shortages there. So it's not that I don't support the library. Ex-teacher was put through the whole literacy program with the province. Mayor Harrison's a retired principal. He knows all about that. And kindergarten teachers who, you know, used to go to visit homes where there wasn't a stitch of reading material in the house. That's where the library comes in. My grandkids, they come in here, they love the programs.
Yep.
It's not that I don't support the what you're doing. It's just, like the song says, you can't always get what you want.
Oh, and we know that, we're quite aware, but I will say in response to that, our vulnerable communities that are out there right now, I do not have the staff to go and find them and help them. So our newcomers, for example, we don't see them, but I know they're here.
Right.
We see the homeless population in the library, so we do serve a purpose and a place for them. Sometimes it's the things that you don't see, the single mom who just needs a place to come so that her kids can run around.
I've seen it.
Right, so public libraries always present themselves as these fun, happy, delightful places. But what we do is we fill those dark holes in those dark spaces for people. So I know it's tricky, and I'm not gonna shed tears or be upset with what we get at the end of the day. I will work with that, and we will continue to do all the great things that we do. It's just, I guess, the bigger message is, right now I have people that work alone out in Frankfurt. I need more staffing hours so that they're in a safer space. We need programming, because that's what draws people into the library, and that's how we meet those needs. I can't get out to the community to talk to all of those organizations who maybe need us to help alleviate some of their stressors. And we have databases like HealthLink and Medline. We need to be able to teach people how to do that. We need to focus on careers and people coming into the library. How do you write a resume? You need to talk to an
I don't
HR,
need to be
all of
preached to.
that. I'm not trying to preach. I just want to make sure that I didn't tell you that we do lovely kids stuff and all these fun things, when really our purpose too is to reach all those vulnerable populations.
And I know you're reaching out because I've visited places too. So I'm going to Councillor Freeman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jerry Lynn. It's too bad about your movie, but nonetheless, it was a great presentation. And I think Councillor Reed and I did our best to kind of pre-warn you for just how bad this was likely to be. We weren't trying to be mean, we were just preparing you for what was going to be a terrible budget year, and even we are shocked about how bad it really is.
Yeah.
And we're going to do our very, very best. But I got to tell you that both Councillor Reed and myself, at the end of the last term, we thanked the library, Suzanne, who was then running it, and all the staff for making us look so good, because the Touch the Truck had just happened, and all the other things during COVID that we provided so many people that were working from home, kits to keep their kids busy and out of their hair while they were trying to make a living still, and on and on and on. I mean, I am so proud of what the library has done up till now. The renovations were done quickly, beautifully, and they were done so that the staff could see people if they're wandering around looking puzzled, where everything was blocked before. It's a bright, wonderful space that we can be proud of for years to come. And the fact that we, as in City Council and the whole city staff, share space with the library has to be a savings compared to some of these standalone libraries. And some of the things like the counter, when you go, I mean the counter as in the machines that count people coming and going, they weren't there a few years ago. Now you can take your books out just like you do groceries, only you get to scan them yourself. The books that are coming in are pre-scanned, so they're literally, I guess, just going on to the shelves. So there's been so many innovations to make the library run better. And I'm just very, very proud of the staff and the board. We've had some wonderful boards. The Friends of Library is represented on the board. They do a lot, as much as they can for the library. So if the question's asked, we have never, ever, ever had a serious complaint about anybody at the library or waiting or tapping their toe, like, will you hurry up and get us out of here? It's just, thank you all for what you've been doing, and which is a great job. And yes, there are things we can do in the future, but this budget isn't going to open that up, I'm afraid.
Councillor Reed, I'm going to give you an opportunity to make a comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I can just only echo Councillor Freeman's applause for the library. It's just been a wonderful experience. They do everything in their power to provide programs for for all ages. And they have a wonderful newsletter that goes out every month, letting people know of the programs that are happening. They have a website. They're doing so many positive things, and I know that under Jerry Lee's direction, or Jerry's direction, it will continue. And everybody is on the council and on the board are all trying to do things that will only make the library better. But I think we're going to have to proceed with caution. And yes, the Frankfurt Library is brand new as well. It's a beautiful facility. It's bright. It's cheery. And I know that Jerry said there's one person working there currently, but fortunately there's always staff just on the other side of the wall. So that's comforting to them as well, I think, for them. So thank you for your presentation. And as Councillor Freeman said, yeah, we kind of knew that when we've got all these other requests with healthcare and so many things, it's a difficult year. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. It was recently in Aurelia on an economic development day trip, and I saw something very interesting in their library. I don't know if this is common elsewhere. I thought it was a wonderful idea, speaking to the vulnerable person population that you do service and do access to library services. They had it was an office, a significant sized office, connecting vulnerable persons to resources. They had it was like a secretary and then kind of a coordinator, taxes, connecting with benefits, your driver's license. I was there for 5 minutes, and 2 people, one for a birth certificate, a form, and then connecting with community resources and nonprofits, addictions, mental health, everything. It was there. I thought it was a great idea. Is that something that could be possible in the future, something you've thought about, that model?
It's becoming more and more common. So for example, we're looking at reaching out to newcomers just so we could have a newcomers desk once a week in the library where they would send somebody for a few hours so that people could come into the library. Aurelia, Toronto, Brampton, those bigger libraries do and work with Services Canada to have desks. That works sometimes it doesn't, but they would provide the staff that come and sit in there. They're just looking for a space. The other thing that's happening with bigger libraries that have major issues with people that are unhoused or have mental issues is providing social workers that are on site to help with that. Now, in those cases, the library, though, is taking on the burden of staffing and paying for that. So there's so many of those bigger issues, public libraries, of course, because those people are already there. How do we reach out and help? But again, it becomes a budget thing, except for the Services Canada. And we have reached out to them, and it looks like we may have the opportunity to do that. What happens is we have a lot of people with low literacy skills that can't fill out the forms, and that's where that comes in. So we're already getting those people. We just don't have Services Canada right now, so we are in a conversation with them to see if we can add that.
Thank you. They were called, I think, Service Aurelia. It was just a nonprofit, very similar to VIQ, Volunteer Information, Quinte, but no, that's great. I thought it was a great model.
Yeah, it is.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you came to visit. Certainly glad you took time to be here.
I knew it was going to be a good time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and it's always nice to see the people who work with you, and I'm especially proud of the recruitment team. You did a fantastic job. I know it wasn't easy. I know it wasn't, but you certainly, I believe that you've achieved far above your goal. So, and yes, I'm proud of the work. And listen, I see every day. I see it every day that I'm here. The number of people coming in to use that library, and particularly the young children who come in and come dancing out with the books in their hands. So, and I don't read near as much as I used to, because by the time I get my council done and this done and that meeting, and the note my wife might have left me, so but I believe that reading is medicine. It is. It really is. And Councillor Allier gets farm magazines that I don't get, and he calls me up and says, there's a couple of good articles in this, and I'm going to drop it off so you can read it. So, you know, that's exactly what you're talking about, reaching out to other people, and it's so important. So I really, I thank you. We'll do our best. It isn't, you know, we've got challenge, yes, we have, but we've had them before, and we deal with everything to the best of our ability, and that's what we have to do. And it's really nice to see Maureen out, and she does live in Quinte West. I know exactly where she lives.
I
and,
think we need to take a dog and pony show on the road.
So,
I've been missing out on that.
yeah.
Thank you so
Anyways.
much. We appreciate your support, and just so that you know, you do have our support in all of this. We know what I think we have a really good idea what we're going to expect and where we're going to land, but I appreciate you letting me bring the big, audacious, hard plan forward. So thank you so much.
Well, I just happened to see yesterday you were doing some planning and strategic and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like watching paint dry, but I didn't say that. I just walked out. You know, you noticed. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Okay. Well, we left the most important to the last. Shelley, you're on. Most important to the last, and
I don't know if being last is a good thing or a bad thing, because I might just sound like a broken
Well,
record after hearing everybody else's
we haven't made any
talks.
decisions, so you're good. But I want you to know I'm proud of what you do. I'm proud of all the different accomplishments, the different connections. You know, I don't. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, so we'll touch base on a few of those, just so everybody kind of understands, you know, what we're doing out there and trying to move people. So my presentation is very short and sweet. I just thought I'd kind of give you an update of kind of what we did for last year and where we are for this year so far, and hopefully where we're moving forward. So I will get started. So this is just our current operations. I know we've talked about this before. So we are currently running 4 conventional transit routes. So 3 of those routes are in Quinte West, or right in Trenton. And then we have our 4th route now that connects Trenton into Belleville. So they run Monday to Friday, and then 2 of our in-town routes run on Saturday, shorter hours. We run a 9 to 5 schedule. So with that, we also incorporate now our specialized and on-demand service, which is available Monday to Saturday. So it runs the same operating hours as our fixed route services. And that is a mandated requirement through AODA, is that you have to have parallel services. So we still continue to do the Sunday after hours holiday weekend service, but that we fund ourselves. So that's our fundraising. We apply to United Way every year for a grant, donations that we solicit for that program. So that doesn't come back on any of the monies that we get from the municipality. So we provide that ourselves. And of course, Christmas Day is booking up very quickly because a lot of people want to go home and have dinner with their family. So that's what we're working on right now to get that done. Back in 2020, we had looked at, in March, we were looking at putting in an increase for our fares. We hadn't had an increase in a number of years. We've never had an increase on our transit fares since we started the operation in 2018. Yeah, 2007. Yep. And so we thought that we would be looking at doing that, but then with the onset of the pandemic, we not only put the increase on hold, we ended up not collecting fares at all for a number of months there. But we were able to recoup those fares back through the Safe Restart program that the government then put in for us. So in 2023, we did look at our monthly passes, and we did do an increase of $5 per month, and that's for the in-town routes. So we were running with a $30 and a $40 pass, so seniors $30, adults $40, students $15. We did put those up $5 each. So what we're proposing in 2024 is looking at our specialized services. So we are looking at putting in $1 per trip. So right now, our specialized services kind of work on a zone base, so it depends on how far we have to go to bring you into the area. So right now, our current rates say to go from here to Belleville is $13 with specialized service. It would go up to $14. So we're still well under what a cab would be, so it's still pretty affordable for people. And again, that would generate maybe that $30,000 to $32,000 in additional fare revenue. So So one of the big pieces that we've been working on, and this started with the pandemic, because a lot of transit properties were struggling. So the group that we belong to, our association, is OPTA, which is the Ontario Public Transit Association. And they are the collective voice of all of the transit properties in Ontario. And so they advocate on our behalf to different levels of government to try and secure funding. And we answer all their surveys, we provide them all our data, and we always give them our opinions on where we think we need funding. And out of all of the polls that they had conducted, they had come up with 2 recommendations that they just presented to the government. And the first recommendation, of course, has to do with our Ontario gas tax program. So they're asking for the increases that are on the screen. So 700 million for the current coming up year, and then 725 for the next year. That's on top of what we're already getting. The second recommendation, anybody that was around a number of years ago would remember we had an Ontario bus replacement program. So the ministry told us what years our buses were deemed to be safe on the road. If they got to that year, you could replace it. You could then claim back 1/3 of that cost through the program. So we utilized that program right up till they canceled it. So again, capital has always been something that we've been going for, and the operating funds. So what they took the OBR program away, they said, okay, we'll just use your gas tax. Well, our gas tax was already being used for operating, so we didn't have any money to put into capital. So that was an issue, and it has been an ongoing issue for us for a number of years, so that's always been something that we've kind of advocated for too, is to look at trying to get something where we can get some additional funding. So they do have a more detailed paper available on exactly what drove these numbers and how they got to it. So we will be passing it out to council at another meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to get a letter of support from council at that time that we can then pass on to the government and show that we're looking for that support as well. So just a quick snapshot of where we are so far this year. So for January to September, so the specialized and on-demand ridership, you can see from 2019, with the 2022, we left 21 and 20 out because they were kind of a blur. And then where we are in 23, so we can see that we've already surpassed our 2019 ridership numbers. So we're recouping at a faster rate than what we were before the pandemic. And with the public transit, we're probably on par. We're almost even with the ridership there. And it's just continually growing all the time. So I think by the end of this year, we will have beaten our 2019 number. Oops, I clicked one too many. This just is on our specialized. Unfortunately, on transit, we don't really know what people are using our buses for. They just get on, they pay, they go wherever they need to go. But on specialized and on-demand, we actually book them into the system so we can track what people are using it for, so we get an idea of what's driving the ridership. So medical, education, programs tend to be the adult programs that we take people to, so they're facilitated adult day programs where people with disabilities can go and have a safe place to spend the day. Our employment is creeping up, so all of our 2023 numbers are starting to gain momentum, a lot of times beating our other numbers. So you can kind of see what people are using those services for. This is a comparison. So part of our gas tax funding requirement is that we supply our statistics to CUTA, who is the Canadian Urban Transit Association. So they look at all of the transit properties, and they kind of put us in groups so that we can kind of benchmark how we're doing. Do we know we're doing well? How do we compare with our neighbors? So I just put some of the statistics together. So they always give us the overall Ontario. So that would be every system that's in Ontario that's registered for gas tax. We have the Ontario group of the under 50,000, which is the population group we fall into. And then I kind of look at our neighbors and kind of see, okay, what is everybody doing? Where are they? What's happening? So you can kind of see, and now these are 2021. They have not provided the 22 numbers as of yet. They're a little bit behind this year, I think, in getting that out to us. So you can see on our specialized service, we were well above everybody in our area for providing service because we were still at 25,000 trips where everybody was under 10, sometimes under 5,000. there's a couple of stats that I just wanted to show you. So what we look at when we're kind of looking at this internally to see how we think we're performing, maybe where we need to kind of get better at what we're doing. But one of the stats that we always look at is the kilometers per passenger, and it's the second line from the bottom on the specialized. So if you look at in Ontario, the kilometers per passenger is 8.19, and you look at the others and they're all kind of lower other than Prince Edward County. We're at 12.97, so you can see that even though we're doing a lot more trips, we go a lot further to get those people. So we're putting a lot more kilometers, so we are providing more service out to the rural areas and making sure everybody has access. So even though when you look at our revenue to cost ratio, we're at 14%. The provincial for our group is at 16.9, but when we look at some of those other stats, you can see that we do have to work a little bit harder to get that ridership. So this is kind of a breakdown of where we are for next year. Just kind of wanted to categorize where all of our money is being spent. I know, as everybody had mentioned, we know it's a tough budget year, we know we have a big ask, but just wanted to clarify what some of those drivers are. You can see, I mean, our office and admin is very minimal. We have insurance, we have our repairs and maintenance, we have our fuel cost, and we have our vehicle capital replacement, and then the rest is our wages. So we don't have a lot of areas. We try to make sure that we're running as lean as we can and making the best use of those resources. We're not projecting any huge service increases or adjustments, or we're adding new services. I think the only thing we're adding new to the pot is one additional staff for an extra supervisor. So right now, we had one. We unfortunately lost the person earlier this year, so we've had nobody in that position. So we do need 2 people. We have vehicles on the road for anywhere from 15 to 20 hours a day. So that's drivers, vehicles, so you need people looking after this group. Unfortunately, right now, it's me that does both shifts, so we do need some people in there to be looking after that. Other than that, the biggest driver of some of our increases is our repairs and maintenance. We do have older vehicles. We have 14 of our vehicles that are the 5 years plus age group. And for our vehicles, when we had the OBR program, 5 years was the max out point. At 5 years, we could replace. That's what MTO deemed safe for the accessibility part of the vehicle, plus the operating. So we did overspend on our budget this year on our repairs and maintenance, but we made the conscious decision to put the money into that because we had to make sure vehicles are safe on the road. We have passengers, we have drivers, plus we have everybody else on the road. So we have to make sure that we've got proper equipment out there. That's about it for our budget.
Just, Councillor Boyce, I'm gonna have to, I've got a doctor's appointment in Belleville at 3:30 with Dr. Sharma. So I'm gonna ask somebody to take over as chair, and I'm gonna ask you to depart, okay? Sorry
Just
about
get your
that.
neighbor, just get Dave, Jim beside you.
Well, I have no problem, but I think we have a process, don't we, Mr. Kaiser?
Excuse me, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if council could just agree on somebody to, because our deputy mayor is is McHugh, sorry, who's
Councillor
not
Allier?
here. If we could just agree on some one of the other councilors to, and just put a
Councillor
motion on
Allier.
it.
Councillor Allier.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask? Are we going to continue on for several hours with you gone, or shall we start another day?
Yeah.
I'm figuring you're almost done, and we're gonna have to come back another day, and I don't know which day. Dave, what have you?
Was it Monday,
What
Jim?
have we said?
I think, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the rest of the council. I think we've had a bit of discussion about possibly reconvening Monday morning at 9. We'll try and get a full consensus before we end today, but that's been some of the discussion.
That's fine with me.
We're going to wrap up after this last presentation.
So Mayor Harrison, just before you head out the door, Mayor Harrison, I just have one slide left, and this is for you. Well, sorry, slide 2. We have our buses now.
Quinte West is the best. Did you see that?
He made the comment one day when he came
Did
in,
he
and
write
he
that
big
on there?
thumbs up. So we thought, oh, you know what? Why don't we just add it to the back of our bus? So I just want to go back to this slide. This is so our community, what we call our community buses. So these are smaller buses. They have a capacity of about 8 passengers. We do have 2 of these currently in our fleet. They do work well for going to the further out areas where you don't have the opportunity to get a lot of ridership. A lot more economical to run, fuel-wise, maintenance-wise. The other nice thing about it, I know we've all been talking about staffing shortages and how hard it is to get people. You only need a G license to drive these, so it opened up the availability of drivers for us when we were running short and could not get F license or B license drivers. So that did help with our driver complement. So it is something that we're looking at possibly going into the mix of adding maybe some more of these. We just have to sit down, look at our runs, and see what would be the best fit for us. But it is a way to kind of bring down that capital cost and hopefully the operating and maintenance of them as well. And then that just brought me to my last slide, which was thank you, and we're taking any questions anybody has.
I don't want to ignore anybody. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyson.
Thanks. You just sit there. You don't need to know. We just put you there. 2 questions. First of all, do we use for repairs? Do we use our mechanics from the, or do you have your own mechanic, or what happens?
So we do currently have our own mechanic, but it is something that we've been talking about with Chris Angelo and Public Works.
Perfect.
I know that there's some logistics about staff and how we get that to work, but it is something that we're looking at trying to do.
And really quickly, and I certainly appreciate the transit fare increase, and it's still very reasonable, very reasonable. And quickly walk me through. Say I'm on Whites Road. So I'm on Whites Road, and I want to use the specialized service. First of all, can anyone use the specialized service, or?
Yes.
Okay.
So now anybody can.
Okay. So
depends on what level of service you get.
okay. And say you know and I want to come to City Hall, and I want to try the bus. How long ahead of time does somebody have to call and reserve the spot? And what would be the anticipated time? Like if I call in the morning, could I assume that I'd be able to get picked up at, say, 2 o'clock?
Yeah, so we have a couple of different options depending on what the person's ability is.
Yeah.
So if they need the actual true door-to-door service, so they need us to come right to their door, help them in the vehicle and take them, we do like, if you can give us 24 hours notice, because we build our runs out ahead of time. However, we take same-day bookings, because if we have an opening, we're more than happy to slot somebody in. If you can utilize our transit service, so on a route like that, if you were at Whites Road, you can get the next bus coming by, so it's by there every hour.
Every hour?
You just call us and say, can you have the 2:15 bus stop in? And we have the driver just stop in and pick you up.
Okay, and what time would that, because I get asked about the transit service, and to be honest, I don't know enough about the one yet. And then, say, the person comes to the City Hall, and then I'm not sure where it would get dropped off, like if it's just a regular route. But then it's every hour. What time does it run to at night?
So the last bus that leaves Trenton going back to Belleville leaves at 7:25 from the town center.
From the town center?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so they can call anytime, as long as the bus hasn't, gone past their stop, we can notify the driver to stop in and do a pickup.
And what would it cost that person then to go from, say, Whites Road to City Hall or Metro, or for example?
So that's what we call a regional fare, because you're utilizing the regional route. If you're a senior, it's $5. If you're an adult, it's $6.
And a senior's
55 and over.
55. Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah, we all qualify.
No, I don't qualify for that. What are you saying? There goes your budget. No, thank you. It's just a lot of people, you know, it's not, I was used to the Belleville Transit and it was very well. But I mean, this one's a great service, inexpensive. I'm thinking a cab is $30.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, we're not competition for the taxi companies, that's for sure.
An hour service.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shelley. I'm sure you'll keep us informed down the road of all your various needs and also what your changes in your operational.
Yep, I definitely will.
Any other questions, Shelley?
Yes, thank you, your Deputy Mayor, Worship Chair. I'm sorry, I'm doing mixed up
Just
here.
chairman.
Chair, okay. So thank you very much for your presentation, Shelley. And as a Quinte West representative on the board, I just wanted to echo, or to say, to let council know that since I've been on it, just for this past year, it's a very passionate board. I know there's lots of hours that are being put in, especially by Shelley. It's phenomenal service, grown a lot lately. So it really seems to be that there's a service that's available for everybody, and it's nice to know that it is a reasonable cost. We are seeing some of the cost is going up substantially in the budget this year, the request, and it does seem very high. One thing I would want to echo as well is that although there is the group that Shelley uses that's doing advocacy for the transit, I really feel strongly that our council needs to make a statement, and even if we do it at Roma or we do it at AMO, is that we do some advocacy to get that gas tax grant up. It's been the same for I don't know, a number of years, and
Yeah, the 2 cents.
yeah, it hasn't gone up at all, and I think that it's warranted. This service really is something that's being utilized by a lot of our residents, young and old, especially a lot of people, trying to get. I know the transit from Belleville to Trenton is very well utilized, and even just trying to promote it in my area to say, pick up the phone and call the transit because they'll come up through the Montrose area to get to the Loyalist College. They're already coming that way. They just need to make sure people need to realize that service is available, and it's reasonable. It's quite reasonable. I do appreciate the fact that the fares went up, but it's a huge ask, and I know that there was some discussion about potentially using reserves to bring down the request, and I'm just not seeing if there was any change on that at all.
So we are still using, when we did our wage increase for our drivers, we did a benefit and wage increase last year because we found that was one of the areas that we were lacking, trying to attract and keep drivers. Our wages were fairly low compared to what they were paying and what their responsibility is too. I mean, they have to be licensed, they have to make sure they do medicals all the time. So there was a lot of things that were put onto them, and I don't think we were compensating them properly for that. So we did do that last year. This year we covered that increase through our reserves that we got through the CEWS recovery, so the wage recovery fund that we were able to apply for. And we've kind of put it in as a phased in amount each year over the next kind of 4 years to kind of lighten the blow a little bit each year. So there is an amount going in towards next year that would help to offset some of that cost until we can roll that over.
Councilor Sharp, and then I guess Councilor Cart.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Shelley. It always amazes me, the growth of this program, and just the efficiencies with the small budget doing a big job for us. I just a bit concerned about the hours, I should say, about the job you're filling. You said you're covering 2 shifts, the morning and the night, and if you could speak a little bit more about that.
So we did have a transit manager. Unfortunately, the position itself didn't quite work for us, and we did have to part ways. So that's why we're looking at having 2 supervisors, because there was still, you could only have somebody for 8 hours, so we still had that other 8 hours plus. So we've decided that we're looking for 2 transit supervisors to replace. Again, it's been difficult. We've had lots of applications. We just we're not getting the right type of application. Unfortunately, job seekers, everybody's applying, but they don't have the necessary skills. So we are struggling with getting that filled. We have a few on deck, so we're hoping that come the new year, we'll have some people in place to start doing that.
In supplementary, would these be drivers, supervisors, their actual ability to drive, or are they administrative?
So, well, they handle operations, so they would handle the drivers that are out on the road that day. They would handle all the operations. So if there's a breakdown, if there's an accident, we have to have a supervisor attend the scene if
I see.
anything happens on the road. So somebody has to go and be part of that process. So we need people that are available that can go do that and still leave my dispatchers and schedulers doing their job and answering phones. So
I see.
we actually have one of our dispatchers out driving this afternoon because we had somebody call in sick.
I see.
So we do have to do a lot of juggling that way just because we just don't have the bodies to do the work.
And I really like the smaller buses to have
Mhm.
inventory, especially with the rural areas and the distance you have to go that some municipalities do not.
Right.
When you think of gas and time and resources.
Yeah.
So thank you, Shelley.
Thank you. And I just just one note, just so we did, last year we had provided tickets to the warming center so that people can access it. So they did come and get a bunch, so they do have them for this year. So we will track those again and see how many people are utilizing the services to access either the warming center or other healthcare services in town that maybe they need to get to.
For instance, if I needed, I was cold and going down the road in Frankfurt or something, the buses would come to get me to take me to a warming center. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there possibilities, I'm not sure if it was on the slide, and I apologize if the exact numbers are there and I missed it, but for set pickup ridership versus the site-specific, like to a house-a-specific location at a specific time, what percentage are the specific site, specific time of the total ridership?
So the only part that has specific times and specific locations is the fixed route transit. So all of that ridership on the conventional, that is all at fixed route stops, and that's on a time schedule. Everything else is all by bookings.
All by bookings, yeah, sorry. That's what I want to hone in on. So do you have, I'm just thinking about supervisors, and you mentioned taking calls, and I was just thinking that, do you have an app or anything, because that would be, I'm just thinking, kind of wheels are turning. If you wanted different applicants, if possible, where instead of a new second position, possibly different wage scale, maybe on that first one, get a really high quality applicant, maybe mixed with an app, and they can kind of do the job almost of two that was all phone calls before. If you could split half two, but I'll let you speak on that.
Yeah, so they do have apps out there that you can get now for what they call on-demand transit, so people can call and put their own bookings in. What that would help is the call taking in the office. Right now, we are doing it with 3 staff, and that's been our complement. The transit supervisors, they are the on-the-road people, so you need people available from 4 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, because that's when we have vehicles out. So somebody has to be available to address issues that might happen during those hours. But the app would help with the number of calls that come in and getting more people to use the service if they could just book their own trips. My understanding is that we can look through the Rural Infrastructure Fund for support, maybe to look at some programming for the on-demand, because that's the gap they're trying to fill. So we may be able to get some funding to get something like that implemented. We're just about ready to start our installation of our automated fare boxes, which will also be a big help because that will now track where people are getting on and off because it's a tap card system. So we'll have all of that feedback. So for route planning and where people are utilizing stops and where we might be able to make adjustments, we'll capture all that data as well. But yes, the on-demand app is something that we have looked into. We just don't, haven't looked for where we can get the funding and how it actually would work with our system to make sure that we're not having people like our seniors and people with disabilities. We don't want them to fall through the cracks. A lot of them can't utilize apps, or our rural areas. A lot of seniors, they don't have access to data on their phones. So we just want to make sure that whatever app we might look at, it complements our service and doesn't hinder us from helping those that need us.
Right, to have both
Yeah.
both options to lower the call volume for your staff, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
About a month ago, I had a call from a bar owner about the problem of patrons not having ways of getting home. They're concerned about they're going to get in their car because supposedly the taxi cabs aren't really coming for about an hour and a half to 2. Basically, one company's running the show.
Right.
And you folks don't run past 9, is that correct?
Well, our regular service, we can offer up till 9. If we had things, we've done weddings and that where we've gone out at midnight and picked
Right.
people up. But that is typically for people that need accessible transportation.
Right.
We don't do regular.
That's right.
You know, we're not there to replace cabs.
Maybe down the road.
Yeah, and we've had people ask us about it and, you know, the cost of the cabs and that, but, you know,
Just the demand isn't
that's
there.
not what we do,
No.
right? So that's
Okay.
what cabs are for, and if you're out drinking, then make sure you keep enough cab fare to get home, right? So that's not our niche.
But there's no cab to pick them up, is their issue.
Well, yeah, I think there's only one that runs
That's right.
24 hours, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions of Shelley? Councillor Voice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, the cost, I know a lot of transit municipalities, and they're always talking about cost recovery ratio, like, I mean, how much it costs and how much you return. Do you know what your cost recovery ratio is offhand?
Yes, I do, actually. Well, for 2021.
Okay, no, but that's fine.
Yeah, on our specialized service, it was 14%, and on our transit service, it was 11%.
11%, okay, perfect.
And you can compare that with the Ontario average for our group on that sheet. I did include those figures there. Yeah. It was part of this. Did they get the slide presentation? Oh, okay. Yeah, it was one of the slide decks. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions of Shelley? If not, thank you. Councillor Freeman or Councillor Reid have any questions for Shelley or comments? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Shelley. Always a pleasure to see you, and you brought
Thank you,
us.
and I don't envy your job.
We may need the bus to wheel us out of here. The disability one. Anyway, thanks very much. Now we'll move on to the agenda. Actually, I have one, I guess, additional outside agency that I wanted to run by council. Councillor Reid and I, as you know, both sat on Lower Trenton, and we're having budget considerations there, I'll put it that way. And I know we had a presentation here, I guess was not last meeting, but the meeting before, of the CAO there for some additional money for MOU over and above the regular budget that it's being asked for. What we would like, Councillor Reid and I, a week from today, we got to vote on the budget to either receive it or have it reviewed. And just for a little background information, a week ago yesterday, on Wednesday morning, we went in for a special budget meeting back there at the office. And we had this deferred from a prior meeting because some of the members, board members and municipal members were not happy with the numbers that they seen and the percentage of increase, the same as what we're dealing with here. So anyway, when we dealt with it, looked at it again over this special meeting, and Councillor Reid, if I missed something, feel free to jump in. We hashed it over. They give us some options to bring it down. Some reductions in staffing, reductions in certain other activities. And, but anyway, in the final result, to shorten this up, there was a vote taken by the board, and it only passed by one vote that they remain at 18%. So I think, Councillor Reid, my question is, if and when we go to vote, and I know we're going to be back here Monday, you can think about it over the next few days, how we want to deal with this. We'd like to know what council's feeling is for us to take forward to vote either yay or nay to this budget because it has to be done No, we can talk about it Monday is what I'm saying, but it's next Thursday, a week from now, that the board meeting will be, and the meeting starts at 1 in the afternoon. And I'm not sure what Quinte's is. I've never looked at their budget, but anyway, that's what we're kind of looking for, some input from council. I think you've been overviewed about what it is. The 18% really is partially, I guess, an increase of the assessment, which they get every year, whatever development we've had, plus the core, the operating and what have you. But there is also this MOU, which is going to be on top of that. And at this time, I think I'm going to ask Mr. Dinao, or I should say Mr. Angelo, to comment on the, I guess the number 2 and 3 category of that, what he feels the city, I guess, gets from that, and whether or not we should be supporting the full MOU or just parts of it. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council will recall back in late October of this year, Mr. Jardine and I presented a report to Council regarding the Category 2 and Category 3 costs, specifically in regards to Lower Trent. Category 2 items were valued somewhere around $10,000, which I thought was reasonable for what we need in terms of this municipality. We're currently paying about $7,000 a year for source water protection, that outreach program, education outreach, and they were only looking for another $800 on top of that. So we thought that was reasonable, and that would be charged, and it's currently charged to my wastewater budget. In terms of about $3,800, $3,900 for additional Category 2 for city-owned flood control structures. There are a number of dam, erosion-controlled structures and dams throughout Quinte West that Lower Trent have been monitoring and reporting on annually, and I thought that was a reasonable amount to pay versus me having to sub that out to a consultant every year to have a look at, where they have the expertise to look at that and report back. As long as we're able to get an annual report, so then we can budget accordingly for future years if there's some sort of remedial works that we need to do on those structures, erosion control structures, then we could go ahead with that. So in my opinion, the Category 2 items are something that we should be going ahead with. Category 3 items, which equate to about another 12% increase on top of that 18% increase, amounts to about $53,000. Those are things like youth education, the environmental education program for youth, the Children's Water Festival that they participated for 2 days in every year, the outreach and stewardship for monitoring streams that Mrs. Bateman had told council that they had expanded over the last couple of years to monitor the streams and report on that through their card every year, was something that was an addition to that 18% increase. And I guess, you know, we're really looking to council on whether you think those are value-added services. It's difficult for me to say that's a reasonable amount when it was included in the previous levies, where the Conservation Authority's actually got donors and sponsorships and grants to support those programs, where that's no longer available. And yet, through Quinte Conservation Authority, they have enough grants and the like to support that program in their watershed. So I guess I leave it up to council. It's a significant increase to that budget and the levy, and if you refer back to that October 18th report I provided, that really gives a synopsis of all those items that are included in that additional increase.
Thank you very much, Mr. Angelo. Councillor Quince, you had your hand up.
Yes.
Carry on.
I was going to ask if you would defer to Director Angelo and also to Director Jardine if he wanted to comment as well.
Brian, no stress here.
Yeah, through Mr. Chair, no additional comments to those made by Director Angelo.
Okay, so because what I recall from that meeting is Director Angelo stating that these services were vital. That's the word I remember. And if we were to go out, as Director Angelo stated on the level 2 service, if we were going to go out and, you know, research those services or contract the services out for the level 3, like we we wouldn't know what we were doing, number one, and number two, I'm guessing the Lower Trent Conservation Authority, hopefully they have staffing. That's the biggest thing. So if they're going to have the staffing to do the work, I do feel that it's really important that we continue with those level 3 services that they're offering. So I guess my question back to you, Mr. Allier, and to Councillor Reid is Lower Trent staffing adequate for the 2024 year if they could provide the service?
Well, they've had their moments, I'll say, staff coming and going, and but they're saying if I guess some of the member municipalities don't agree with some of this, and Councillor Reid can comment, and I say, if she wishes, that they may have to eliminate one staff position there, because they have been using, I guess, part-time staff and students, which they do every year, but they may have to depart with one full-time staff member to save on the budget. Is that not right, Mrs. Reid? Councillor Reid?
Yes, that's what I understand as well, and I think that in the past they've used, and I could be wrong, Councillor Allier, but I think they've been using some reserves for this position, and now they're not able to do that. So that's why there's a big increase this year. They need to maintain this staffing, and if we don't support it, then there is a possibility of that staff member being let go.
So can I continue?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like we're talking about water and conservation authorities, we have been leaning on them ever since I became a councillor for advice and services in regards to not only drinking water, but surface water, to make sure they warn us if they think it's going to be in the right place or the wrong place. And most of the time I've seen that their advice has been well heeded, and then I know there's been other issues where they think there is water, but there is none. But normally that's not anywhere near large residential areas. But anyhow, I'm tending to lean to support Lower Trent Conservation and go ahead with the. I know it's an increase, and I know things aren't exactly rosy, but when we're talking about water and people, I want to lean towards the professionals that know, that are educated and know the service and want to support it.
Just before I go to some of my fellow councillors here, I'd also mention, Chris, and you can give us an idea. I know we're one of the few municipalities that don't ask for Lower Trent's guidance when it comes to source water protection and threats. We have 2 members on staff. They do provide that with the other municipalities, but as Mrs. Reid and I know, we are one of the few. We have people on staff that do look into that. Maybe you might want to comment on that and maybe mention who it is.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have staff. So one of the things that we considered is whether we wanted the Conservation Authority to be the risk management officials for source water protection in our municipality. And at the time, a number of years ago, we decided that that was going to be Mr. Tracy and Colette Kingdom, our risk management inspector, because we wanted to have control over what was going to happen in our municipality. And that process has worked out extremely well for us. What we did agree at the time, and we've been paying for through the water budget, is the outreach program and the education program through Lower Trent for the source water protection, which has gone extremely well as well. Because we think as a regional basis, regional approach to education and outreach is probably a better thing to do than independently being done by municipalities separately, independently. In regards to Councillor Quinte's comments about the Category 3, one of the things that the conservation authorities have been doing for a number of years is monitoring and measuring the health of water courses throughout the municipality. So all these creeks and tributaries, they monitor and measure and have this baseline data. In 2018, the Conservation Authority expanded that to include a broader outreach throughout the entire watershed. If that program stops because we don't fund that loss of data going forward, we won't have that. And it's just not a program you can start up next year or the year after because the staffing resources won't be there. So all that work that's been done over the last several years, could be a decade or more, is going to be lost. What the conservation authorities do with that data is they report it to the watershed report card. I talked to my colleague, Mr. Jardine. We don't use that in terms of planning processes or engineering processes when we look at improvement of roads or the like, but the conservation authorities use that on a watershed basis to report on the quality of the streams and the water courses across the province. In addition, if council weren't to approve the Category 3 items, the loss of that water festival, you heard Mrs. Bateman here from the Conservation Authority in October say that the last time this was held last summer, 1,200 youth in our community participated in that water festival. It's a great opportunity for the youth to learn about water quality in our municipality. And we as staff, I send 2 or 3 of my water staff to that as well to participate in that. So that loss of that educational program would happen if that Category 3 extra costs were not funded. And I think if you look at one of the strategic priorities, environmental stewardship that council endorsed, if that's something that we truly believe in, as Councillor Quinte mentioned, then that's really this program is really vital to adhering to that environmental stewardship program as part of our strategic plan.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. I guess that was
all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate all of those points. These are obviously very difficult decisions. From a governance councilor perspective, my position would be that for budget visibility reasons, I would like not all or nothing options. I would like layered options wherever possible. I think that that's important. I understand staffing implications. There's going to be a lot of staffing implications on Monday. That's what hard years are about, deciding on priorities. And everything is a priority. One, environmental stewardship, Humane Society, YMCA, all of these are very legitimate, and it's a difficult year, but what I can say is that all or nothing makes our jobs as councillors, I think, budgeting a lot more difficult. And when we have that levy number up on the screen and we're going through Monday, being able to tweak and pinpoint and specific, I think that that's going to be of some value. Not to nitpick, but it is certainly in terms of each board outside a partner group. I think that will be of value because we've had a couple days and the number certainly hasn't been going down for those that are seeking that. It's a question of how much higher that it's going to be at this point. So I would prefer Category 3 separated out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I'm going to wait and remind myself of the numbers. I think it was around 53,000 for the one Category 2 and then the other amount, but I'm definitely going to give it serious consideration because of that data, because of the source water and the streams and all of the work. And I think that has been done by Lower Trent in that particular, the skill set they have in that particular area and the data that they have, Mr. Angelo. And I think you would agree if we took it on, it would be probably additional staff or not done because it's just it's just more capacity. And so I would give it strong consideration. I'm not going to say no, but I definitely want to see, and I'm inclining more towards supporting that one. Did you want to say something, Mr. Angelo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarity, we do not have the capacity to take this on as Category 3. We don't have the staff resources, and we don't have the skill sets to take that on. It's something that the conservation authorities have typically done. And really what they said, if you look back in that report from October, they're looking for 0.7 or 0.8 of an FTE to cover off those costs, that $53,000 cost for Category 3.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you again.
And Councillor Reid in a minute. Yep.
I know the conversations I feel like that we're gonna end up having on Monday about internal ones, and I just think that being able to separate out and having those options, and if we're going to have to make hard choices, that they're going to be shared across all and not just taken internally, where we're just trying to beat down numbers and we're taking everything from the outside groups and partners, and not. And I'm not even saying necessarily that I won't support the Category 3 services either. I would just like it separated out so that we have that visibility and we have the options. That's all. It's just more options. I'm not saying for or against. We can look at that on Monday.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much. For those who may have a pencil in their hand, the MOU for Category 2 for Quinte West is $11,393. For the Category 3 Quinte West, it's $51,815, which makes a total for Category 2 and 3 of $63,208. And that's just the MOUs, and then there's the 18.2% on top of that for their budget. Yep. So that, just to put it in perspective for everyone.
Yes, and I thank you for that, because I'm just, before I go to Councillor Quinte, I just wanted to add the reason the board and ourselves, we voted against it and asked for review. The 18% will put our levy from, I think this year was something like 525 or in that neighborhood. It will be at 599,000 in change in round numbers, and then you add the 64,000 on, you got a $664,000 in that's rounded numbers, I'll put it that way. So that's why we as board members, the same as we're doing here, questioned it, and why it's brought back, and why Councillor Reid and I are asking for your guidance and input of what we do when the final vote comes. And I can tell you there's 3 other municipalities that are having the same struggle. Elmwood Calderman to the far west of us, they rejected it totally. They're one of the ones that always question the budgets. They're more than any other ones, and I can tell you Trent Hills, and they're having a presentation this next Tuesday from Ms. Bateman, and I have one of their councillors that has asked me to give them some guidance on what we're going to eventually do here. So, and I told them I'd be bringing this forward to the committee. So, Mrs. Reid, and then I'll go to the councillors. Mrs. Reid, go ahead.
So the budget for is $599,500, which is the 18.2% increase, which is an increase of $92,171 from 2023. So that's why Councillor Ellier and I have been very hesitant about this, because it is a very significant amount. It's $599,500 plus $63,208.
And I must add, in all fairness, there is some, I guess, assessment increase in that, which we do get every year, and I know Caleb can maybe talk to that more, but every year, whatever our growth is, that gets added on. That's part of a provincial mandate that all conservation authorities, as we grow, receive extra money. Some years it's more, some maybe stagnates. I'm not sure. It's according to how your growth is. But anyway, okay, I'll go over here, Councillor Boyce, and then I'll come back over to Councillor Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just during the budget, just a question, because I'm not familiar with the Lower Trent. Do they have a weighted assessment, whereas there may only be two of you, but because Trenton's probably got a big majority, it's weighted out? What is our percentage? Are we close to 30 something?
I think
it's more like 30.
Around 43, 44% of the revenue.
Oh, so
I think you're right.
You only need a couple other people to vote with you, and then you put it past, eh?
Yep.
Perfect.
Pass or deny it, I guess, whatever way you're looking. Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Quinte.
2 points, and you touched on it, Councillor Ellier, was the province of Ontario. So, in the big picture of things, this is the province of Ontario downloading onto the municipalities with these budget amounts. So that's really where the fuse has been lit, is from them. And then the other point that I wanted to touch on, when Director Angelo touched on measuring the quality of water, the first thing that comes to my mind is the municipal and private septic systems or sewer systems that are in Quinte West, I think of the Sterling wastewater facility, which is located in Quinte West. And there are other private systems like where the mobile home parks are, and the proposed growth for the property, the retirement property that's happening on White's Road, where they're going to expand their, the Carrington Place, thanks, where they're going to be expanding their wastewater facilities. And if we have a trained and educated advisor to assist us with the quality of water, because I understand that water always flows downhill, and we have our own water treatment plants who are gathering water from the rivers and the Bay of Quinte for providing water to our citizens. I somehow think that can only help us look after our water plants if we are using trained individuals to guide us on the quality of the water that's happening. Then that can only help us in the long run. So that's all I'm thinking of. I'm just thinking of the big picture. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyway, I don't want to belabor this. I know we're meeting Monday, and we're going to be going through a lot of stuff. This will just be another part of it. I know Councillor Reid and I would, appreciate any input and direction from council, and whatever your feelings are, we will certainly adhere to when that time comes next week. But I just want to make you aware of it. We're trying to look into the, the financial well-being of the city too, and not being I say a full pocket of money that we can provide with everybody, as we know we're dealing with today with all the wants. It's just another portion, and so I'll ask for your consideration. You don't necessarily have to do it today. So, Shelley, do you have a question? And Councillor Card, and then we'll get the rest of this.
Possibly some of them, if there's some agreement on get some of them off the list for Monday.
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe the mayor would like to be part of this. I'm not sure. I can't speak for him, but I would presume he wants to be part of this. And I know we're getting near 4 o'clock again. And what I was going to say to finish this agenda off, and we can go to the end, and I'll entertain any comments. But our next 9.2 of presentations was on the agenda. That is the previous agenda that we started yesterday. I know, Dave, you want to comment on it, but it says here Caleb was going to give us an overview of the 2024 city operating budget, and then there's a list of stuff, and then Jacqueline was supposed to give us another overview of the marina, and I didn't know whether I was going to ask staff, do you want to defer that till Monday? What's your pleasure, I'll put it that way, of how we deal with this before we get into the end of this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think based on the looks I'm getting from around the council table, I think we'll defer that till Monday, and really what Caleb's role really was, or what we're going to do was that was going to be to lead the discussion I think we're leading into on Monday about the different resolutions and trying to determine, I'm going to say, the various approvals for the things we need, or that discussion. So I think at this point, if everybody's in agreement, we would have a motion to basically recess till Monday. Our staff will get the notification out for the public that we'll be reconvening on Monday. I was going to suggest 9 o'clock on Monday. I don't know. I guess we need some consensus on that. And then I would suggest that on Monday, maybe Caleb can maybe start off with a bit of an overview. I think we know we have a couple of adjustments already for the waste management and the Sterling Arena. There's a couple adjustments that we can start off by maybe having Caleb go through those for a starting point, and then we can go through some of these various resolutions and deal with those on Monday.
So do we need a motion for the committee and staff reports to be deferred, or do we just
Mr. Mayor, no, I don't think so. If we're just recessing the meeting and reconvening it on Monday, I don't think we need to defer them, correct?
Okay. No. Sure, go ahead.
So, yeah, a question about the format. I know we're reconvening again. However, the whole discussion about talking about the marina, which, Councillor Quinte alluded could be 4 hours, and the going line by line through all the capital projects, if that's what we decide to do, I prefer that we put that off until the end of the meeting because I have a limited time that I'll be available to be here on Monday. And so if we can deal with there's some operational costs and there are some other suggestions that have been made that we could potentially get this number down before we start going line by line through some of the different capital things. I'm wondering if we can put that, have a mini agenda to our agenda as to that's what the format will be on Monday. Honestly, I do not want to open Monday morning at 9 o'clock starting to talk about the marina.
Mr. Chair, I would agree with Councillor Stedall. If we could, with your assistance, Director, go back at the operating budget where we may have some suggestions. Also, with some kind of chart of the requests we've had. I know it's in here. Put it up there and help us make these decisions and start moving forward before we go into the capital and the bigger items again. But then I'd really like to really review what we've already managed in the first day. Okay. That is my thought.
Okay. Councillor Reid, I believe you had your hand up a few minutes ago.
Yes, thank you. I'm available for the morning and I have no problems with it, but we have a doctor's appointment in the afternoon, so I can only be here till noon. I don't know if that's beneficial or not to know that information, but the morning is all I have.
I think that if
evenings for these meetings.
If it's
Councillor Freeman, I didn't catch that.
What about meetings? You've got people that work full-time and people that did not know any of this, so you've got appointments here, there, and everywhere. Is there not an evening that we could get together, or even two of them?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the rest of council, I guess a couple comments. One, I have a feeling there is, I think, a still fair bit of discussion to have on some of these items, and one of them being the marina break wall, which is something that conversation needs to happen throughout this process. I guess my suggestion would be maybe we reconvene Monday morning. If we have to recess again and reconvene, possibly even Wednesday earlier or like in the afternoon or something, those are things we can look at moving forward. I think from a staff perspective, I think I've checked with most of our staff here. I think we're mostly available on Monday for most of the day. And that is becoming a bigger challenge as we get closer to the Christmas break too. So, and I think as far as format, yeah, we can have some discussions. I think we're hearing what you're saying and try and have a format that we can work through and get as many decisions made as we can with the time we have.
Okay.
I just wanted to comment that, I know this is extremely serious, and so we should be taking as much time as we need. And if that means that we even finish this in January, then we finish it in January. If that's the way it's going to be, that's the way it's going to be. I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, thank you. If no other comments or questions, we'll get down to, I think there's no notice of motion, no other new business. I guess we've been discussing future business, but it's unending. So we're down to a confirmation by law, and I can have a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Quinte, Councillor Sharp.
Nope.
Oh.
We're just doing a recess on this, so I just need a mover and a seconder for the motion to, that council recess now and reconvene at 9 a.m. on Monday.
Okay, Councillor Quinte, Councillor Sharp. Cancel the confirmation one. Sorry about that. We're recessed. Thank you.